their needs in life. They wanna be liked by everybody in sight, but trust me, being free ain't spotlights. No, it's long nights and it's long fights with yourself all the time to get your mind right. But if you put in the work, you can find the light. Alright, I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I got. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more. Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive?
It's shit music because I have to be careful of YouTube copyrighting me. Yeah, yo. How you all doing, mofos? I've got the music working again. I don't even know if you can hear me, so I could be talking to myself and nobody can hear me and I look like an absolute nutcase, but give me a thumbs up if you can hear me in the comments, please. You can hear me, unfortunately. Yes, you can hear me. Thank you so much, people. Lovely jubbly. How's everybody doing? Everybody good? Everybody had a good weekend? Hello, Lisa. Hello, Nod. Mr. Whittington, how are you, my friends? Tiffany, hello. Lost Souls, hello. Lucifer, hello. Birmingham Pike and Carp Angler, how you doing? Warrior Wales. Angel Louis Espada, if that's how you pronounce it. If it's not, my apologies. Coming in loud and clear. Lovely jubbly. How you doing, bearded vet? Hello, Psychos, Mrs. What's happening, Lisa? Why are you pissed off? Hello, Manda. Hello, Charlie. Robbie Plays, how you doing? Mr. Nobody. Stevie Mac, how are you, my friends? Hello, Scotsman, how are you? So we've got quite a few people in right at the start, which is pretty good. Normally we start off quite low and it picks up as time goes on when people come in and start accusing me of shit. I wonder if we're going to have the same tonight. Just life, sick of hearing nothing but doom and gloom. I know. And I suppose my channel doesn't help because it is all about doom and gloom. And unfortunately, that's all we talk about on here, which is why I try and make a difference in the Sunday night live streams to have a break from all of that, you know, depressing stuff that we have to talk about through the week, especially for me, because having to read the amount of stories I have to read and read again and record and write scripts to and phone up and check details for it. Trust me, it drags you down. So these Sunday nights are a way for me really to sort of just fuck it all off, hang out with people before the new week starts. So I'm hoping that we can cheer you up a little bit if we're able to. Mr. Horn, how are you? All right, before we get too far into the video, just again a few house rules, bit of housekeeping. We'll be doing the Skype phone in first of all. We'll do that. Anybody can phone in. If you're the type of person that's a bit camera shy and you'd rather just talk on the phone, you can use the Skype number that I'm going to put up on the screen when those lines are open. Other than that, and you want to come onto the panel, we can do that a bit later on. We do about an hour and a half, 2 hours of Skype, and about an hour and a half, 2 hours of opening up the StreamYard panel and getting people on. With regards to the phoning, you can call up, you can talk about anything you want. You can talk about videos that I've put out this week. You can talk about your opinions on certain subjects, bearing in mind YouTube's terms and conditions. You can question me about my opinions if you so wish. You can phone up, talk shit, call me names, whistleblow. We'd love some whistleblowers on here. Any of that good stuff you can do on the phoning. On the panel, however, what we were doing for a while is I was just filling up the panel with people, and it was getting a little bit complicated and a little bit confusing. So what I did last week is I had four or five people on the panel at a time. And we'll have them on for sort of 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll cycle if we've got people sitting in the back wanting to come in, and we'll cycle through them. We'll try and get as many people onto the panel as we can as well. But again, if you don't want to put your face on, that's absolutely fine. But when it comes to the panel, because the channel's been attacked before, as have other channels, I am going to ask you, before I put you on screen for everybody to see, I am going to ask you whilst you're waiting to come on, I'm going to ask you to put your camera on, and I'm going to ask you to do something. It might be put your left hand in the air. It might be touch your nose with your right hand. Something like that. It will be nothing rude, I promise you. And the reason I do that is to ensure I'm talking to a real person. Okay, before I put you onto the stream, because some people have been using videos of other people, okay, running it through OBS. So in the back of StreamYard, it looks like a person with a channel name is in the back office, and once you click them and allow them in to StreamYard, they gore bomb or they porn bomb the channel, which is going to get channel strikes and possibly kicked off, and I can't be risking that. So if you want to come on tonight, you have to, no exceptions, absolutely no exceptions. You have to show me your face in the back of the StreamYard. If you've got something to say and you want to share it, but you don't want to show your face to me, then you can do it on the Skype number, which will go on the screen when we're ready to go with that number. So I hope everybody is okay with that. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if you are or you're not. Those are the rules, unfortunately, and I'm sorry for that. But we have to consider the channel, and I have to consider the ramifications of people trying to take the channel down. Excuse me. So yeah. Evening, Matthew. How you doing? Yes, Roger, I'm looking forward to seeing that. I am looking forward to seeing that. What's that? 81 people in the room. 16 likes, 26 likes. Come on, guys, we can do better than that. We can do better than that. Remember, if you like the channel, if you like what I do and want to help support the channel, even just by clicking that like button on every video that I put up, even on a live stream, it can seriously help push my videos to a wider audience, which will in turn help me because I'll be able to earn a few extra pennies on views on the videos, which means I'll be able to get better at what I do, and I'll be able to buy better equipment. I'll be able to learn new skills to make these videos better, and hopefully I'll be able to hire somebody to help me, which would be fucking amazing, to be honest, because it is a lot of hard work. I can assure you of that. I don't think I did, Richard. I don't think I did see that video, my friend. GMP ignoring you now. What GMP ignoring you over, Matthew? I've ignored your emails. I'm sure we've spoken about what those emails are, but I cannot remember, so I am sorry. Right, yes. As for the tattoo, as you'll probably notice on Friday, I said there probably wouldn't be any videos, but I did have time to put videos out because 20 minutes before I was due to go to my appointment, I was looking to book a taxi, and I thought, let me just double check the time. So I went into Instagram, where I've been messaging the guy that does my tattoos, and there was a message from him saying that he'd been up all night unwell and we have to reschedule my tattoo. I'm a little bit disappointed because I was really looking forward to getting that done. Anybody that has tattoos knows about the addiction of tattoos, and when you're planning to go and get a new one and all of a sudden it falls through, it's really annoying. But I will be still getting it. It's just a case of waiting for them to call me and arrange a new date and time. Mr. Nobody, smash that like button if you want to see Pap get his left nipple out. That's my pierced one, that is. Left one's my pierced one. Yes, Tiffany, I think you do know a little bit about tattoos. Hello, Margaret. Can't have any more because the blood thinners you're on. Yeah, to be honest, I probably shouldn't have tattoos because I'm on thinners because of the strokes. But, you know, at least I'll die happy. Oh, Rob. Strange. So the noise behind me then. Hello, Brenda. All right, I'll give it. What is it now? It's we've been on 15 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm going to give it another 5 minutes, and we're not going to keep it going too long. Me chatting shit. We'll give it another 5 minutes. Let a few more people get in the room, and I'll open the lines up, and we can get some calls going. What's my take on Bellfield? To be honest, it's not particularly good. In all fairness, I mean, what, he had £300,000 off of people in donations in order to fight the BBC. As far as I know, he's not fought the BBC. He got taken to court, which means he didn't have to pay for it. Based on what court judgments and the common law, or whatever his name is, I can't remember what his channel's called now. Based on what he's told me recently, Bellfield brought his brother's house. When he first started on YouTube, he was in his mum's spare bedroom, apparently. This isn't fact, this is apparently. And then all of a sudden he brought his brother's house after getting £300,000 in donations from people. Then he got taken to court over the stalking. So he didn't have to pay for it because he was getting taken to court. He represented himself in so much as he didn't pay for a brief. He got appointed one by the court. So that's my view. Yeah, I'm not keen on that kind of thing. £300,000 is a hell of a lot of money to take from people and then not use it for what it's intended for. So there we go. I don't know. I've heard about this Andrew Tate. I don't even know who he is. Yeah, GST. Listen, right. I'm not knocking the guy as such. Okay, that's my take on what I've been told and what I've seen. Okay, I don't know the guy. I can't say I think he's an utter wanker because I don't know him well enough to say that. I don't watch him. I know he's said a few things that I disagree with, including one about mental health. But I don't like the idea of him saying and doing what he's done and not actually following through with it. I think he's I think he's used his position for some personal gain. But again, that's just my opinion. Yeah, yes, it would. Bearded vet. Brian Rose. I don't think I know who Brian Rose is either. Roger. Panaman's live stream. I didn't watch it. What was it about, Dave? Bearing in mind I've got 35 seconds before I open the lines. Yeah, it was nice of Crime Bodge to give me a little nod in his video, wasn't it? We've got 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Boom, there we go. Lines are now open. 01515289590, 01515289590, or if you're on Skype and you want to Skype me, search me at Dan Pap, and it'll have my logo on, my channel logo, which you all know and love. But yeah, lines are now open if you want to call in. As it says, share a story, whistle blow, talk crap, call me names. It is open to all conversations, again, providing they, don't go too far against YouTube's terms and conditions and cause me some aggro with the channel, because I will, if a conversation goes that way, I will have to cut it off. I might not have time to turn around and say, listen, we can't talk about that. I might just have to cut you off. So let's try and keep the conversations on point. Let's try and talk about things that are relevant and without going off on the beaten track and getting the channel into trouble. 01515289590. Doesn't seem like anyone wants to call in tonight. 107 people watching, 63 likes. Come on, guys. I seriously cannot have half haters and half supporters watching this live stream. I haven't got that many haters, have I? Surely not. Mr. Simon Sideways, how the devil are you? Nice to see you. Number doesn't work? What do you mean number doesn't work? It's not even ringing. I know it's working because I was talking to Tina earlier. Let me try something here. Oh, what folder's it in? That one, isn't it? Go there. And let's try calling me. That was me calling me, so it is working. In fact, I will try calling it the other way as well. So 0151 5289590. Oh, you're right. The number is not working. Right. Okay. Okay. I wonder what that's all about. Let me have a look. Account. That number is showing that it's okay. General. Let me try something else. No, that's right. Status is active. Wow, I don't know what's going on there. Let me, no, I've not barred any calls, not barred anyone. I'm going to close Skype, I'm going to reopen it and we'll try again. Now, I did have a conversation with Tina on the phone earlier, so I know that it is working, although I called her. But let's try it again. Okay, can someone try giving us a call? 01515289590. Normally, my phone lights up as well when somebody calls that number, but that's not lighting up either at the minute. Not letting you call either. Damn, what's going on? That's okay. That's peculiar. Let me. No, I would have fixed this had I known there was a problem earlier, but because I had a phone call, I had no reason to think there was any issue. Right, give me a moment. We might just have to do panel tonight. I'm genuinely not sure what's going on with this. Let's have a look. What? What? Your account has been restricted from using Skype's paid features. But I've paid for those features. Right, bear with me a second, guys. Right. It might be to do with verification systems. Apologise. It can't be a PAP live stream. It's a kind of technical faux pas, can it? Gmail.com. Yeah. Oh, here we go. What's this? Open up. Copy paste. Copy paste. Verify. Save. Do that. That's right as well. Why are you telling me to verify that? It's verified. Oh, Jesus. Right, let's try and again. I do apologise, folks. I'm sorry about this. Still not doing it. It's telling me to verify my mobile number, but there's nowhere for me to verify it. No, it's not letting me verify that. It's not letting me verify my phone number. Although it's asking me to. That I'm going to have to look into. But it seems, unfortunately, like we won't be having a phone in tonight. That's a pain in the arse. That's strange. It said about verifying my email, which I've just clicked, and it sent me a code through to my email. It's telling me to verify my phone number, but the click here to verify your phone number button is greyed out as though it's already been verified, and I'm sure it has. But oh dear, okay, it looks like it's going to be a different one, different type of live stream tonight. Looks like we're going to have to open up the panel. It's going to be too awkward for me to take phone. Hello, Chrissy Morris. How you doing? It's going to be too awkward to take phone calls on my phone and then put it on loudspeaker and play it through from the speaker through the microphone to your speakers. That's just aggro. So we'll leave it as that. We'll leave it at that. Yeah. Right. In that case, I'm going to stick the StreamYard link in the comments. I'll pin it to the top. as I've said, 4, maybe 5 people max in the room at each time, and we'll cycle through every sort of 15, 20 minutes and get new people on. So there you go. Replace pinned message. There you go. There is your chance now to come and jump on the live stream. Rev, I know it's you, but just do me a favour and give me a 2-finger salute. That's the one. Hello, buddy. How you doing?
Not too bad. I've come up with an idea for you. I can use my phone. They can ring in, and I can patch it straight into you. But I can't be on all night. So, it'll work if you're going to do short calls for half hour, maybe a bit. Like, get a few out of the way. It's up to you. And I could just sit here and say fuck all. Nothing.
Normally I run the do my phone calls for a couple of hours, because sometimes I get people that need to call in, just need to get stuff off their chest and whatnot. So I appreciate the offer. I think I'll just to save you from having to sit there and get bored out your skull, just to save that from happening. I think we'll stick on just bringing up on the live on the panel tonight. But it's nice to see you anyway, my friend. How's things?
Working, really. Not a lot else. Yeah, no life. It's either work or do a bit of YouTube, shopping, and then back to work, isn't it, really? So, yeah, that's about it, really. Off to Ireland next weekend, because they've got the end of the marching season there, and also I'll interview a few people about different stuff that's going on. So that should be interesting.
Is that for work over there? Are you going over there for work, but going to do some stuff for your channel while you're there?
No, literally, it's just for YouTube.
Okay, cool.
The end of the marching season is interesting anyway. You get to see all their bands and all the proud to be British, and that's great. But in the meantime, we probably might go down south and speak to a few people down there about the migrant problems that they're having down there. And that's all sorts of different types of migrants from all over the place. It's not just one particular group. Yeah. And then got the north, see what's going on there, how they're feeling about the north, the border in the Irish Sea, because that's a bone of contention. So interview a few people with that one and just go from there, really. So, but it's nice. I love Ireland, north and south. So
sounds
yeah.
Cool. Well, I've got a couple of people. I'm going to bring a couple more people onto the chat. Mr. Roger Whittington, who won. So I know it's you because you're wearing a T-shirt, and I've only sent it to you. So you can't be anybody trying to blag their way on here to porn bomb or gore bomb me. So Mr. Roger Whittington, who won a T-shirt last week in the members only.
Evening.
Not last week.
How you doing, mate?
Magic, mate. Magic.
Lovely.
Loved that rant the other day. Brilliant.
Yes, I can manage them just about. I don't know. I've still got a channel, to be fair. But there you go.
Well, you got the backup, the same as I have. So.
Got to do it these days. It's like if you have one channel, they'll be like, "Nah, I think we'll just yeet that." There you go. So
I got BitChute. What else have I got? I've got Foot Odyssey. I've got bloody all sorts on here, mate.
You have to, and it's mad, isn't it? The fact that you got to be like that these days, and yet. We were just talking about that earlier on in the Discord. They were like, well, ISIS has had advertising from like YouTube on it, and that's no worries. Because when you look at YouTube, to get onto their to get like advertising, you've got to go through all these different things. Do I do this too much? Do I do that too much?
Have you seen what the WEF are trying to do?
No, go on.
They've got over 110,000 operators that they're going to spread all over the platforms on the internet to delete and do away with channels that are against the narrative.
Bye then. Wow. That's me, Con.
Yeah.
And me.
Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. I'll get another. I'll be somewhere. And if I stop being able to do this, I'll just go out on stage and do it.
Yeah.
Oh, don't be a Bellfield, for Christ's sake.
Oh, no.
You've got Rumble now, haven't you, Simon?
I have. I mean, when I do stuff on the main channel, it gets backed up on the Rumble, but I'm only about 8 views at a time. So yeah, it's literally nothing more than an archive, but it is there. I used to be on BitChute, but that was a bit rubbish in the end. So
the problem I've found is that on the main platforms, you've got your main 4 platforms, haven't you? On these platforms, you've people are it's a comfort zone for a lot of people. And don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking subscribers to this channel or to any channel, but it is, and you know, I'm genuinely grateful that I've got the number of subscribers that I've got. But the problem is, if I was to go tomorrow, if my channel disappeared tomorrow, most people wouldn't want to go to a new platform. And that's not knocking people, okay? It's just how people's minds work. They wouldn't all want to go to a new channel because they're used to this and they're comfortable using this. So it would be difficult, and you would literally have to start all over again. You know, and as I say, it's not a knock against anybody that's watching this or anything like that, but it's just a fact that when you're in a comfort zone, so a channel disappears, chances are most people will tend to go and find another channel to replace it on that same platform. And again, it's not a knock. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah, but it's just the easiest thing to use. YouTube is an excellent platform to use. I find it the easiest out of all of them.
Yeah, it's a lot easier than all the others. And
that's the thing. People don't want to stress. I mean, it's supposed to be entertainment. You're not supposed to work too hard for it. And some of these other platforms, you've got to wait from a buffer. You can wait too long. And they're just, the interface is nowhere near as good as you think how much money they've spent. Google has spent getting this right.
Yeah.
So nothing compares, nothing at all. And anything that comes along that's new just doesn't have the ability or the money spent to bring it up to this standard. So whatever you go to other than this is going to be less.
Mind you, YouTube has been slow lately.
Have you noticed the whole internet's been slow?
Yeah.
And I don't know about you, I'm getting booted out of stuff or dropping off stuff, right?
Yeah.
My phone now, the signal's appalling and it's getting worse. And who was that the one that looks like the one out the Muppets, that eagle? Oh, that's it, Klaus Schwab, right? He does, doesn't he? He's like, I just look at him, I go, oh, I remember you as a kid. But the latest one is we won't need computers and mobile phones unless our company say that we need it. Otherwise, you won't have a private one because there's a lack of precious metals. So we need to take all of this.
Well, they want to do away with food, public transport, personal transport, money.
I'll bet you'll be allowed a TV.
The internet.
I bet you'll be given a TV as long as it's still plugged into the BBC. We'll get you back. You will end up getting what we give you, or you'll have nothing.
Yeah.
Be like
you will be holding to us, and we control you. You do what we say, or you don't get nothing.
What was that country back in the Cold War that used to have speakers on the corners pushing out propaganda the whole time?
Russia.
I think it was one of the states that came off Russia that made up the USSR.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what it was. It wasn't Yugoslavia, but anyway, it was somewhere. And you'd be going along, you'd just be listening to this drivel all day long, telling you how great the state is and how to love mother, whatever it is. Well, we're going to have these TVs because one of the lads, we were talking about stuff while we were in the chat room a minute ago, and he went, and now it's on my search history. I've not asked it. This thing's listening to me and it's doing it. I'm like, I don't care about being listened to. I got over it years ago. You know, the fact that no matter what we're doing, I'm having a conversation with you about herring. Next thing they got fish adverts or whatever. And you're like, it's odd, isn't it? No, it's not odd. It's listening to everything you're doing. Now, this TV is supposed to be linked into the Wi-Fi so it can update itself. But this TV's never plugged into the mains, never been part of the Wi-Fi, because I don't want this listening in. It's bad enough that your phone's bugging you the whole time and listening to you. Your computer's probably doing the same. I mean, fucking in the old days, it was just a neighbour with a glass, wasn't it, against the, you know, what are they up to in there? But no, we've got, mind you, in saying that, if that was the case, I can hear better than you.
And that's just your shot glass.
Yeah, that's just a shot. Yeah, the other thing's this big. I went to the pub the other day. I said, "Can I have a Thatcher's?" She went, "Pint." So, "Would you got any bigger glasses?" She went, "Oh, just have the pint." Yeah.
Yeah, just give us a barrel with a handle on.
Just pour the tap open. I'll tell you when to stop.
Okay, now.
I don't drink as much as I used to, which is probably just as well because the price has gone up. The price has really, really gone up lately. They've gone up twice in my local pub, and I think Guinness is £6 a pint.
14 quid soon, they reckon, a pint.
Jesus.
Well, they're pricing good, honest alcoholics out of the market.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen what they're doing in Japan? They've lost a shitload of tax because people weren't drinking alcohol through the pandemic and the lockdowns. So now,
they're pushing it, aren't they?
Yeah, they're advertising it. Go and get pissed.
What is it? Support your country. Get hammered now.
Yeah.
Great. I get some t-shirts and get on board with that. But they were trying to kill the pub, weren't they? Right over here, they've been trying to kill the pub for years. Now I've got a conspiracy theory on this one. Right? It used to be two places used to be the nucleus of the town, which was the church and the pub. Because wherever you found a church, you'd usually find a pub next to it. So the people would network through the two places, and the men would go and sit around, have a pint, come up with ideas, come up with like network ways of fixing, do deals, that kind of stuff. And as they're trying to isolate us, which I think they are trying to do, and they're doing it really well, what better way than lock us all up, take the pub away from us, or make us so you can't afford to go to the pub?
And
because that was
that we're drinking at home.
Yeah, I mean homebrew. They're going to make that illegal at some point. Like that will stop them because I mean, isn't it illegal to grow herbs at home? But
there's actually a guy that's growing his own tobacco now.
I wonder how that goes. I bet that's rough as fuck, isn't it? But if it works, it works. I mean, they're trying to make it illegal to grow your own veg, aren't they? And you won't be able to have your own chicken because bird flu and this, that, and the other bird flu that they probably put out there anyway. So it's literally illegal to do anything, and probably
you're not allowed to have a cow unless it farts.
No, if the cow farts, you got to tax it. Yeah. But can you imagine? I mean, Jesus, curry's going to be illegal if that's the case, isn't it? Because we're all have a curry and we're away, aren't we? So, I mean, literally, I've got to wake up in the morning and go, fucking, this room's full of tax. Look at it. Awful. I knew a girl. I'm glad I'm not with her. She no manners anyway, but she'd have been heavily taxed. Stop that. That's expensive and disgusting. Yeah.
You can catch monkeypox now as well. So.
Well, you can if you want to get up with some really fucked up shit, but no. To be honest, just be a good boy. Just don't do anything odd.
Weird.
I mean, it's just great when you get at my age, mate. Got no chance of it anyway. I've got more chance of catching a Boeing 747 out of sky than that other stuff.
You get to my bloody age.
Literally, I'm born again. I'm a born again virgin. Literally, I could literally look at another boss of chops in the face and go, I think you're pure. And you're
going to stay that way.
Yeah. Honestly, if I was a bird, it would have healed up. Anyhow. But I mean, nothing makes you less attractive than doing YouTube on the right. I mean, literally, if you went to say, for instance, a dating app, and they are some degenerates on there. I like they all like. Apparently, every one of them's fucking Zola Bud. They all like to do sporting, climbing, fucking walks on the beach, and all the rest of it. Of course, you are. And that picture of you is real, isn't it, love? Of course, it is.
Yeah.
But what do you like to do? Well, I like to talk about politics, and I'm sort of centre right. That's it.
When you get the bird that says she's good at oral sex and sits there chatting about it all bloody night, isn't it?
Yeah, I tell you what, there's something wrong here. Let me put something in your mouth. Moving on. So anyway, yeah, I'd rather one that did talk than the ones that don't. You know, the ones that sat there. What do you like? I don't know. What do you like?
Yeah.
I'm a boring you love. She said,
check.
So you didn't move your ass once.
Yeah. It's like when they're in bed, isn't it? Are you enjoying yourself? Yeah. Well, let us know. That would be nice. Yeah. But yeah, dated, terrible. I believe that men and women have been pushed apart over the years for various reasons. But now
it's still going on, though, isn't it? I mean, I've got this horrible feeling, and I don't think anyone's. I mean, they probably have been, but can you imagine if you've never dated a black girl, for example, right? And don't get me wrong, I've seen some fit black chicks. Okay, fit. But if you've never dated a black girl, and one of these fucking lefty types, gets wind that you've never dated a black girl, or you haven't been with a tranny, right? You're going to be racist and transphobic because your preferences are not that way inclined. Now, I don't know if anyone's actually been called out for that yet, but I've got a horrible feeling that it won't.
I think you might have started something here, though.
Yeah.
Cheers. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, I get called racist anyway all the time. So
why?
Because I don't. It's because I don't agree that just because a black person stops by a white copper, it's racist. I have to see evidence of it being racist in order for me to say that I think it's racist. And in many cases, I don't see that evidence. Not in all. Some cases I do. Like the Sheku Bayu in Scotland, who they said he stamped on the poor little wee copper. One of the coppers that was involved in his arrest before he died actually was a known racist thug. His parents even told that he was a racist. That case, I can see that was probably a racist action from that copper, and the rest of them backed him up, as they do.
I'll tell you something that did get out of the shit. I went to prison, right, when I was younger, right? And I looked at how many people were in there, how many were black and how many were white. And then I looked at,
sweetheart.
and I went, hang on a second. So what's the population of black people in this country and what's the population of white? And why is it half? So when a copper goes and decides he wants to stop a black person, why? Is there reasons to believe that this guy could be committing a crime, etc.? I know that there have been some racist coppers. I mean, we were talking about it again earlier on. If you remember the Broadwater riots, right? Now, there's racism on both sides, but some of the police in there was really, really bad. And they did abuse the shit out of the black people there, and it was wrong. And in the end, the black people had enough. But the response was slightly over the top, cutting a copper's head off, all but. But yeah, there's racism on both sides. And you can look and find racism anywhere you like, but there is a difference between racism and group preference.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got a story tomorrow that I was working on today, gathering some info for. This week gone, there was a multitude of stabbings and shootings in London. Okay, Cairns, London. Cairn turned round and said, we was expecting this, or we feared this because of the weather. So Cairn has blamed sunshine on people being shot and stabbed.
And school holidays.
And school holidays. An 80-odd-year-old man being stabbed in his mobility scooter is because of the weather. But yet Bradford, which is probably as diverse as London these days, if not more so, nobody from there has said, well, fuck me, sun's out, better lock everyone down. You know what I mean?
Do you remember Sun's Out, Guns Out, Raoul Moat?
Yeah.
Anyway. But yeah, mate, if it takes a little bit of sunshine just to send you over the edge and decide you're going to stab somebody, you're not mentally balanced anyway.
No.
And I believe that, what's his name? The boxer's cousin's just been knifed to death. What's his name? The
gypsy guy, yeah.
And the person who was
released tonight.
Yeah, horrible. But I mean, knife crime's ridiculous.
But the reason I brought that up, the reason I brought that up is you was talking about population. Now, through some of the searching that I've done, for example, in Bromley in London, it's the least diverse place in London. Okay, and yet the crime rate is much, much lower. Brixton,
racist.
I know, yeah, Brixton, Walthamstow, these places where there's a higher demographic of ethnic minorities, there seems to be a lot more of these violent crimes. Now, as I'm going to say in my video tomorrow, I'm not suggesting that everybody from a minority group is a raging lunatic and going to go around stabbing people and shooting people. But a lot of people from those demographics live in areas of massive poverty, and they find themselves getting mixed up in gangs, getting mixed up in crime so they can pay their way, so they can help their mum pay the bills and all that kind of stuff. I'm not suggesting people are being forced, going into this life on their own will. Free court.
Poor choices by the parents, poor parenting, right? And a few other reasons. But what we do is we try and find all the excuses about why they did it. And it makes us feel better that once we come up with every single excuse we possibly can, then we can talk about it. No, let's just say as it is. Predominantly, they are involved in this, they do this, and there is no excuses. There is no excuse. When you go stick a knife in somebody, there is no excuse.
Well, a lot of people as well now, excuse me, a lot of the people that are involved in these, we'll say, violent crimes, are people that have come over to the UK, weren't born here, but have come over
with them
the UK, and they've brought a culture that they're used to in their own country, they've brought that with them over here. So walking around with a knife might be second nature to somebody in whatever country they may have come from. And again, it's not, you know, if you're going to go and what's the word I'm thinking of?
Enrich our country with knives.
Well, assimilate. If you're going to assimilate into a society, so that's probably not the best word to use. But if you're going to go to a different society and live there and become part of that society, you've got to change your ways, no matter where you go in the world. You know, you go to America, you will have to change yourself slightly in order to live in America from how you used to live over here. There are going to be things that are different, and you need to change your ways in order to survive over there without getting yourself into trouble. And it's the same as over here. I think a lot of people come over here and they don't look at it like that, and there's no...
They've got a different attitude. The first generation were great. The first generation black, first generation Indian, they came over here, they wanted to change. They didn't... The reason they came here is to get away from there. They wanted a new life. They wanted to do something completely different, right?
So leave their bloody knives at home and come and get a better life. Don't bring it with you.
They came here, dressed differently, worked hard, and they got on. And then the next generation, their kids who were born here, they were of a different ilk. And then their kids after that were brought up by our schooling system to have a chip on their shoulder that they've been hard done by all their life, and systemic racism, this and all the rest of it. You wouldn't be in the situation. Your mum wouldn't be in the situation now. Your family wouldn't be in the situation if old Whitey hadn't done it to you. And it's bollocks, absolute bollocks. The thing is, you look at some of these people that have made it out of these third world countries, right? And they've made a good life for themselves. Why? Because they worked hard. They wanted to. They were eager. They were keen. They worked with the system rather than against it. All right. Yeah. Now, a load of people who were shit personality, shit moral, shit ethic, and were generally bad eggs will blame the system for their inherent crapness, right? And I don't believe in it. And I'll just call it for what it is. Not that I'm going to go too far because it's your channel, not mine. But yeah, I won't give people an excuse. I've been homeless, right? More than once. I've done really bad stuff in the past. Well, like they got me in a prison and stuff like that, you know. But I've got off my ass and made a life for myself. And I didn't get any help. I didn't get any benefits, right? When you're sleeping in a van for months on end, like, you know what I mean? Still working.
But I just want to respond to Chrissy about look at the data. It's clear it's more a class and poverty thing than a colour thing. And you're right. I believe that there is a massive influence on people because of their class and the poverty that they're in. But
well, look at what Sunak said the other day. He's going to take money off the poor areas where it's needed and chuck them down to the affluent areas that he runs.
Yeah, why is that? Because it keeps us fighting against each other. That's why. Yeah. This thing about it being a class and poverty thing, as I said just a minute ago when I was rattling on, you'll find a lot of the deprived areas are areas of people that are ethnic minorities. And that's not necessarily through any fault of their own. They come to a country, they go to the council, and the council goes, right, we'll stick you over there. And the council create these areas of very, very poverty-stricken areas. And it tends to be the people that are in minority groups, unfortunately. And as I say, it's not their fault if they're going to the council are doing it. And then they end up getting put themselves into a life of crime in order to pay their bills. I don't knock them for that. Everyone's got to pay the bills. You know what I mean? But it's the fact things are going from a bit of shoplifting for a tin of beans and a loaf of bread. It's gone from that to, as we saw last week, some old geezer getting stabbed up in his mobility scooter, which is completely uncalled for. Yeah. So
and now they want the people to move out of these areas so they can put the bloody immigrants in them.
Yeah.
Where are they going to go when they move out? I mean, we have white flight. I'm speaking to a guy.
The states of in America, the streets on the cities there, and what's happening there.
You speak to a working class bloke that's been forced out of London because where he came from, it's changed and all the demographics are different. He's in a lovely country pub just down the road here, right? Very middle class and all the rest of it. When you listen to him, right, and nobody else is listening, it's just you and him, not the rest of the lefties around there. He is not very charitable about the people that came in, what they've done, and what he thinks about them. But he didn't grow up that way because I think people that were born in London were certainly more multicultural or all right with multicultural ideas than sort of somebody in the West Country like me. I think we had about 3 coloured families in Western Supermare when I was a kid. And then a few more came in. We just didn't see anybody of colour
I
or Chinese or whatever.
I lived down in Newquay for 40 odd years, and you very rarely saw a coloured person down there.
Yeah, Cornwall, is like that. Parts of Devon, Somerset. We just didn't have anybody here. It wasn't that, it was racist, mind you. They're like I said, a countryside's racist.
Have many people in anyway.
Yeah, this is just nothing there, is there? It's just large spaces of nothingness, just greenery and that. But when I went down to Cornwall, I saw that there were a lot of Romanians and Polish, mainly the Romanians, like just padded up on these farms being used as slave labour. Yeah. And the farmers are like, oh, but Brexit's ruined us. Well, actually, you were paying these people below what you should have been, and you were putting them up in tin cans, or 10, 15 of them, or a 4-bedroom house with like 25 of them in it. Like, you were taking a piss. You really were.
I worked at a tannery in Bristol that was the same. He had a load of Russians and Lithuanians in there. He had 2 big houses that he was putting them in. And there was a load of us ended up getting redundant because they were cheaper to pay.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of cases like this. Or they pay them a little bit more because in my case, right, I'll stick to the speed limit. I won't break the rules. I won't, but there are guys who've come over from another country who 50 quid is a quarter of a month's wages, because it's 200 euros over there in parts of like Romania, or 250 euros or something like that, is a month's wages. So when you bung them 50 quid a week, it is a big deal, and they will go the extra mile because they've seen poverty. And these people can find work.
They don't put the money back into this country. They send it back to their families.
Yeah. And so it doesn't benefit us at all. But somebody gets a bit of cheap labour and an extra few runs out of them. When I went up to, because in Wales, they got, not all over Wales, but some parts of Wales, the white people have got an expression, BFL, benefits for life. It's up the valleys, places like, what's right down the end of the 4 before Swansea, Bridgend, benefits for life. Up in the valleys, they're like, oh, there's no work about. Margaret Thatcher ruined it all for us. And I'm like, oh, really? So how comes you've got a factory out there that's ram-packed full of Polish, and they've had to come halfway across the world to get here, and they've got a job? Oh, they won't work for those money. But you're happy to take the benefits and sell drugs. So the Ronda, very much so, mate. Right.
It's all fucked. But again, I do believe that this is part of a long game, definitely a long game that the government's been playing, and it doesn't matter who's in, they're still taking the baton and running with this long game that's been going on for however long it's been going on for. As people keep saying, divide and conquer, and we have been divided into so many fucking groups,
subsections.
It's impossible to count how many subsections there are now of society who want their own little group. They want to be their own special little person with their own special little name. And then we hear news, or we hear people from these groups, extremists from these groups, let's face it, most of them are extremists from these groups that come on the telly or on the tube or whatever, and they start spouting their stuff, which purposely causes tension between other people. Now, I'm not trying to cause tension by talking about this subject. It's a subject, I think, especially as it's coming out tomorrow in one of my videos, a subject that needs to be talked about. I don't think that every person from a minority group is going out and causing trouble. Far from it. There's a lot of people, more people that aren't than are, as far as I'm concerned. But the problem is, most of these people tend to be in a small area. For example,
Anti-Joshua, right? He's British, right? To me, we should have been supporting him and wanting him to win. Now, his actions were bad enough, but go back to the BLM movement where he's coming out with his fist like this and, don't buy off any white shops, only buy off black shops. Immediately, that sent a lot of white blokes to go, I can't wait for him to get ironed out by Tyson Fury, right? Now, that's wrong, but it's not. Because when you start prejudicing against white people purely by the colour of their skin, then you're racist, right? Yeah. And him getting splattered last night around the ring, right, by a Ukrainian. Now, the Ukrainian was probably going to win even if he knocked out on the fucking carpet because, you know what I mean? They got the song contest. They didn't even have to show up, but everything's all about the Ukraine at the moment anyway. But I have to say, the guy's manners were there, and he was just sat there going, what's going on? And Josh was spurging out and throwing his stuff outside the ring, and walking off and throwing a tantrum. And the guy's an arsehole.
And
But
he's come out and apologised for it tonight, hasn't he?
well, you'd have to, wouldn't he? But he was got to. I mean, he's a sportsman. He's about boxing. That's it. He hasn't got to be sort of genius. You've got to avoid punches and put more on the opposition. That's all you got to do. But people got to him and said, you can be a spokesman for the black community. You want to stop oppression, don't you? You want to do this. And the dumb fuck just went, yeah, I want to do all that. And I want to look good and I want to fight. So, and in the meantime, he got sucked in. Then he became up his own ass and he's become an arsehole. And, it plays into the divide.
Lots of them about.
Well,
anyway, mate,
Zelensky,
seriously.
Is he a president of a country or is he a B-list celeb?
Well, he went from having not very much money at all, right, to being incredibly wealthy in a couple of years. And he had a lot to do with the Biden.
Spending any of it either. He's been
he's still in the same T-shirt, isn't he? Everywhere he goes, it's the same freaking T-shirt. Can't you ever change your clothes, man? What's the matter with you? I bet he stinks.
I'm going to have to be like that for the next week.
Well, I'll tell you what, luckily you can't see below there because I've got a bit of bean juice on me where I was cooking and something splattered. But luckily the camera don't go that far. Oh, I like that. Very nice. Anyway, look, I've got to go because I've got to be up at 4:30 in the morning. So,
no, friends. You take it.
It was lovely being on here, mate, and I hope it goes well. I hope you sort your phone out.
Great to see you on here, buddy.
Thanks for jumping on. Appreciate it.
Take it steady. I'll see you in a bit.
You too. That was a nice surprise, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely surprise.
Princess Angela ran in here. She'll be getting all giddy again like she did with AB.
Right, I've got two more people in the back room here. I've got DJ Sonic. Give me a 2-finger salute, Sonic. That'll do. Bobby, can you? If it, actually, it's authenticated with YouTube. Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Hi, Dan, it is me.
Hello, how you doing, guys? Sorry about that. I just want to try and keep it, panel not too overcrowded, so it causes too much of a problem.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Can I answer your question about if you don't have sex with a tranny, you get accused of all sorts?
You can.
We was in Thailand about 3 years or 4 years ago. Gang of us. And do you know what a daisy chain is?
Yeah, you can only do it with lady boys.
Say that again, Bobby.
Do you know what a daisy chain is?
Don't want to go. What am I missing?
It's a gang of fellas stand up on the wall and a woman goes along pleasuring them. Just say that.
Oh.
All my cousins I was about third or fourth on the line, and the one was standing on the knees between my cousin, and a ball fell out.
Well, that's one for dinner parties, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, to be honest with you, she looked amazing.
Some of them do.
Nice tits.
Some of them do.
But when I saw it, gangsters saw it, and to be honest with you, I was standing up on to attention, put it that way. When I saw that, I got slagged off so much saying, "Oh, you're only doing that because she's a tranny." I said, "Yeah, you're still shagging a man. Doesn't matter what you do." I for about 3 weeks after that, I got slagged off. I said, "I'm not going to go with the fucking man." So yeah, you do get slagged off.
It's a personal preference, right? It's the same to me. It's the same as when I say personal preference. Okay, being gay isn't necessarily a preference, or not necessarily isn't a preference. But I think it's the same thing. You either are or you're not. It's the same as you either want to or you don't. And not wanting to do something is not, as far as I'm concerned, making anybody prejudice.
Be honest with you, if I didn't know it, if the ball didn't pop out, I probably would have. But when I saw it, I was nearly sick.
Was it shaved or was it
shaved? Shaved?
Oh, Dan wants to know all the gory little details. Surprise, surprise.
I don't know. I just wondered if it looked like a coconut hanging out, or
It was shame.
a pair of wing mirror dice.
Yeah, get away with telling people it's a hernia.
Got a rinky.
But I've got to admit, though, she'd have a nice pair of bollocks on it. It was fucking huge as well.
Oh my
So
god!
yeah, you do get accused of being a homophobic.
It was just, as I say, it's it was just one of them comments. It's not something that I'd sit there thinking about, debating, pondering on.
I don't even want to think about it.
The meaning of life and the life universe and everything, and what would I think if I saw a tranny's bollocks? It's not something I ponder on, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not going to go looking for them.
But anyway, let's get back to a normal topic. What's
your fucking subject? Jesus fuck.
What should we talk about? What should we talk about now? Roger, you have some interesting things to talk about on your channel. Let's hear from you.
I'm just having a look, see what I've got on my notes for tomorrow. I've got Khan, telling everybody how not to be struck by lightning.
Not to be struck by lightning?
Yeah.
The fuck?
Nothing about how to protect yourself from being stabbed to death, just how not to be struck by lightning.
Wow.
You know that report he done about that cop who killed a woman, and he's off for another 2-3 fences in court.
Wayne Cousins, yes. Yeah.
What's the point of that, Dan? What's the point?
I'd say it could give some victims a bit of closure to know that he has been prosecuted for it.
But if you think about this, Roger, he's going to get off on that. He's going to get his rocks off because he's getting more publicity.
Yeah, but if you've got a woman that's been raped or interfered with, abused, I think that woman would probably feel better about herself knowing that the guy, even though he's in Nick, has been prosecuted for it and been found guilty.
I get that. I understand that, but that one person's feelings, and I'm not knocking them, okay, but this is why I asked the question in my video. But one person's feelings does not override the public interest.
Oh no,
fact.
no.
You see,
especially with the money it's going to cost.
The police love using the public interest, for example, harassment, and they go, it's not worth it. It's not in the public interest. Well, hang on a minute. It is in the public interest because I'm a member of the fucking public. But they use it a lot, same as the CPS. They use it a lot. Yeah. A lot of people did answer that question. I asked that question in the video the other day. Lots of people answered in the comments, which I'm grateful for. There was a lot of people that were saying that it could be that without a prosecution, they're unable to claim compensation from the government.
Yeah.
So that could well be the case why they've decided to bring it forward, to bring it up. But it means that, again, the CPS is part of the government. Why would they want to have to pay money out? Why would they want to go? Let's find him guilty of some more crimes, which is going to do absolutely nothing for his sentence. Not make a blind bit of difference to him or his life. It's going to drag everything up for the people that were involved. Again, they've got to go through it all, go to court for months or whatever, and all the rest of it. Is that really in the public interest? And again, I'm not knocking people because I think people do deserve to see justice. I just find it hard to understand why they've decided to do these two cases, go to court and do these two cases when he himself is not going to get any additional punishment.
Yeah, it's like the auditors, isn't it? How many years now have they been falsely arresting them? They all claim compensation for false arrests, stealing their equipment and that. The police just don't realise they don't give a crap about how much money it costs the country.
Because it's not their money, Roger, it's our money, the public's
exactly.
money. So
that's what I've always said. They should do over here what they're starting to do in the States now, is removing their immunity from prosecution for it.
The only money they're interested in is the money that's going in their own fucking pockets at the end of the day. They could have given two fucks about anything else.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the average payout in the States for a false arrest or being assaulted while being arrested. You're looking at $80,000 to $100,000 a time.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
And
what do the guys get over here? $1,000 if they're lucky?
Yeah, about £1,000, 1,500 quid maybe.
Yeah.
Lucky, aye.
It's bloody
I just think
ridiculous
that
the way they
he
waste
should
it.
just leave it and let him suffer. If you know the people and the women and that he knows that he's suffering, but he's in a life of luxury. Give him some more time or some dirty work to do. But he's in a prison cell. He's got a telly. He's got, I think he's got Sky, whatever. He's got all luxury. He's got
an Xbox.
Xbox. He's got all sorts.
Yeah.
And so technically, and he's still got his pension.
Yeah. Oh, it's like all these misconduct hearings after a court case.
I know we've had this discussion before, Dan, about couple the hanging people and that, but that's going to save a lot. If you hang people or execute them, it's going to save a lot of taxpayers' money. And people like that should be, because he's in prison for what? Killing a woman. Yeah, he killed a woman. So he should be taking it. It's the Bible says eye for an eye. You should get those sorts of cunts taken out of this gene pool.
Well, let's be careful what we insinuate, please, Bobby, because I don't want.
Sorry.
No, so I'm just saying before it gets to a point where something's said that could get the channel striked.
You don't want to offend the poor people
Sonic's
who
got no
hurt
strength.
feelings.
Right. I've got Tina in the background, and I've got Kimberly. Now, Kimberly, I'm presuming you weren't on at the beginning of the live stream. Before I let anybody onto the channel, I need to see that the person is a real person. So
I haven't seen her in the chat.
I won't put you on screen, but I need to see you at the moment while you're sitting in the back room of the chat here. I just need to see. You don't even have to put your face on. I just need to know that you're a human being. If you turn the camera on, and I'll ask you to, I don't know, wave with your left hand or tell me to, give me a 2-finger salute or whatever, and that will prove to me that you're an actual person wanting to come on and talk rather than be put on screen and then what on earth is that?
No, I'm getting cold water from the ice machine. Yeah. Cold water from the ice machine.
There goes the zip gun up.
Tina, do us a favour, just put your left hand on your head for us, please. Thank you very much.
Hi, Tina.
Very much.
Hey, Tina.
Hi, Tina.
All them weird noises going on there.
Sorry, I'm drinking water. Sorry.
Right.
Making water.
Drinking water.
You can see it's orange tonight, Dan. Can you see the colour?
I can see the colour, yes. Yes, it was worrying last week when I thought you were sitting there naked.
Oh, the colour. You're on about your top. I thought you were talking about Bobby's piss there for a second.
No.
Sunny D, you know.
I was going to keep that thing for me bank, Tina, but then I realised I had the top on.
Right. I've got a top on, yes.
I can see you, Jack. Give us a minute.
Yeah, Dan, that asshole with the Skype earlier on, that might be something to do with the slow internet today, or just somebody's running interference on you, mate.
It could, but I don't know what it is. I'm going to have to contact them and ask them what the fuck's going on. But obviously, I mean, I've been paying for the number for the last 5 months, 6 months or so.
Yeah.
And I've not had any issues, and now it's telling me. Even when I try phoning myself off my phone, it will allow me to do Skype to Skype, but it won't allow me to do phone to Skype. which is a win. So,
Who runs Skype? Is it Google?
MSN.
It's Microsoft.
Microsoft.
It's owned by Microsoft itself.
Because I know YouTube get Google to interfere with people and remove things, and they've even removed them off of Google before. I've known that.
Skype is Microsoft.
Nah,
that's why it's shit. Sorry, it is.
No,
I use Skype is owned by Microsoft. Microsoft Teams is owned by Microsoft. But a little trick they don't tell you is they record any private videos or conversations. So I use Zoom, and with Zoom you get a guarantee that not even the owners can see what you're saying or hear what you're saying or see any videos. It's all completely private, like WhatsApp.
Yeah, because WhatsApp have just done an upgrade, haven't they, to monitor things?
Yes, they have now. Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Have they really?
Yes, they have. I know.
I missed that one.
See, I do keep up on that sort of thing, even though I don't know what to do with it. I do keep up on it.
It's pressure from central government to be able to spy on you, basically.
Well, they've just set up another monitoring series team in our government, haven't they, to monitor the internet?
Yep. That's where all our policemen go when we can't want one, when we need one. Not that I'd ever ring them. They're about as much use as a chocolate fucking teapot.
I got visions of all the police now sat at desks in rows like the old secretaries used to with the typewriters.
I think that's what they'll do. I think that's what they're actually doing. You don't see them on the street, do you?
Well, they'll have us locked up, so that's the only way they can do anything to us.
But more and more services are giving up the public's right to have privacy. So online, you don't have an issue of privacy. That's why I've gone to Zoom, because I do a lot of personal meetings with clients, and I don't want anybody to see it. And they do give that guarantee currently. They don't even know where it goes to a server. They're not allowed to look at it themselves.
Yeah, it's like the missus. She works in an industry where it is very secure, and they've got to be dealing with people's finances, and she always uses Zoom.
Yeah, but if you look at places like OneDrive was supposed to be your secure server to put all your stuff. Well, they can get into that in a split. The government's opened that right up. They can take any of your data from OneDrive.
And they're the ones that collect the data.
Yes.
It's like this.
Sorry, one of the channels that I watch on YouTube, massive channel, absolutely fucking mahoosive channel. He's setting up a privacy app. Okay, no, it's not for chatting to other people, but it's a privacy app. Let me just see if I can find it, and I'll tell you what it's called. It was gonna GoFundMe, and I pledged towards it. Let's see if I can find the bloody thing.
It was like the census last time, wasn't it, Tina? They it was all sponsored by Lockheed Martin, who were actually funded by the CIA.
Yes.
They gave the British government all the computers and wanted them back afterwards.
Oh, yes.
Is that census thing that people had to fill out, and if they didn't, they could be prosecuted for it?
Yeah, they can't prosecute you for it, mate. As long as you give your name and address and age, they can't do a bloody thing.
It's a big document, Jack. It's got lots of pages.
What confused me the most about the census thing is the fact they were asking really, really, really personal questions. Things
Yeah, you don't have to answer them.
Yeah, like what's your sexual orientation, this and that. How much do you earn? What this and that.
They're not entitled to that info.
No, they're not. They're not.
I always tell people, Jack, when you get your census in, it's got your name and address. All you do is go to the back and sign it. That's it. Send it back.
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
They can't make.
Or just say yes when you ask those sorts of questions, Jack. To say
when
yes,
they
please.
say why didn't you complete it online, and say, well, you wouldn't accept it without answering them questions, and I'm not answering them questions.
I always ask for a paper one. It costs them money.
Or you, if it's questions you can fill in the answer like yourself instead of like a specific like a tick box. You just put NA, not applicable.
That's correct.
Yeah. I mean, I did it years ago on one when I was living in Bristol, and they actually knocked on the door and questioned my answers. Because it had on there how many vehicles at your disposal. Well, I put over 1,000. They questioned that. They said, "Well, you can't have." I said, "I do. The company I work for has got over 2,000 vehicles, and I'm entitled to use up to 1,000 of them."
There you go.
Right.
I mean, that's
Right.
wrong,
So just going back to what I was saying, I was just looking it up. I can't find the emails, but it's called For Privacy. There's a YouTube channel called Smarter Every Day. And there's a guy called Destin who
Write
he's
that
got,
down.
he's got a huge channel, millions I'm talking about, and he's working with people, and he's managed to get people from top places to come and work on this app with him. There's a privacy app, and basically you can store all of your personal details. You can store copies of your passport on there, of your birth certificate on there, all your finances stuff, your bank cards, or anything that you can think of. You can store it on this app. It's in beta at the moment while they're testing it, but I because I've put money towards the GoFundMe, I'll get a copy of that before the general public. But it genuinely sounds like a fucking brilliant idea, and it wouldn't surprise me if they move from that and then develop some kind of chat app, because that seems like a natural progression. If they've got that privacy, it seems like a natural progression for them to be able to move on to something like chat, a chat platform.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this iPhone thing that's been going on. How much data has been collected or lost there?
Yeah, well,
they're blaming hackers. I'm not convinced.
no, yeah. I mean, I wonder, like, which company's worse, Apple or Google?
Well, I've got two phones. That one stays connected to the internet. It doesn't leave the house. That one goes with me everywhere, and that's my personal one. And the only time that gets connected is for updates.
There's a question in the chat. There's a question in the chat from Baron Von Swoop. Is WhatsApp secure and private? No, it's not.
Wait, where's this? Wait, where's this?
Baron, it's in this messages in the chat app. It's not private. WhatsApp is not private. It used to be, but it's not any longer.
No,
right, let me just
far from it.
One thing that I hate about the app, where is it? If you scroll, that's it. It says at the top, which obviously it's not true. Messages and calls are end-to-end encrypted. No one outside of this chat, not even WhatsApp, can read or listen to them. Tap to learn more.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, they've changed it, so now they have to give information to certain groups if requested.
They're being forced by the government, Jack, to monitor every bit of data, every
That's literally what it says.
email, even your emails they can get access to.
Yeah, it does say that. It does say that. The thing is, it might not be what they might mean by that. Remember, it's all in the wording. What they might mean by that is that nobody's got access to read them at the time that you send them. But if they get stored on a server and a warrant is issued, then they can drag that.
They can get it. Yeah. See, that's how loopholes are created. they can use that loophole to their advantage, and they can cook people over.
How do you think the police get access to it?
Well, the police use terrorism. That's what they use. Is terrorism.
That's what they always use. They'll always regard, regarding Dan and everything like that when he was doing his. Did they arrest you in regards to terrorism, or was it something else?
No, they threatened me with it because they know if somebody gets threatened with terrorism, their arse is going to fall out, generally speaking. But now we know that that's their game. Most people just laugh at them nowadays.
Whatever.
Right. Do you remember that advice the police put out to their own people about the Terrorism Act? You cannot use it just to arrest somebody unless you have proven intelligence or actual proof that person
they're a terrorist.
is a terrorist.
Yeah.
And that was the police's own guidance.
I mean, just because you think of terrorism, oh my god, bombs and all this stuff, and it's to do with it, like the whole creating fear and stuff, right? Which is to do with terrorism, right? But you also think of it like this.
It's the intent.
Yeah, of course, it's the intent.
That's the word.
What was it? I was just going to mention something. It's the intent. But the thing is, terrorism isn't always about actually committing it, like for example, bombs and
No,
other
no,
stuff.
you don't. It's,
Reconnaissance, all that.
if you're causing fear or somebody to fear,
That's
then
terrorism.
that could be classed as terrorism.
Yeah. There's something I was going to mention as well about that. Which is just reminded me of.
Talking of that, Dan, did you
I think
know the law on the drones? It's
What law?
actually illegal, even for the police, to interfere with anybody while they're actually flying a drone.
Wow.
It's illegal.
It's interfering while you're piloting. It's very dangerous.
Yep.
Very dangerous. Yeah. So you could, in theory, just stand there and keep flying till your battery dies, and just let them get pissed off.
Yeah. They can't touch you.
Yeah, I've also seen it on a couple of videos where they've stopped people under Terrorism Act, Section 43. No, yeah, 43.
43, yeah.
And they walk away, they step back after they've done the search. No, we want your name and address. And the person responds, you're not entitled to that. I haven't committed a crime. You just said I'm not a terrorist. So as I've not committed a crime, I don't
Under
have to give
Section 43 of the Terrorism Act, you aren't legally obliged to give you details. I don't believe.
No,
I don't
no, they're
believe.
not. No,
It's basically equivalent to a stop and search, but for terrorism.
Yeah.
That is it.
If they're satisfied you or not, you don't have to give. It really winds the coppers up. They look so
Funny you say that, Tina, because I actually did see a video the other day of someone being stopped under Section 1 of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, but they also said that you have to give your name and address as well as date of birth, and if you don't, then they're going to arrest you for it. They did arrest them, but they got released without charge because, well, they ain't got nothing on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a way of getting your
the problem is so many people are scared to waste their not scared in some people are scared to get arrested because they think, oh, I'm going to get a criminal record, oh, the police are going to know my name, they're going to harass me afterwards, all the rest of it. Or people will go, oh, I'm going to be stuck in a cell for the next few hours. The thing is, right, when you're fighting for your rights, when your rights are important, when you're fighting for your rights, a few hours in a cell, knowing you've done nothing wrong, not only does that prove that you are willing to fight for your rights and the rights of your kids, but it's also going to be a nice little compo payout in your pocket afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Now, when I got arrested out in London, 24 and a half hours I was in the police station. Okay. And what did I do? I went to sleep. Yeah.
Best thing
I mean, to be honest, if I'd have sat up, my mental health would have kicked in and I'd have been fucking all over the place. But so I went to sleep. And that's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. If you get picked up, you go into a cell, lay down, chill out, relax. It's quiet. You know, I mean, you ain't got to worry about anything for an hour or three, and you just fucking chill out.
Well, they as soon as they say, "Oh well, we're going to arrest you," straight away they're using that to install fear or whoever.
Yeah,
they've got
of course.
Yeah.
It's like the other one they use, isn't it? No, you're not detained, but I'll arrest you if you leave.
I mean, think about it this way, right? I mean, they use it on us all the time, but do you know when they say, "Oh, public order offence," causing harassment, alarm, distress, and they say that all the time? Well, whenever they're doing what they're doing, most of the time they're causing harassment, alarm, distress. So therefore, they're causing a public order offence.
Yeah.
So really.
Yeah, it's true. But I mean, in my younger days, I used to test the theory because I was cocky back then. Still am. Got a mouth on me, so as everybody knows.
Yeah, but
it all falls in line with what Dan said on one of his videos. They're not a police force anymore. They're a military organisation.
They're a military force, yeah. But I used to go straight in front of the sergeant.
You could even say they're political in some aspects.
They are. Name, address.
In all aspects.
Yeah,
sorry,
they're the strong arm political wing. They're the enforcers of the political narrative.
Yeah.
And they've got military badges on, sergeant, officers, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, who do you think the TSG are in London?
Tactical
support group, which they're supposedly riot police, but they're a bit more.
No, they're not. No, they're not, Jack.
No,
Look it up, mate. Do your research. They're the bloody army.
Yeah.
Do you watch
I have literally seen videos of members of TSG actually when they're dealing with protests and stuff like that, even peaceful protests. And during them Extinction Rebellion protests they did, was it 2018? Was it or something or other? I can't remember what year it was, but they literally beat them to death with their asp batons, the ones that are metal and bloody hurt like a basket.
Yeah.
So you know, I know what you're on about because I've seen it. I've seen videos of it.
Baron, WhatsApp do advertise that it's private, and it is. It is in the fact that, you know, to other members of the public, it's private. Okay, so they may not look at your message, and again, it's all in the wording. It's terms and conditions and legislation. It's all done in legalese. It's all about the wording that they use. Now, I would suggest that their wording on WhatsApp states, without looking at it now, which I could do, but I can't be bothered, states something along the lines of your messages are private. Not even we can look at them. But what I would assume that means is not even we can look at them live. They all get saved to a database. Okay, if the police want to get access to that kind of stuff, they can go to WhatsApp and say, "This is the phone number. Can you find the messages that were sent from that number?" They'll be able to take them off of the server, and then the police will be able to go through them.
Just same as they can with regular taxis.
So it's the same as looking at number plates. You know, when they say, "Look, we can't," nobody can do anything with a number plate. Well, they can't.
I know if you ring somebody with a without number, the police could get that number, you know, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all these people thinking this big mighty hassling without numbers, you could get the number easily.
It's blurry, bloody hell! It's too blurry.
The only thing a member of the public can do is check out if the car's MOT'd or taxed.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Dan?
Yes, Tina.
Yeah.
I watched a program, I think it was Mayor Tusi, and he did a report on the militarisation of the British forces, police force.
Doesn't even work.
He made it quite clear that they're now buying more tactical gear to do with the armed forces. They're buying in big SWAT wagons, more military equipment for the officers to wear when they go out. So there is now a political move to make sure they have the same weapons and gear as any soldier would carry in a battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're spending.
You've got to realise, Tina, the police force are not trained as the army, so they shouldn't carry any sort of weapons that the army should be carrying, because the fuck with the police. Now they could kill anybody.
Well,
So it's they do, but they should be trained to carry certain types of weapons and use certain type of equipment.
Well, the thing is, obviously, you know, Dan's already gone through it over with the special constables. How they're getting access to be able to be trained to be used tasers and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, first things first, they don't get paid to even do what the job it is that they're doing anyway. Special constables are just unpaid piggies, effectively. They don't get paid a single thing for it. I think PCSOs they do, but they don't have a lot of powers that the police do. Like they can't. I don't think
the PCSOs can have the same powers as the police. It's up to the chief. It's entirely up to the chief constable. A chief constable of any force can turn around and give their PCSOs the power to carry tasers and train to use tasers or batons, CS gas. It's down to the chief constable of each individual force. Yeah, so they can be used to carry tasers and the rest of it.
It's like in America, all the different forces have different rules, and they're going that way here.
But they must show a designation card. If they stop you, you ask for the designation card, which shows what powers they have.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the thing is, most of them don't even provide that anyway when they have to.
Well,
if they don't provide ID, you can walk away, mate. They're not identifying themselves as a copper.
I heard of I think my dad told me the other day, it was like a news story or whatever, of someone that was getting pulled over by an unmarked police car, right? Now, they didn't feel safe to stop because they were pulling them over on a dual carriageway. And there was literally, probably about a few hundred meters away from the off-ramp to basically to get off the motorway. And they didn't feel safe stopping on the hard shoulder. Now, because they're in an unmarked vehicle, right, you don't know. That could be a fake copper. You know, you don't know. And I'm not actually sure if I read it somewhere, but I swear I remember either being told or reading that if an unmarked police vehicle or basically a vehicle that's unmarked without any sort of markings, so like if it says like Surrey Police, Metropolitan Police, there's nothing on the vehicle whatsoever and it's just completely plain, right? You don't have to stop. Or if you don't feel safe, you can stop in a lit up area, right? And if you there are people that have called 999 in the past
Yep.
on the police. So it is a police officer, but they've called 999 on the police.
Yeah, this is what I've been. This is what I advocate for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always say this because if you was driving, it was on dual carriageway, and a copper wanted you to pull over, even in an unmarked police car. If you used the excuse you didn't feel safe pulling over because you was on a dual carriageway, okay, to do with the traffic, for example, that wouldn't be accepted as an excuse because the police have got lights in their vehicle. They'll park behind you. The lights will alert people behind you. That will make you safe in their eyes. Okay, so if you're driving anywhere and hello Mickey Mouse, you're not blocked, no, and an unmarked vehicle tries to pull you over, what I say is keep driving, okay, to somewhere where where it's either well lit or there's people. But on your way to driving there, you phone 999. Okay, it's the only time you're allowed to use a phone when you're driving is if you're calling 999. Dial 999. Say to them, you'll get through to them straight away. Obviously, you say to them, right, I'm on such and such a road. I'm being followed by a vehicle with blue lights. It's unmarked. I don't know what they want. I'm not stopping for them until I get to a lit up area or somewhere where there are people. Okay. Now they will find out who it is that's following you. If it's a genuine copper, they will radio through to that car, and that car will then know what your intentions are, and it won't assume that you're just trying to drive off, and therefore it's not going to ram you. Is less likely to have several other police cars turn up, although they probably still will anyway because they love to get their pound of flesh. But as Holly's just put in the comments there, and this, something that got brought out after Sarah Everard, if you get stopped by a police constable, even if they're in uniform, you can ask them to prove it. Okay, if they can't prove it, fucking disappear, leave them.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a bad idea to keep the phone live to them until they've approached the car as well. So if they say, "Oh, we're on the phone," yeah, I'm on the phone to your force, mate, to verify who you are.
Well, there is that, but the only problem with that is once you put the phone down, they're not going to give you a chance to then turn your camera on.
Yeah,
yeah.
So I would say, I'm being followed. I don't know if it's a real copper or not. I'm not going to pull over until I get somewhere safe, or until I get outside a police station, or until I get somewhere where there's more lighting or lots of people around. They will contact the car behind. They will then, whilst you're on the phone to them, if it's a genuine copper, they'll say it is a genuine copper. You need to pull over. You say, I'm still not pulling over until I reach a destination. Give them a destination where you're going to. Don't make it 2 miles down the road. Try and make it as close as possible.
As soon as safely possible.
As long as you've told the copper or the old bill on the phone, that call is then recorded. Okay, so if anything happens thereafter, you've got that recording that you can rely on and say, hang on a minute, I wasn't trying to drive off, I wasn't making off, I wasn't failing to stop. There's my evidence. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you get off the phone to the police, you want to make sure that your window is never open all the way. You want to make sure that your doors are locked. You want to make sure that, in my opinion, I would take my keys out of the ignition and put them on the dashboard in the middle, somewhere where they can't reach them.
Yep.
Okay, and so they know you're not going to drive off.
Where they can clearly see them as well.
Yeah, point it out to them. Say, look, I've stopped. Keys are on the dashboard. I'm now filming you. What do you want? And they're going to say, get out of the car. You don't have to get out of the car. Okay, and the only time you get out of the car is if you are under arrest or if you're being searched. Other than that, you don't open the door to them. You don't get out the car. You certainly don't get in the back of their car.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That just makes it easier for them to do their job. So if they want to arrest you or whatever, it's like breathalyzing people or doing a drug swab, right? I've seen it many times on the police shows like police interceptors and traffic cops, where they'll tell you, can you join me at the side of the road or can you join me in my vehicle? And then what they'll do is they'll they'll say if you've been drinking tonight or whatever, then they'll make you do a breathalyzer test. But the thing is, you can do your breathalyzer test in your own vehicle. You haven't got to get out. As long as you comply with what they're asking you to do, in that
That's
sense,
right.
then you
Right.
can't be arrested for it.
If they find you to be drinking and you don't get out, then they're going to drag you out. If you find
Or they try.
Yeah.
They tried playing the whole way. I smell cannabis card. You know that old fucking chestnut.
Yeah.
which they can't use, which they're not allowed to use anymore. They're not allowed to use.
That's why they used to get you to open the passenger window as well, so air blows through.
Yeah. But they're not allowed to use that anymore as a reason to stop. So if they come over to you and say, "I've stopped you because as you've driven past, I've smelt cannabis," you go, "Okay, you smell it. How do you know it wasn't from another car that went past?" That is not enough for you to stop me.
It's not enough PC.
So let's start again, shall we? What else have you got?
Yeah.
But Dan, one time I had a bit of white powder in my car, and the copper took that. I never said nothing about it.
He must have liked it then.
Yeah.
When you said he took it, did he like take it?
I don't know what he done, but he took it.
Actually, I've got a something.
He didn't
good
snort
to-
it. It just like the way it smells.
could have been talcum powder. Could have been anything really.
You could really wind them up if you could get a perfume in the scent of cannabis, couldn't you?
Fucking bath salts.
Go on, search me, swab me, do what you want, mate. I just smell nice.
I've got something good to talk about. I mentioned it to Tina and I think it was Tina and DJ the other day. I think it was like 2 days ago. I can't remember when it was now. So it's regarding a referral that I had put in regarding my ADHD, and let's just say that I've been completely messed about. Obviously, all the information I've been given, even via a letter, I've gone through the whole process for the doctors and whatnot. I've had to kind of fill out a form, so it's more easier for me, my referral to be not accepted, but for it to be reviewed. Not quicker, but so that can get accepted, so it can be reviewed. And I've waited until a certain date. It says if you've not been contacted, wait until a certain date. I've done that. It was the 15th of August, so it's now 6 days?
Yeah.
Since, and they told me, obviously when I told Tina and DJ, they told me that I have to wait 2 years and 2 months to even hear something back regarding my referral. And I'm like, excuse me? I'm like, 2 years and 2 months. I don't have that long. And they said that's how long it is for the waiting list. Everyone else has to wait that long. I'm like, and I said, oh, why is that? And they said, oh, because as you know, we've not really had any patients over the 2 years. We've had to deal with COVID. And I said, oh, that excuse is it? Because that's all people use nowadays. And I don't ever push out my emotions. I don't ever get frustrated or agitated, especially with people. Like to keep them inside. But that was probably one of the first times in a very long time that I've got agitated at someone, at another individual. Especially the fact that I need my ADHD medication, right? Over the 2 years, so since 2019. So when I turned 18, obviously you would have had to pay for your prescriptions if you wasn't on any benefits or anything that any of the tick boxes that you would tick for your prescriptions, right? Obviously I was out of college because I have to care for my mum, but that wouldn't have been a tick box effectively, so I would have had to pay for it, and I felt as if I didn't need it anymore. And obviously over 2 years it's gotten worse, and I certainly feel a lot more stressed all the time and agitated and stuff like that. I can get angry pretty easily as well, and I've said to my parents I want to help kind of calm that down, but but I'm being told by the ADHD referral service that I have to wait 2 years and 2 months to hear back if it's been accepted. When I rang them up, they told me they even had no record of my name on the system. Like, no record. The referral was put in 2 months ago. How have you got no record?
Jack, Jack, I had to wait over 20 years for a diagnosis.
Oh no,
For
I was diagnosed at a young age, so I've had that diagnosis. I was on the medication during my teenage years, and I stopped my medication at 18. It was my decision. I stopped it because I didn't feel like I needed it anymore. I felt like I was better and whatnot, but over time it's gotten worse. So I want to get get myself referred again. And I was speaking to Tina about this as well. Because obviously the place that they were getting me to go to before, that was like a child one, but obviously as I'm an adult now, they would want me to go to an adult like an adult one, if and when I do get referred, and it's accepted. But I've already told Tina and that if it's a far away distance, they don't have to make me go. I can literally go to the doctors, and I can literally get my blood pressure taken there. I can get my height and weight taken there, and they can send that information off to the ADHD specialist. I don't have to go in, especially because of my anxiety and stuff like that. I don't like going far places.
The specialist can do a Zoom call with you.
Yeah, they can. Yeah.
They're just talking
Can you
about
go private, Jack? Can you go private? You
What do you mean, can I
would
go-
see it within weeks.
if he goes private, that's going to cost him about £300-400 to see a specialist.
I know.
Yeah.
No, he needs to use the. I would go back to your GP, tell them what you've been told, and you're getting frustrated because you're not well and you need your medication now.
Yeah.
Because doctors prescribe the medication.
So okay, like I told Tina and DJ when I spoke to them last, this was on the same day that it happened. Pretty much, I spoke to the receptionist. This was not long after the referral service. I spoke to the lady referral service because she could tell I was getting agitated. I don't think she liked how I was agitated, not necessarily towards her, but just towards the whole service. But I spoke to the doctors not long after that. Obviously, I couldn't get a telephone consultation because it was a bit too late. So I spoke to the receptionist, and she was she was nice, and she helped me in the best she could. And she basically told me that someone would ring me back, basically this week, about helping me out regarding this or find out some more information, because the referral service are being complete arseholes about what they're doing, making people wait long. And I said to them, so you think it's acceptable for people to wait 2 years and 2 months, right? And that's around about the same time, if not more time, that people would have to wait for social housing.
Yeah, it's not acceptable when you need that medication.
I do. It's not like I need it in 6 months' time. Like I need it ASAP.
Yes.
Guys, give me a sec. I'm just going to go make myself a brew. I'll be back. Don't talk about anything that will get my channel in trouble.
Not a
I'll
problem.
keep an eye on them.
So yeah. Oh,
On
what
the mic
was it?
again.
Oh, what else was it? So yeah, I spoke to them. She did all she could, and she helped me out, and she was a really nice lady on the phone. Not the one from the referral service. She was absolutely crap.
Well, I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I mean, with
Yeah.
all the health problems I've had this year, including 4 strokes, they actually want to do a health check on me.
Well,
I said, get on, I'll come in, do what you want. I said, but look at my records first.
the thing is, right? The thing is as I said, I don't like to be in confrontations. It's just how I am. It's just who I am, right? I'm one of them people that tends to keep your emotions inside rather than exhaling it out and venting it out, which is why I only speak to specific people that I trust when it comes to issues that I have. I don't always speak to my parents as well. Like literally, if it's something about my parents, I don't speak to them about it because it would just add more fuel to the fire than it will help. But I mean, we've all got issues in some way, shape, or form. Like we've all got issues with some sort of authority. That whenever you need something, they just can't be bothered to help, or they use excuses. Oh, because of COVID, we've not been able to see anyone. And then when you question about why it's 2 years and 2 months, and they tell you, oh, it's because that's how long the waiting list is, and I'm not like saying you're a bunch of arseholes, but obviously that wouldn't have been very nice.
You can put a complaint into the General Medical Council Because
Yeah.
to be honest, they are still getting paid to do their job.
That's
So
correct. Yeah.
it's not correct. If it's an urgent requirement, you should be referred by your GP.
Yeah.
If not, I'd go with basically up to the hospital or somebody to represent you and say, I want to see the specialist now.
Thing is, right? People. Okay, think of it like this, right? Any condition. I mean, especially with my mum, right? My mum has MS, so she is in. Let's just say that compared to most people that might have different disabilities or different conditions in some way that might affect them, maybe mental health, PTSD, COPD, whatever, right? Everyone is affected in different ways, so everyone feels different, feels differently to one another. So how I feel is different to how my mum feels, and when people say they understand how they feel, obviously people say it to kind of cheer people up, but realistically all you're doing is sympathizing with someone, unless, like, the thing is most of these people that are working in these places, like the referral service for ADHD and all this stuff, most of these people don't actually have a clue when it comes to what it is that they're supposed to be doing. In this case, the woman didn't even have a clue what she was talking about, and yet she's working for the ADHD referral service. So why are you working for something if you don't actually, if you aren't what you call an expert in the sector of work or the line of work that you are employed in? Like, that's like doing police related stuff, but you have no idea. That's like being a call handler but have no idea what you're doing or what the legislation is behind stuff. You get what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and the thing is this is where people are going wrong, because people say all the time to my mom or to me, I understand how you feel, this and that. No, you don't understand how we feel. You don't understand.
No.
But this is not acceptable. It's an abuse of their power, and they're abusing a patient who's requesting help because they're doing
Yeah.
now.
I don't want to like bring names in. I don't want to like embarrass anyone, but for example, Scott or Pap, right? Or sorry, Dan. Dan has had 3 strokes, right? So Dan has basically felt the wrath of what it is to lose feeling in certain parts of your body, right? My mom has had that, and obviously a MS has affected that in some way as well. Scott has been through a very tough time at the minute, especially with his mental health. Unfortunately, it's sad to hear about. Everyone goes through something in their life, and everyone has different issues. But unless you actually have physically gone through it in the past, or at all in your life, you can't say, I understand how you feel. I know what it's like to feel like it or whatever, because you don't. And it I guess you could say it annoys people when they say that, because I know they're trying to help cheer people up and make you feel a bit better, but if anything, it makes people more angry or more upset because.
Well, I actually walked out a couple of weeks back, Jack.
Yeah.
I went in, obviously, I had the 4 strokes in March and I started getting some headaches.
Right.
So my GP sent me straight to A&E, well, to a ward, actually. And they left me sat there for 4.5 hours, not even offered me a cup of water. And after 4.5 hours, come back and said, "Oh, you're badly dehydrated. You've got to go on a drip." And I gave them the middle finger and said, "Well, stuff you. You put me like that. I'm out of here."
What profession was that? Was that to do with
Talking
the NHS?
about
That was a
headaches,
consultant.
Roger. Talking
Well-
about headaches. I've been shot in the head, and I get headaches now and then. When I went to the doctor, he goes, "Oh, the headache's caused by your head trauma." I said, "No fucking Sherlock."
Yeah,
All he gives me.
Well,
all he
it's
gives
probably
me.
about 8-10 years ago. I actually spent about 8 weeks in hospital with a blood clot on the brain as well.
Uh,
Wow. Don't do that well, Roger.
Yeah,
Well,
and that's
technically,
why I was
Roger,
worried, obviously, with the strokes. Is it another blood clot that's causing them?
Yeah.
well, technically, Roger, I wasn't actually shot. The bullet just skinned me top of my head. I could show a send pattern a picture, and all he get out of him. I've got headaches. All he get out of him. Oh, it's the brain the trauma. Nothing. Gives me paracetamol or some tramadol. That's
Yeah, but
it.
the thing is,
You know that?
that was it. Yeah, carry on.
So, like I said to the censor, well, it could be anything. Could be, like I said, a brain tumor or brain cancer, whatever. No, it's just that.
Yeah, well, with me, see, I have to watch my blood pressure. That's why I've calmed down a bit when I do reports, because I get that irate that I can actually feel it, you know?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's
something.
like a yeah. I've had it before as well. I've had migraines. Well, it's not necessarily a migraine, but I've had migraines and something like that in the past where the blood's rushing to your head and you go cold and you're all over the place. You're not even drunk. You're all over the place and you feel like you're gonna pass out, but you
Yeah, well,
don't.
the other one I got is I've got arthritis in my neck and it's spreading
Yeah.
down my spine and that as well. So I don't know which one is causing the pains, you know?
That's what investigations are for, but they don't want to do it, do they?
No.
Hello,
Dan,
Kaz.
you've got
He's
my
back.
Facebook page, haven't you? I think it's one of the pictures. You can see the scar on my head. It goes from left to right.
Right, I'll have a look.
Oh yeah, that would go on. Carry on, Dan.
No delivery tonight, Kaz. Not tonight. I was going to say something then, guys. I can't remember. Oh yes. I get a migraine. I get a migraine every time somebody lies to me.
Really?
It's a strange, peculiar thing. Even when even when there's, they haven't tripped up and made me aware that they're lying. I tend to get a headache when people lie to me.
Okay, so Crinkle, Joe
Watch the
Public.
eyes
There's a
down
medical-
and to the left.
There's a medical term for that, Dan. You've got an inbuilt bullshit detector.
DJ Sonic's got that. He's got the bullshit detector on his OBS. So yeah.
I need to watch the OBS first, though. Back.
But yeah, there was one thing also I was going to mention regarding that as well. In
Why you
regards
lied to
to
you, Dan?
in regards to the
Sorry,
Who's lied to you?
I'm not mentioning names on a live stream, but it's somebody who was coming into the live streams, but now isn't.
it could
There's
be
been plenty of them.
Yeah. There was
That
something
narrows
as
it
well
down.
that I did mention to Tina, which I believe is true as well. So because ADHD medication, the medication I was given when I was younger, because obviously that is like something to do with, I don't know if it's specialist medication, but it's basically medication that is given the go ahead by the ADHD specialists. If I remember correctly, if the doctors try and prescribe you the ADHD medication without the go ahead or the say so of the specialist, then they can actually lose their pharmaceutical license and also their license as a doctor surgery.
Well, I know doctors that do prescribe it, Jack, and they've not lost their license. I think
No. I think they threaten them and say that. I think that's what it is.
came to the specialist wanting to control the narrative regarding ADHD.
Yeah.
So
Joe Black, technically I wasn't shot, just the bullet ricocheted off my head. So get your facts right.
What's that? What have we missed?
I don't even
I
know.
was telling Roger I got the bullet ricocheted off my head.
Right.
And I got headaches.
What's Jack said?
Jack's Jack Black, is it?
Joe Black, I mean.
Joe Black, sorry.
Don't get offended so easy, Bobby.
Yeah,
Just chill, mate. It's just words on the screen.
I know, but Tina, and I don't want to go into details. I've got a thing as well. I think I told Dan. I get hyper. It's good.
Sometimes you just need to learn. Sometimes you need to de-escalate situations and just learn to leave it, because you can make a man out of a molehill.
We all got to follow Dan's example. He's got a bullshit detector built in, so let's just use
exactly. Yeah, what we do is if you just talk shit to Dan and then
watch my head explode.
Yeah.
if you start getting into he said, she said, especially in a chat program, program, it'll be war.
It'll just be like Joe Public or Peter guy that came on that time all over again.
Well, it was a few weeks, wasn't it, Jack, when we did the members only one. That was
That's right. I bloody love that. I bloody love
That
the
was a
members
decent
only
one.
live stream.
We need
I've
to
got
get
to say, sorry, Tina. I didn't mean anything when I said you're an old lady. You're still a sexy woman, I think, anyway. And I still
Jesus.
will.
you wrote
Uh,
the word old lady. Thank you, Bobby.
Well,
you did write the word old lady. I remember that.
I know.
Not an old
But
lady.
the thing is, right? When something's typed, you can't hear the tone, you can't
you
see
can't.
the expression
Yeah.
they're using, you can't see their body language. So it's very
Misinterpretation.
You can't tell what the intent is.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can misinterpret you can misinterpret the delivery of that message, which is why I hate text messages.
It's like if one of you turned around and said something to me, and I went, "Oh, fuck off," with a
Yeah.
smile on
But
my
I was-
face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You'd know I'm fucking having you on. Do you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
He
if
was
you
just
didn't
having a
say
go,
that-
Tina, in the chat. I thought, I wanted to say something about show respect.
Bobby, you can tell by
Bobby.
my voice it was a joke, okay? I pissed myself when you put it up. This is what you've got to remember about words. If I was offended, I'd have told you.
All right.
Got it?
Like,
the next
put it
the
this
next
way, Tina. Yeah, I still will.
right next one. He
He
said he
would
still
what?
would. He'd
Oh,
give you
God,
one, I think.
another one. Pack that in. I don't like that kind of thought.
Um, next members only live chat will be on the 4th. It's the first Sunday of each month, so it'll be on the 4th of September. I will just for those of you who are watching, by the way, I've got that what we'll be giving away on that live stream to a member a Wi-Fi not Wi-Fi a wireless microphone, lapel mic with receiver that goes in your phone. And then the following week, the following public live stream, we'll be giving away another one. So we'll give everyone will have a chance. And when I say everyone will have a chance, I've got one of each. I've got one iPhone connector and one with a USB-C. The members only live chat, whoever wins will get to pick one or the other, and the other one will be for the following week in the live chat. But I will
I've
get some.
already got one of them done.
Well, I won't bother entering on that one because I've already won once.
What is
Well,
going
I
to be
mean-
interesting to see is how you're actually gonna because obviously in the members only live stream you basically did a video where everyone would make one comment and then people put one comment and then you would pick a number a specific number out of the amount of comments that there were. Obviously that's going to be a little bit different with the public one if you're doing a giveaway.
It's not on the public one, Jack.
It'll be the same.
As members only.
Well, no, but I'll be doing a public one the following week. But it'll be exactly the same. I'll see how many comments there are. I'll go through, make sure there's no duplicates. In fact, one of the programs I can use, I think I can use it to do it as do not pick duplicates, as in the duplicate names. So there is a way around of doing it. All I need to do is see how many comments have been made. Type into a program on Google, maximum number, and then pick a random number between 0
random number picker
and that top number, and it'll pick one. I'll just count through to I get to that. But it will do for now. It's not the best way of dealing with it, but it will do for the time being.
It's a decent way, though. It's a decent way.
It's a fair way of doing it, isn't it?
I know there used to be. I remembered when Dan mentioned it. There used to be. I don't know if it's still possible or not, but there used to be a way where you could input a video from a YouTube channel, and you could actually get the amount of comments on there, and then you could basically pick a comment from
there
from
is.
a website.
That's what Dan used to do.
I can do that on a public one, but on the private. On a private members only stream, I can't do that because the video, the program needs access to the video, and obviously the program doesn't have membership status to access the video. To the comments.
This is so much better with the video because I did a bingo game around the world on a ham radio program. Now, that was fun. All right, members.
Yeah.
We had Americans, Japanese, everybody around the world joined in for a Christmas bingo game. That was so good. That was so much fun because you couldn't see each other. had winners, but the top winners had to split. We put it £50 first prize, £30 second prize, £15 for the last prize. But it was so funny to do. We call it the number, and everybody said, "Oh no, I missed that one. Go back on that number." You just twist. But this is great when it's done by video. I don't want to be part of that either, Dan. I mean, I've got enough technology stuff here. Don't need any more.
I do have to say, I will be honest. Since you've introduced this new system of less people on the panel, right? Instead of like 9 people on the panel at any one time, it's a lot more easier for everyone to talk, and like a lot more conversation can be given rather than like 9 people trying to talk over each other.
Well, that's what I said in the chat right at the beginning. Let's have fun tonight. No arguments.
Yeah, of course. And it's good because we all get to say whatever we want to say.
It's all right.
I was just reading Scott's message. He put Jake instead of Jack. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't get insulted by someone spelling my name wrong. It's fine.
You want to hear some of the things I get called, mate?
Well, what you get called? Go on. Share it with the class.
Not a chance.
Okay.
You could do Pat Bingo. Do you do anything at Christmas time, Stan, like a quiz or something with prizes or something like that?
No.
Yeah, we could have a fancy dress. That could be interesting for those that don't get on the panel.
Listen, at the end of the day, we might get to a situation because what we've got to think of as well is that the money that the channel makes is pretty piss poor, to be honest. I get a lot of help from the channel members, which is great, but even that at the moment is it literally just about covers my internet fee.
Especially with them demonetizing half your videos.
Well, to be honest, recently they've monetized quite a lot more. So I've seen a few extra, shekels, but nothing to a point where I can do a giveaway sort of more regularly than I do, for example. So it's a bit of a pain in the arse. But as time goes on, as the channel grows, I'm sure we'll get to a situation where we can do, more things like that. But Christmas time, I've not got anything planned for like a Christmas thing. Just get a bottle of brandy on live stream. That's about it.
Yeah, you got a bottle of brandy and you like to polish your Henry Hoover.
Yeah, we've seen the results of that before, and it was nothing to do with bloody Christmas.
Who's the one that has the picture? I think it's Lucifer. He's got the picture of Dan with
spirituality, quite possibly. If you want to email me, policeabusingpals@gmail.com. If you email me, I will do some digging tomorrow and see if I can pick one out for you and email you the details.
Dan, see if you get one of the Spanish to put a link in there for you.
Don't know whether you've seen the video, but going back to this taser thing with the police, have you seen that one that was put up today in America?
No.
The lad that he was suspected of stealing a motorbike. He was in the garage over there filling up. That 4 coppers jumped on him, knocked the bike over, knocking fuel everywhere. One twat fired his taser off at him, and it set all of them alight.
Really?
The guy was running around the car park on fire. The coppers were rolling on the floor on fire.
If you got a link to it, send us a link.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it tomorrow and send you the link.
No way.
I think the guy survived, didn't he, Roger? But he had quite a lot amount of burns.
Yeah.
But the police officer was put on suspension for that because they're trained not to set it off in a bloody gas station.
The thing that annoyed a lot of them was the fact that they stood there on their radios, radioing in rather than trying to put anybody out.
Yeah, because they all carry fire extinguishers in their cars.
Yeah.
So perhaps they liked a little bit of criminal. So,
yeah. Hot fuzz.
Very hot. I'd have been there with a sausage on a fork.
I tell you what.
I actually had that with a copper during lockdown up in town. I was
Well,
giving him
smoke-
some grief. He said, "You're the sort of person that wouldn't piss on me if I was burning." I said, "I would if I could piss petrol."
Yeah.
Aye,
There you go.
crispy bacon.
What?
Right, guys, I've got Per Snipe using their pals sitting in the back here, and I want to bring him on, but I don't want to. Again, I want to try and keep the panel to, without overdoing it with too many people. So can somebody opt out
Want me to go?
for a little while? I'm
I'll go.
going to leave it.
Do
I'll
you
leave
want to
it to
stay,
you.
Tina? Have a go if you want.
You don't have to, Bobby. I'll go. Let's put. Who wants me to go? I'll go if you wish.
Bye. I didn't mean that nastily, Tina.
Oh, you bastards!
Oh.
That's not go.
What a horrible
get
man you
taken
are,
with
Roger.
I'm never nasty to anybody.
you are
me that's
evil.
not in uniform.
Hello, mate. How you doing over there on the Emerald Isle?
I'm doing well. Noah's Army out there in big style there last week out in Belfast. They did really, really well.
Yeah.
News out today in the Belfast Telegraph newspaper here. It's a strange one, so it is. It's left me actually bewildered, and a lot of people bewildered. All part of Noah's Army, and it's just turned out to be. Well, in my own opinion, down to police making up lies and get media involved and trying to twist things around here again.
That's what they always
Yeah,
do.
that was a nice turnout for the Noah one as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, that's what he's talking about. The Noah one.
That was a really good turnout for that.
I believe personally, you see now that a lot of people have seen the amount of people that come out. I do believe the next one will be a lot more bigger, a lot larger.
Yeah.
It's picking up momentum, isn't it?
And it's about time people did. I'm not being funny, but when something happens to somebody of and to be fair, it should happen when anybody is in this situation. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, what religion or colour you are. It doesn't make a difference. But what we see is so many people. We see the minority groups are a stronger knit community, okay, than the rest of us, and that to me is really sad, because we should be just as passionate about things that happen to other people as they are about stuff that happens to people from their community. I'd go out if there was if God forbid a minority child died, I would go and protest that as well as I would for a white child, as well as I would for a gay person, as well as I would for anybody. It makes no difference. This is the problem. We're not sticking together. We're not coming together. We're not saying, hang on a minute, this is wrong. What's happening is people are saying, oh, that's a minority group. It's got nothing to do with us, and that's wrong. We are all human beings at the end of the day. We all bleed the same colour. Yeah, we all breathe the same air at the end of the day, and we need to be sticking up for each other. But that also goes for when a white child gets killed. Black Lives Matter shouldn't ignore it, for example.
That's why they've split all these groups up, because they know they can't fight against anything.
Yeah, groups are too small. Don't want to work together.
Yeah,
until
everybody stands up together, nothing will change.
There's now, apart from white straight men, there's no group big enough to take on the establishment, and that's
we're a cancelled minority now, aren't we?
They're trying to break us down even further. They'll come up with new groups. They'll come up with new things.
Yeah.
Sorry, Paul. Do you want to say something, Paul?
You look at France, the way France goes out. If France goes out in the strike, they all go out in the strike for their police out there for what I believe it's all in the same union. When they call strike out there as a strike, whenever I drove over there as a lorry driver, on a Sunday, you're not allowed to drive down the road unless you have perishable goods on, like food there. Right. You see what happened there on Saturday. That road was not meant to get blocked. There was over 7,000 people there. I reckon there was a lot more. But Fiona stood up there in front of everybody and that woman was amazed at the turnout.
Yeah.
Now, my own personal views, Sinn Féin here is trying to jump on board things in the public eye. There's a lawyer they're using, and they could have got a lot of answers within these 2 years, and they're not moving. Now, it's always just proven to me, as what I've been saying, from courts, from police, from barristers, from solicitors, a whole lot. Sorry, why are you balling your arse? Because the deal's already done.
Yeah.
And they're doing their best not to give less lady answers. And no parent deserves that. No
No, of
parent.
course not. Well, that's what I said in the report last week. You know, that nobody should. I mean, first of all, nobody should lose a child, but secondly, nobody should be left to live the rest of their life with so many unknowns about the loss of their child. You know, that person's constantly going to be dreaming about what could have happened without knowing for sure. And even if it's something terrible, okay, even if it's too terrible for the general members of the public to know about, the parents need to know. Simple as that.
Yeah.
And they deserve to know.
Yeah, of course.
You see, someone that's really pissing me off here at the minute at home is too many bigots on both sides as well. Now, I was born a Protestant. I don't care about religion. I will state that clear. I don't give a monkey's about a Protestant Catholic out there. I am who I am. I've got people mouthing back at me, you're a turncoat, you're this, you're that. I don't care. I'm me. I am who I am.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've been around the world. I've traveled in other countries, been a lorry driver and whatnot. I show respect to people no matter where I go. But they're too quick to jump on the things. The Protestant community here is just closing up what I see. They don't want to talk about it. No. Because in our police service here, it is about 80% Protestant.
Yeah.
I know I shouldn't be talking about anybody else. I don't like talking paramilitary stuff. But whenever it's 80% Protestant, throughout the family circles of people, you get policing. And I've been in people's houses here. They're retired policemen and whatnot. And there's a placard up on the wall of known paramilitary. I'm not going to say the name.
Yeah.
I'm also looking at a sash. And while a police constable is meant to be under whatever they're meant to be under, they're not supposed to be in any other organization. So where the hell are they in the previous?
Yeah, again, this is, I see this the same, and I don't fully understand, to be honest. To me, it's like a political issue. The whole religion thing, to me, is like a political thing. I don't like to get involved in it, and I don't understand. I'm quite ignorant to it. Okay, so I'll put my hands up. I'm quite ignorant to all that stuff. I've never had to look into it, so I don't understand it all. But to me, it's exactly the same as every other division in society, okay, that gets people fighting against each other, keeping them busy. That Chinese whispers, that person said you're a wanker because you're XYZ. Right, big uproar. They start fighting against them. They start fighting against them. The person who started all sit there going lovely jubbly. Now I can go and pillage and plunder and do what the fuck I want, and nobody's paying attention to me. And this is what the government do.
Yeah. You can see over the past 2 or 3 years, they've done it time and time again, breaking them up into smaller and smaller fractions.
Yeah. Well, all I see here is the police is keep egging that on and on and on as well to keep the religion going. So it's keeping them the job as well.
That's why they started taking the knee and letting certain processors get away with things and that over here, because they knew it would cause conflicts between the two groups.
Yeah. No, it's There's riots there last year. I kicked off over here. I can't remember what I kicked off over. But Prince Philip passed away, and next one more or less after one more night's riot, maybe 2 nights riot, all ended on both sides. Just decided to make riot, and I just ended the got there as quick as I'm. It's all weird, but the police had to get control of that and get that done quick because there wasn't enough police in Northern Ireland to control that. Whenever the riot came out from both sides. It's all strange. But anyway, I'm going to change that subject. I heard you earlier on talking about getting pulled over for breathalyzers and this and that. Do you understand about the calibration?
Sorry?
The calibration certificates. Have you ever pulled over for speeding on the breathalyzer?
Yes, yeah. All their devices have to be regularly tested with calibration certificates issued. Yeah.
I think the car speedos have to be calibrated before they go out on duty, don't they?
And breathalyzer, signed on a certificate by their duty sergeant that morning before they come out and shift. But over here, their radars and breathalyzers are all sent away to a private company. And that's why they go, and this is a calibration on this little sticker at the side. I'm sorry, people should draw out a wee square bit of paper, draw a wee matchstick man, a few square lines and go, there's my license.
Yeah.
Well, I used to work at British Leyland years ago, building the SD1 Rovers. And you could always tell the police ones coming down the line because they had the extra speedo in the middle of the dash. The amount of them that went through with nuts and bolts in the bulkhead, sandwiches glued under the carpets. They were a mess before they even got off the production line, believe me.
No, even the breathalyzer, if you're pulled over and they go, at the moment I'm going to ask you to go into this, you do not refuse there. You go, not a problem. But the minute they go, can you blow into this? You go, I'm sorry, I can't. And they'll hit you with one. Are you refusing? No, I'm not. They'll try again. I'm sorry, I can't. Why? Because you haven't shown me the certificate of the calibration that's stating that when you come on duty, that was calibrated. And it's the same thing for the radar gun.
Yeah, and what they used to have, the what was it, lion intoximeter.
Yeah, but again, this is all good, and people can do that. The problem is, we know what's going to happen. Now, for some people, like yourself, Paul, and like myself, and maybe some of the others watching, if the police lift us and take us back to the station, we know it's going to be a nil blow on the intoximeter, whatever it's called. But people are like, oh yeah, but I'm wasting time. But what you're actually doing is you're teaching them that they can't just go round abusing this law to pick people up. Yes, we want people that have been drinking off of the road, but to use that simply to teach somebody a lesson or to arrest somebody simply because they might be, in your eyes being a bit awkward, they need to be dealt with. So while you're, they're taking you back to the police station to breathe on the intoximeter, you breathe on that, it shows a 0, and you go, well, I wasn't showing any signs of being pissed at the side of the road, was I? Do you know what I mean?
We used to have a brilliant way of confusion, and many years ago when we were on the motorbikes, when they had the old bags with the crystals in. They used to explain, if it goes above the line, pink, green above the line, this, that, and the other. All you done was chewed a piece of garlic. It used to turn the crystals pink. Used to really screw their heads up.
Oh.
Yeah, I did get done twice for it in my young days, but.
Lucifer, you said you worked for British Leyland.
I used to, yeah.
I tell you what, I actually gave to my son Darrell there. I have a 1978 TR7, and it's a Targa roof.
Yeah.
It's a Targa style roof.
Well,
So one off.
I started at MG's, and when they shut that down, I moved up to Cowley on the Rovers and the Ambassadors.
Yeah.
I used to have an I used to have an Austin A35 4-door saloon.
You get you.
I bang a race some of them. They don't hold up to much.
No, that's
Dan,
what I
I
used
have to
to
send you the picture on Discord.
Right, okay.
Listen,
Can
I'm
you see
not
that?
going to stay on for long. I'll let somebody else on there. I was only wanting to come in there. Dan, I'm going to be pissing off for I hang up for work early in the morning again.
What could you see on me forehead?
Fuck.
Hold on a sec.
I just thought I had some pictures of some of my cars in the drawer, but I haven't.
I'll send you in some pictures, Louis Car. I'll send you a couple of pictures here in the minute down here. The car whenever come off here. I'll send them in through WhatsApp to you. But anyway, folks, I'm going to piss on off here anyway and let you all be. Let somebody else on there. Ladder. Everybody else, all you guys talk.
Nice being to you again, mate. Keep up the good work.
Oh, I'm not going to stop until I achieve these guys lose their firearms and get them reformed.
I don't always make a comment on your videos, mate, but believe me, I'm always in there and I do always click the thumbs up.
I've seen that. I've seen a wee comment.
Yeah,
Hold on,
I have once or twice.
I'm just reading something. I'm just reading something that's been handed to me here. A wee second. I'll get back to you one wee second.
That's all right. I'm doing the same thing.
You just in.
I'll be back with you.
Yeah, Don. Just something I want to say here. You see, someone just wondering about what you should have had it. Whenever Noah tops weren't GAA tops, would Protestants wear them? Because I know I would.
I couldn't. I don't know. All I know is that
it's just over here. So sorry for bringing that up there. It's just the GAA, as I say, is associated with Irish and Catholics and whatnot. Sorry for bringing that there up, man. It's just something I say something I thought about during the week. Now there's maybe that's why there's not a lot of Protestants because of it as a GAA. But I respect this. The way I look at Noah's, he was a child. He was a child, and he's a murdered child.
No, you're right. It shouldn't matter. As I said earlier, it shouldn't matter where you're from. A child has died. Everybody should be outraged by that, no matter where the fuck you're from or what you believe in or what what you follow. Any of that stuff should be irrelevant.
Yeah. Mom. There's so much I could go on to. Well, as you've seen things I've said there, I only wish we had all this type of network stuff way back whenever I was a kid. And then another family of a 12-year-old kid murdered by a police sergeant. Here, what I got. Now there, I actually pulled that up on a story. And I was actually a Protestant came back, more or less going on at me, blah, 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 blah. They were going on as if it was a Catholic child that was murdered by the police. I went, no, that's where you're wrong. That young lad was actually a Protestant. I've had so many people back in their boxes lately. It's unreal. Sure.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because you see this country here. It's beautiful and the people in it's unique. Get them standing side by side each other. To me, last Saturday, and there was Protestants and Catholics there and mixed race people there.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. As I say, and this is what it should be like in all these cases. It shouldn't be left. You know, if somebody is murdered or somebody is killed unlawfully, everybody should be outraged by that, not just, you know, the people from that person's community or that people from that person's religion. It should make no fucking difference. And
No.
that's the problem. People do take their sides, even when it's a situation where sides shouldn't even come into it.
That's a shame.
And that's the problem with today's society.
That's the bit that gets me is. Sorry, mate. I was just going to say, but the bit that gets me is when you say if it's like a Catholic kid or a Protestant kid. At the end of the day, they're just a kid. You know,
Yeah.
the kid never chose if they were going to be Protestant or Catholic or anything like that. That's forced
It
upon them.
shouldn't matter, Sonic. A kid shouldn't get
I
killed.
know, but
Any kid.
At the end of the day, it's indoctrination is the point of getting it. It's not a Protestant kid or a Catholic kid or anything. They've been indoctrinated. That's forced upon them. So that's not right.
I know.
At the end of the day, they're a child, an innocent child.
Well, I was brought up as a Catholic, obviously having an Irish mother, and I had to go to a Catholic school. And, you know, they do this confirmation thing. And you have to take confession before you do it. So I went in and confessed to lying because I said it's been a week since my last confession. I'd never been in the bloody thing in my life before.
I've been talking to a lot of people here, and I've been talking to a lot of people on the Catholic side. And you see, if Noah O'Donnell was a Protestant child, and even wearing a Rangers top, the amount of Catholic people that would be out supporting would be unreal. And they wouldn't rest because they're looking upon it. It's a child.
Yeah.
It's a
As
child.
soon as I realised what religion I was, I decided there and then the only time I'll go to church is for a wedding and a funeral.
Well, I was on one there yesterday, unfortunately, for a funeral. But anyway, listen, folks, I'll jump on off here and let you be. Each and every one of you in my heart.
Just before you dive off, Tiffany's saying in the side chat, she wants me to say to you that she says hi.
Tiffany, what can I say? Let's blush. Splash. Come on, surfing.
Mops and buckets are ready.
Paul, before you go, Paul, how's Carol?
She's doing good. She's doing good. And that's basically all I'm allowed to say at the moment.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I just wanted to ask if she's okay or not. That's all. Because obviously,
She sends regards to you.
I'm not going to go into detail on here, but I just wanted to make sure she's all right. That's all.
100%, sir. Thank you, by the way. Danny, thank you for the no story at the very start of the week on behalf from myself personally. And I know for a fact for you want to know all of Noah's Army and more or less people that has only seen it. And a personal thank you for absolutely everything. But also tonight for allowing me on here. Thank you.
More than welcome. More than welcome. Nice to see you.
I was going to ask, sorry, mate. I was going to ask, did you have a channel member or something like that? So he could give you donations or.
Bobby, if you look into the chat, Holly put a link up to his channel.
I've got it.
We're on Facebook more. We're on Facebook more. Darryl has the wee YouTube channel linked up there. But if you ever need to get to me in touch personally, I'll gladly give down my phone number, not a problem.
I just thought like you could need some financial help or whatever you need to do. I wouldn't mind something like being a channel member or a patron, whatever.
Yeah, the only thing
what I actually want to do is launch a petition to remove Simon Byrne as Chief Constable here and send him packing back across the water to England because the Tasers are not
we don't fucking want him. We don't want him either.
Well, send him somewhere bloody else. There's no point in sending him down.
Channel because
There's no point in sending them down the road to the Gardaí Corner. They've already kicked the other ex-chief constable down here. You guys, I'm learning more and more things here as I go along. That are about all the police forces. I'm not 100% sure, but including G4S is all meant to be owned by a company over in New York. Not 100% sure. There's a lot of things.
I think G4 used to be owned by a French company.
I mean, if you look into it, all the police forces, including the one across the border there, the Gardaí Corner, is all run by the same companies. Private companies. That's scary. It's marvelous day to do start looking into it.
Dennis Carr just put in the chat, G4S are from Sweden.
That's the way it was. Amazing way whenever you try and get through to make a complaint about G4S, you're all over the place and you never get the right department because there's that many different of it.
Yeah, past the
anyway, folks, I wish you a really good night. Thank you very, very much. And Danny, wee woman says,
speak to you.
No worries. You look after yourself.
Always nice to speak to you, Paul.
And yourselves, thank you very much.
Take it easy, mate.
Thank you. If I realise how to end this here now, I'll be doing well. Danny, put me off.
See you later. Right.
Nice guy.
He is. We've got a Joe Black who's been sitting in the background. Apologies, Joe Black, for the wait. Can you do me a favour? Can you pop your camera on just so I can see you? I won't put you on screen. But I just need you to pop your camera on, and I'll ask you to do something just to prove that you are a live person and not somebody waiting to come on and record with a recording to stitch me channel over.
You are not a bot.
Are you off, Louise? Wonder what the smell was. Ha 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 ha. No. Joe. No.
Maybe he is a bot.
No. Okay. As I said earlier at the beginning of the live stream, and I've said on every live stream that I've done for quite a while now, if you want to come onto the panel, I need to see that you're a real life boy. You're a Pinocchio.
Okay.
You're a real life boy or girl. In, out, you're in between. It makes no difference.
You won't have to prove it either.
Prove it. If you're in, out, you're in between. I just need to know that you are a real live person waiting to come on. I won't put you onto the chat until you turn your camera back off. But I need to do it to protect the channel from people who want to cause damage to the channel. You're saying good night to our Irish friend. Okay, my apologies. So, anybody else out there that wants to come onto the panel? Link is pinned.
There must be somebody.
I know you've see Paul, Joe. I can see you've got a screen share going on, but again, I can't risk letting people on without seeing them first, without knowing that they're not about to try and stitch me up. So I do apologise, but it's a rule, and I have to stick by that, I'm afraid.
I don't understand why people do that. You know, sex porn, whatever.
To get channel shut down.
Sex bomb.
Too many assholes out there.
Sex bomb.
It's just to get people's channel shut down. You know, somebody. If I upset somebody, which I'm sure I upset quite a few people. In fact, I know I upset quite a few people. People will, they're not man enough just to go, fuck it. He's beat me on that one, or his wit and prowess has defeated me, and now I must run along with tail between my legs. Instead of just doing that, they want to come back and try and fuck you over. It's like, for example, I went on to that night that Crinkle gore bombed me. I finished this live stream and I was told he was on a live stream, so I went over there. I went onto his live stream, so I came onto his panel, and he was being a dick. Yeah, okay, people can call me a dick for what happened to him. You know, people were giving me donations and they was asking me to kick him off the stream. Now, I'm not being funny, but I'm not going to go, no, fuck off, thanks for the money. Do you know what I mean? The community had spoken, and therefore I did.
It was the most money the channel ever made in an evening.
That was a great night. Cheers, Crinkle.
And that all paid for the night out, for my birthday night out, which was fucking brilliant. But the point is, when I went over to his channel and he done the same to me, mugging me off, I didn't start fucking crying bitch about it. I sat there and waited. You know, he kicks me off the channel. He was going, oh, somebody's paid me some money to kick you off, and he booted me. And he'd done it 3 or 4 times. I just sat there in the background, and then eventually I just said to myself, do you know what? Fuck it. So he let me back on one last time, and I said to him, listen, I said, you ain't going to fucking listen to anything I've got to say, so I'm done with you. See you later. And I left, and I've not been back over to his channel since. And that's what people need to do. People need to get over it.
Well, he come up on some lives that I go on over the other side of the pond. I'm quite often on the American lives over there. And he's come up on them, and I've just said, look, sorry, if he's on here, I'm gone.
I was sitting watching it.
And they asked me why, and I'll email them or message them privately and tell them that the guy's a dick. You know, I don't know why you have him on.
And I was sitting watching that night, Dan. Like, you were on his channel and he was saying, like,
So was I, sorry.
to boot you off, and nobody fucking paid him anything. So he's talking absolute shit. He's only doing that shit as an excuse because like obviously we all done it to him. So
yeah, but again, I knew that he was doing it on purpose, but it didn't make me go, oh, I've got to go and destroy his channel. He destroyed his own channel. He's been kicked off of YouTube.
He's just
like I said to Manager last night, Dan, your channel's one of the best channels on YouTube. I'm not just kissing your ass because you're on. That's what I feel. And dickheads like him and other people ruining not only for you, but there's a lot of people on your channel that are lonely. It's got no other else to speak to. It's gonna ruin it for them as well.
Yeah.
I'm not licking your ass, Dan. I'm not an ass kicker. But that's
good. I'm glad you're not. That must be Smudge then. Smudge, move away.
Yeah, you get a furry tongue.
And that's why times I get pissed off, Dan. Like, with my way of thinking, I try to protect those who can't protect themselves. I know you've had 3 or 4 strokes, and dickheads like attacking you and like attacking other people who like Lucifer the other couple of weeks ago. And I said Lisa was the pension. He goes, not a pension, I'm only 60. But technically is still a pension to me. I'm only 40, 41. Yeah. So he's still.
Right. Sorry, I just want to respect Joe Black, who's been sitting in the background.
He's just put a link in the private chat as well to that video.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. The thing is, Joe, and I appreciate it. What I'll do is I'll share the link. I can't play it on the channel if it's showing what Roger was talking about, because that will get this channel hit with an 18 plus, at the very least an 18 plus warning. So I appreciate you getting that link, and I will share that link in the comments. But for me to play it on here is going to get the channel slapped with another 18 plus warning for a video.
They did it to an auditor, didn't they, today? They slapped an age restriction on it because he was filming the police jumping on a 15-year-old, arresting a 15-year-old or something.
Right. So, yeah, so my apologies for keeping you in the back there, Joe. As I said, and I've read your comment about not having a face. Although that sounds very weird. But my apologies for for that. Mike, can you do me a favour and stick your left hand up in the air for me? Thank you. Right, so we've got Mike. Well, we've got Mr. Oxlong. I'm not going to say the full name. Mr. Oxlong. We're going to bring him on. Hello,
Can
Mr.
you hear me?
Can indeed, yeah.
So do you want me to tell my story or?
Yeah, let's hear it.
So I was out with a few mates, you know. We weren't
Right.
doing anything bad. And then so we're just walking down the high street, just talking. And then the police come up to us, and
Right.
it was this big fat bloke, you know, didn't have a clue.
Oh, hang on.
Gone.
There's another twat.
Well, there we go. This is unfortunately what we have to put up with, isn't it? So, as maybe somebody has it or is getting children to now to come on and try and upset the flow of the channel. But there we go.
I'm wondering if it could be if somebody's doing that kind of shit and doing what I think they've just done because I just missed it. It might be a voice changer or some shit.
This is
Sound like a kid.
That wasn't a voice changer. That was definitely wasn't a voice changer.
The hint was he couldn't see over the table.
Yeah. Anyway, there we go. I'm disappointed that we've not had anybody come on to call me out or to slag me off properly or
It's been
like
quite
that.
nice.
I know. I'm actually missing being attacked by people.
Yeah.
I used to be an arsehole, Dan, but I've moved forward now, Dan, I'm a cunt.
Yeah, I started out as one and I achieved everything I wanted to.
That's what it looks like, Lost Souls. It looks like a mouthful of like butter beans or something, baked beans or something like that. That's what it looked like to me. But it changed the picture really quickly. And to be fair, I didn't want to risk it. So I clicked, I had the button over the remove and I clicked it. And then I thought to myself, oh shit, maybe I've clicked it too soon. But yeah, listen, it's definitely a troll of some kind. Otherwise, it'd have come back in by now. But as somebody just
Sorry, Dan, tell you one thing I didn't agree with you. No, that fella got tasered like 10 times with the knife.
Yes.
Maybe it was King Crinkle's little brother.
He deserved it. He was shouting Alan and all that. He got tasered about 3 times and he was still standing up. I can't stand like people like that. If they want to think the big man, take the consequences.
Look, right. There was a copper there with a shield. Okay,
yeah.
They're all wearing their body armor. They're armed police. They're all wearing their proper all their body armor. One of them had a shield. When the tasers failed to work, okay, and to be honest, I don't know why they done tasers in the first place. If they'd have used CS gas, okay, which would have been much better. As soon as they fired the first taser, the guy turned his back to them. Okay, somebody with the guy with the shield could have rushed him. Okay, could have. I'm not saying that I wasn't there, so I can't say they should have, but they could have. Okay.
Well, there was one the other side of the wall that was only about 3 foot away from him, and he did bugger all.
Well, what I'm getting at is the guy turned his back to them. Okay, at which point, when somebody's back's to you, that's a fucking they're in a weak position, a very weak position. Okay, so the guy with the shield could have rushed forward and bashed into him, pushed him into the side of the wall. Okay, with the shield, like they do when somebody's doing like a dirty protest or something in a cell. They open the door, they rush them with the
push them in the corner.
even if they've got a shank. Do you know what I mean? They rush them with the shield, push them into a corner, and they could have done that in that scenario. Now, I get what you're saying, and as I said in my video, if you're waving a knife out, you deserve to get taken down. You do. I'm not going to take that away from the police. If you're waving a knife around, you deserve to get put on your ass even if you get put on your ass hard. Okay, but there is still a limit of what's the word I'm thinking of what force that you should use. I think when they realised the taser wasn't working, okay, if you notice, they all had their tasers out. I didn't see a single one of them with a can of CS gas, not a single one of them. So they all had their tasers out. They was all itchy trigger fingers, all wanted a piece of the pie. Somebody could have got CS out, sprayed him in the head. That would have affected him, even if it got him on the back of the head. Okay. He wouldn't have been able to see what he was doing. And then again, the guy with the shield could have run in and pushed him into the corner, at which point they could have bundled him. There were plenty of ways that they could have dealt with that situation without tasering him 10 times. And I say tasering him 10 times from what it sounded like, there were 10 shots of the taser. But I agree with you. Okay, he deserved to be taken down. That I do not disagree with whatsoever. I just think that there is no matter what situation you're in, there is a level of force that you need to use. If the guy had gone for one of them, okay, so if he'd have had a knife and he'd have lunged at one of them, I wouldn't be moaning if another one cracked him over the back of the head with the baton, because he's in the process.
Every likelihood he'd have been shot as well if he'd have tried that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If he was in a process of trying to take somebody's life, which he wasn't at the time, but if he was in the process of going for a copper that was there with the knife, even though they've got their stab vest on and stuff, I would not be arguing, okay, if one of them booted him in the face or hit him over the head with the baton at that point. But until that happens, until there is an actual risk of danger to life, which at that point that he was being tasered, there wasn't really, because he was just standing there being, he had mental health issue, apparently, waving a knife around, going, Allah, Allah. That's not anybody's life is at risk. He was in a corner of a garden. He couldn't have gone anywhere. And he's surrounded by, 7, 8, 9, 10 police?
Yeah. But can I give you a little insight in body armor? People think that you've got a stab vest on, you're safe, Because if you get stabbed in the same place twice in a stab vest, you're gonna bulletproof vest as well, Dan. You think you're safe, ever been hit wearing a bulletproof vest? It fucking kills you. It kills you, mate.
I know it hurts.
Oh, it kills you. I'm not saying it kills you, but you can break your ribs and all sorts. Take it from me. So these people say, well, the police got bulletproof vest on, a stab vest. It doesn't matter. If a lucky shot, like a bulletproof vest, it doesn't stop the bullet. It just slows the bullet down. So if you get it twice in the same spot, you're not only having the first bullet goes into you, the second bullet goes into you as well. And that's sometimes why I get pissed off with the police. They shout, well, the police got bulletproof vest on, that stab vest, whatever.
Well, they're taught the double tap, aren't they?
Yeah. That's why you do it for, Roger.
Yeah. Because
the worst one to wear is the metal one. You used to get a metal plate across your chest. Get in with one of them, mate. You're down on the ground.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking from experience, Roger.
Most of the British police armoury, they've all got low yield rounds, but they'll stop you. They won't necessarily penetrate every time. They're designed to stop you and not kill you.
And do you have a shelf life as well? You have a shelf life of 5 years, so to degrade over time.
Yeah, they do. You're right.
That's what I sometimes get annoyed about. Like, people go, oh, they got vest on and all this, body armor. But I'm telling you, Dan, I swear anybody's grave you like, if you get it with the vest on and it fucking kills you, it really
Oh, I bet it does. I bet it does. Absolutely, bet it does. I've got no doubts about that whatsoever. Because the especially now the material it's not solid plate anymore, is it? It's
No.
it's a
No,
material.
it's a fibre.
So therefore, as a bullet hits it, it will deform, and the power still penetrates through. It just stops the majority of it.
Yeah, it's like being
You
hit with
get
a hammer.
bruises all over the place, and I know it's like 1 in a million chances, but it happens that sometimes the different bullet goes to the same hole, so you shot anyway.
Well, that's why the British forces stopped using the jimping. Wasn't it? It was putting too many rounds through the same hole and wasting rounds. The rapid fire, it was putting 3 or 4 rounds through the same hole.
Dan,
Yeah.
you wanted some insults, apparently. You're feeling a little bit let down, you're not being insulted.
Yeah. By all means, hit me
Go
up
for it,
with-
Tina. Go for it.
I couldn't think of any, so I'm going to do the insults I want to put across. You're hyper intelligent, you're crazy, you're funny, you're witty, you run a fucking good site with a pack community. Everybody likes you. Some people don't, but those that are rather haters, they can go fuck themselves anyway. But that's all I can say. There are no insults. I came across your channel a year ago, and I love what you've done with this. I can't find any insults about you, Pat, to be honest. You're truthful. When you get it wrong, like I do, we say the truth. And that's what Pat's about. So that's my
I
insult.
just summed it all up nicely and called him a cunt.
I will, Tina, I'll transfer that money over shortly. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, Tina. The only reason I've got a channel was because I took my inspiration from Dan.
Yeah, and he's going to help me. He doesn't know this yet, but next year, I'm setting up my own YouTube channel to do explanations of the work I do. So each subject is going to be done by me, and basically I can take questions in the chat. So Dan's going to help with that. He doesn't know that yet. I haven't mentioned it. I have now.
Don't tell him.
Well, Tina, I've got a screenshot of Dan and put on my fire to keep the grandkids away. You tried to have a job in Madden 2 Swords when you got the knockback, didn't he?
But the proof is in how the channel has grown. You know, if there's any insults from anybody, they haven't got nothing between their ears, because there is nothing to say bad about over the last 3 years, despite your health. There can't be any insults. They're stupid people that do that. Sorry.
Just I want to say to everybody, I'm working on a little something at the moment. Okay, I have set up or have registered a company. Now, what I'm setting up is going to be is called I'm going to explain what it is, because I want you. There won't be any videos on there for a while, but I want you to go and subscribe to it for me if you would. It's called the Independent Media Alliance. And I'll put the link to the channel in the comments in a second. Basically, what I'm going to do on that particular channel is I'm going to, once I get to that point, I'm going to put news on that channel that the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about, but isn't fit for this channel. Okay. And within that Independent Media Alliance, I want to, because there isn't at the moment, there isn't a central place for people to get not only ID cards, press ID as an independent media, independent journalist. I want to set up something where people can get a ID card. It doesn't say who you are on it. It just has your photo on it and a number. Plus it lists some of the laws on it. So if you ever get stopped by the police and then they say what you're doing, you say, I'm a journalist for the Independent Media Alliance, a bit like the National Union of Journalists. I'm already speaking to people like solicitors and stuff who might be able to come on board and offer some advice and some help for people who do get into trouble with the police whilst they're doing their journalism. Because I know a lot of people, even if you're an auditor, you're still doing journalism because you're collecting and then disseminating that information. But yet, what do the police do? Who do you work for? Well, you can work for yourself, but be a member of the Independent Media Alliance. Okay. And I hope to be able to build a business that will support independent media journalists and reporters in giving them legal advice, training, hopefully get some people on board. Like, for example, I want to reach out to Anna Brees and see if she can, maybe do some training and stuff like that, and to make it somewhere where people can learn how to do independent journalism properly, basically.
What about getting an insurance company to come in on that, Dan, to insure people's equipment when it's stolen by the police?
Yeah, there's that as well. Yeah. So there's a lot of there's a lot of things I want to do with the channel. It's going to take some time, and when I say it's going to take some time, it's going to take quite a bit of time to get to it, because I need this channel to be at a point, at least, where I can get somebody on board and maybe do a few days instead of my ugly mug. Find some nice looking young lady or whatever to do a few days a week stories. It will give you guys something to look at other than me, and then I can work on the other thing as well and get that up and running. But I do have plans. Maybe they're a bit extravagant, maybe they're a bit big, but if you don't, they say go big or go home, don't they? That's what they say, innit?
Yeah, but no one else has come up with that, Dan. I think that's a cracking idea, because you've got separate auditors, but because they're on their own, a lot of them can't afford to get lawyers, to get legal advice, to get the training you're talking about. And even if they do their own independent stuff, they've still got that protection. I think it's great idea.
Yeah,
it's protection for everybody.
Yeah.
So that's what I want to do.
You got 38,000 subs now, so it's well worth doing.
Yeah.
And Bumblebee, I know Anna Brees does her own workshops, and this is what I mean. She advocates for citizen journalism, but people are still being attacked by the police. If enough people use an ID, like a press pass from a certain company, then it has to be recognised by the police and by everybody else. Okay, there is no individual place that offers out press IDs. You get them from where you're working or from the National Union of Journalists. IMA, the Independent Media Alliance, is, I hope, going to be something like the National Union of Journalists, but for independent media providers. So it will be a subscription thing, but that subscription cost will go towards making sure that you're covered legally. Hopefully we'll get, maybe able to get a deal with insurance companies, like Tina said, and training and things like that. I want to be able to try and offer all that kind of stuff out to people if possible. So that's the plan anyway. So thank you to the people that have said you've subscribed. There won't be anything on there, as I say, for quite a while, because I need to concentrate on this channel first and get this to a point where I can take some time away and work on the other thing. But I've set the business up. I've registered it. It's currently a dormant company, so it's not trading. But yeah, big plans for it, and I hope that you guys will join me on that journey as well, which would be really cool.
I'll be there, Dan. Anything you need, you've only got to let me know if you need anything done. So
I know, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Tiffany says I'd get more subs if there were more boobies.
The cops are a bunch
Get them out, Sonic. Go on, get them out. Sonic, get them out.
One.
Oh, I've got a request. Anybody want to donate to Dan's channel and I'll get my tits out for you?
I'm not doing that at all, so you can forget that.
There's only one caveat.
Sonic,
there's only one caveat. You got to give me a tit wank.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I thought we were going off the porn idea anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely not the kind of channel that I want to go down.
Not without charging lots of money for it anyway.
Yep.
Good Lord. Fans only.
Right, Bobby, Paul,
Perfect.
PSNI, PSNI abusing their powers. It said, I need to. Yeah, I'll put it on the screen. I need to apologise to Bobby for I struggled to make out what he's saying. I will go back and listen. Also sent pics of the TR7 and my phone number for Bobby. Thank you all very much again. So I'll send you.
It's just that like something up trying to remember. I just thought he just saying to him to get, because he must be doing a lot of work without getting a lot of money, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, as well, because it's a relatively new YouTube channel. Unfortunately, until you have a certain amount of subscribers, a certain amount of hours per view, you don't get the monetization status on your channel. So,
yeah, 1,000 subs in it. Is it 1,000?
Yeah, something like that.
So I've just noticed in the chat, sir, was it CCTV user says, what was it? I've seen more breast on an unhatched chicken. We'll see after that comment. They're stuck with him.
No.
Oh my god!
Look how white that is. Oh my god! Are you even alive?
You're welcome.
You sure you're not a refugee, Sonny?
You're welcome.
Good night, Louise Wilcox. Thank you for joining us.
I think Jack's in the back room, Dan.
Oh yeah. There you go. For each $5 for each breast. Well, you've seen 2 of Sonic's. Do you want to see mine now? That's all you're getting. At least I dazzled you with the paleness of my skin.
True Scottish tan. Aye, that it is, Cyclic Misses. My pasty baby.
Jack, do us a favour. Touch your nose with your left hand. Good lad. Sorry, mate.
No, my internet went down, so it kind of made me cut out. And I'm bloody tired as well. But
there's more glare off of Sonic's tits than off of yours and Roger's heads combined.
What? So do you just rub your finger on top of your head and goes?
Yeah, but here's the one. Can he make himself look like a dick with it?
I can do it that way.
Yeah.
Not as much as Dan does.
There's not been any drama tonight, has there? For a change.
Not yet, but don't speak too soon.
It's like the Q word, isn't it? If you say the Q word, it's like the ambulance service. If you say the Q word, lots of calls start coming in.
Well, I actually went and asked Benjamin. So I keep forgetting his name.
Harrison.
No, he's
Joe Public.
He's Joe Public. That's it. I went on to Joe Public's channel the other day and I asked him a question. I asked him if he's going to, it's been like 3 weeks. I said to him, look, are you going to come with this proof that you've got or not? And he replied, "Oh, I've been busy."
Okay.
So he spends 2 hours whinging and moaning that he's got it, and then he don't do nothing about it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So I said to him, I replied to him, and I said to him, "Look, it's fine, I can wait, but why don't you just admit that you're talking shit so we can just move on with our lives, put it behind us?"
Didn't he say, if I remember correctly? Sorry to interrupt, Dan. Didn't he say that he was going to show the evidence? He was going to put the video together, and it was going to go out by the end of the month.
He said that somebody else had it, and he was supposed to be ringing it.
It was
both.
Oh, that was Pete, was it? Okay.
Peter that said that, yeah.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was, do you know what? They both were hilarious, but I think Peter was talking more out of his arse because he was saying, "Oh, this guy called SG." I actually looked up SG, and there's thousands of channels with literally those 2 letters.
Yeah,
I know which channel he was talking about anyway, because I did find it.
Did you?
Yeah.
SG Zombies or something, isn't it?
Yeah, Zombie SG.
That's it. Yeah.
Zombie SG is the site you want to look for, Jack.
Okay.
I was going to go on and give him loads of abuse, but I don't.
One
do
point
that
is
sort
it
of thing.
1.25 thousand subscribers?
That could
Yeah,
be
that's the one. I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Well, I'm quite interested to see what evidence he has.
He ain't
Me
got none, mate. He ain't got none.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you are not as interested as I am. I can assure you of that.
If Dan had asked somebody to pay for a video to watch a video on a live, believe me, I would have remembered it.
Yeah.
Can I respond to a lot of questions in the panel tonight, the supporters panel tonight, about cheap internet for those on UC? If you go to phone companies at the moment, there's a lot of companies doing for £5 a 10 gigabyte internet server, free calls, free text message, etc. There's a lot out there, but go to mobiles. You've got no contract. If you just get a SIM card for your phone, there's so many of them offering really big deals at £10 or under. To have a look around if you're struggling with internet. It's only when you subscribe to these people you get problems like Sky and all the rest of them, and you get the charges on top. If you stick to mobile, so there's a lot of them doing very good deals at the moment. So look them up.
And while you're talking of that, anybody that has any kind of mental health disability, whether it's depression or anxiety or anything like that, okay, that makes you a vulnerable person. If you phone up your utilities companies and tell them that you're a vulnerable person, especially if you're on benefits, okay, you phone them up, you tell them you're a vulnerable person, you suffer with depression, you're on benefits, you might find, now I'm not going to say that they will, but you might find some of them will work with you to try and put you onto a cheaper tariff of some description. Even they might only do it temporarily, but all you do at the end of that period is you just phone them up again and tell them the same thing. But there is ways of helping yourself during this, this period of.
Well, on my personal phone, I got that with Vodafone. I got a SIM-only deal.
Yeah, that's what
And
you do.
for the first 6 months, that's a £5 a month. That's unlimited calls, unlimited texts, 1 gig of data, which I never use on it. And it only goes up to a tenner for the following 14 months or something.
Yeah, but if you get the higher data, what I'm saying is it's so easy now. If you have a computer or a tablet and you want it, you can tether your SIM card to that equipment and you can still see things like this. So it's just about finding the right steps. But again, if you're vulnerable, Southwest Water, if you send details to them, you have disabilities, you use a lot more water for showering, etc., washing, etc., they can knock your bill in half for a 2-year period. And then they check you again. The same as any gas companies or electric companies. If you have disability equipment in the house, such as stair lifts, electric beds, all that kind of stuff, they can again knock your bill down for the usage of that. So it's worth contacting your providers because they are making a difference. With the prepayment meters, some companies have already started doing that. I mean, I thought I was going crazy. I put £40 on my electric, put it in the meter, and I popped 60 quid. And I thought, what the hell's that? I only put 40 quid on it. When I checked on my provider, they had put a voucher scheme in for those that are disabled, and they're putting money onto their key.
That reminds me actually. My mum told me that I think it was like yesterday or the day before that apparently I don't know if it's for every energy company or just British Gas, but they're supposedly giving I think it's like £60 or something.
Yeah.
Is it every month or something or other?
Every month from October to March, I think it is.
Yeah, to help out with thingy.
It's not to help out; it's to keep the customers.
Yeah.
But it is money well deserved because a lot of people this winter are going to struggle. But I was surprised that my company put a £20 voucher noted. They ask you when you charge who you're with, and he stuck it in. But I didn't know anything about it, so I come
Do you know with the prepayment meters, does it automatically get added on, or is it whenever you put the key in?
Whenever you put the key in.
Okay, so is it? It's not the same as emergency credit because that's like £5 or £10.
No. When you got to charge your key, you put the amount you want on it. You bring the key back home. You put it in. You press the button, and it loads it onto the system.
Okay, so they basically added it onto the key already.
It's like a voucher. So when you put it in, they put the particular company you're with, in the place to get your key done. So they must have pushed the company I was with, and it added that £20. But I was so confused.
Right, I see.
Yeah, I think they're doing it to preempt the next price cap rise.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there's £400 coming for every household to be added to your bills or your meters. I'm not going to give you the money, but this is coming from the government.
It'll be a credit.
Yes.
Yeah. But a lot of us are supposed to have had that already, and we ain't seen a penny.
It's going to be split between your gas and your electricity.
Yeah.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what they're frightened of is people are threatening to not pay. A lot of people are using less, obviously, especially the less well off, and they're losing money through it. So they don't want to lose those customers. They want to keep them consuming the gear.
The thing that's a benefit as well with prepayment meters compared to smart meters, obviously smart meters. All right, obviously smart meters, they have little SIM cards in there or little chips and stuff that they can basically adjust the amount, like their standing charge and all this kind of stuff whenever they want, and you pretty much
no chip in there, mate. They can do it from their base station.
That's what I'm saying. They can do it wherever they want, right? And with prepayment meters, you're only paying what you say what you're using, because what we're using is nowhere near what they're charging us.
Well, what I use, if I did it through direct debit, it would have been 3 times the cost, Jack. So
yeah,
my
that's
gas
right.
is turned off from March to October because I'm hot stuff. I don't like it too hot in the house, so I like it cold. So basically, I only spend £12 a month on my gas.
Yeah, we haven't. The only. Do you know what? I see something a while ago about It was a news story in my. It was in my local area. It was about why you shouldn't switch off your or why you should switch on your boilers. But then I think to myself, why would you switch your boiler off in the first place? Because what if you need a shower? What if you need a bath, for example? How are you gonna use hot water?
Well, the old-fashioned way of doing it, you had a tank in your bathroom.
Yeah, it's like I'm not sure what it's called now.
Immersion heater.
Yeah,
that's right.
Now these days, with the smart boilers, you don't need to do that, Jack. So my gas stays on basically for the hot water to draw a shower. I've got a gas hob, but I don't use it for central heating from March to October.
Yeah, no, we don't. Do you know what? So ever since the electric has been put up, we have completely turned off the central heating for the bathroom. It has never been used since it has been put up, right? Because the amount of electricity it drains, although it's quite efficient, it still drains a lot, right? And we know that most of our stuff in our house is energy efficient. All of our lights in our house are energy efficient. And yet we're still getting charged. It's like we're going down. Sometimes it could be like £5 a day, probably more.
The smart meter was supposed to put you in control of your fuel, right?
It's not
now
though.
they work remotely. So with my £12 a month on my gas, they wanted me to pay £57 for my gas,
which doesn't make any sense.
No, so I refused to have the smart meter. That's what I did.
Yeah, exactly.
We used to sit Grandad in the corner, give him extra strong mints and warm our hands up on his breath.
So with electricity, I was paying between 45 and 50 per month, but they wanted 87, and I said, "No, you're not getting that. No, I'm paying
It's crazy. This is what I'm trying to say. You should be paying for what you're actually using, rather than paying an excess amount for something that you're not even using."
That's what the smart meter was the big lie on. So what they do, if you look on any of your services website, it says the following statement: we will only charge you for the fuel you use. So I did a check. They were in here when I moved in. Over a period of 6 months, my gas was £12 a month. My electricity was 50. They said it was higher. If I don't put the money in, I can't get the fuel out. So how the fucking hell can I owe you money?
That's how them little machines work. It's like a yeah.
My smart meter was telling me different.
But you've got to pay for the charges, the standard charge and all that.
Standing charge is normal. A standing charge is normal, especially with prepaid meters. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But when it comes to actually what you're using, in this case, say you're using over £5 a day, for example, right? Then you are using that. But the thing is, they charge you more especially with I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but they charge you more per kilowatt compared to what they used to.
But if you ask for a bill and you ask for the exact kilowatt, sorry, Jack, and the
No, you're
exact price of the standing charge, and you worked that out over 12 months, like my daughter did, she worked it out on their figures. She only had to pay £400 a year per gas and electric combined. They wanted her to pay nearly 1,500 quid.
This is what I don't understand. How are people expected to pay this money? Lots of people in this country.
They're not. They're not expected to pay it. This is the point. This is the entire point. The government, listen, the government are giving you these handouts. Why are these government giving you handouts? Because they want you to rely on them. They want you eating out of their hand.
They want you in debt to them.
Okay, so they will say, you know, we've already got more people lost their jobs through COVID. Okay, lost their businesses on the dole, on benefits. Okay, and that's where they want to keep people. They want to keep people being looked after by the government. Okay, that way, when the government turn around and say, we want you not to go out for a week, if you go out for a week, you get your money stopped. That is your punishment. But if they don't want you to attend a protest, you attended, you get your money stopped. That is your punishment. Okay, it's a control tactic, and you know, people are calling me conspiracy theorist for it. Listen, I don't know of very many conspiracies that have actually not turned out to be true.
Yeah, just give them a few weeks and they become fact.
Oh, what else was there? It wasn't just energy companies as well. Phone companies or broadband companies like Virgin Media. You know, we're with Virgin Media. They want us. They received a bill like a few months ago. They wanted to charge an extra 60 quid for the services. It's exactly the same services. Nothing's been added. And we're like, we can't afford it. And she tried to get it lowered. She tried to get some services removed. Oh my god, it's such a pain in the ass. They're telling her one thing, so they told her that they'll remove it, but the thing is, it won't come into effect until the following month. In other words, after the next billing date.
Yeah, because you've already paid for it in advance.
Yeah,
that's what you paid for the month.
Yeah, and they've told her, that well, they did it to me as well. When my phone contract, I've got a brand new phone. You know, a Samsung S22 Ultra, so I got a brand new phone and that, and they told me that I have to. I don't know why this would ever be, because I've never done this before, and Mum's never done this before. But I would have to pay. They wanted me to pay a one-off payment, separate. They told me they would tell me between a certain date that you would have to pay. I think it's like between the 14th and the 17th of every month. They would take the money out of the account, right? Direct debit, basically. So they would take it out, but I was told that they would take it out on like the 27th or something. I think it was like June or July or something. I'm like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you take it then? There's no reason. And they didn't take it, funnily enough. They never took it. So obviously I was just given bad information, but they were paying. Do you know what? Phone companies are a pain in the arse. Not just Virgin Media, but lots of other broadband companies as well. They phone you up to try and get your sale from you. We call it hi. We're calling from such and such or from Virgin Media because we want to sell you an additional contract. Why would I need an additional one for? If I've got one and you can see it on the system, why do you want me to get another one?
That's not actually Virgin Media, Jack. That's a sales company.
Sales company, yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know? That's probably why they say on behalf of Virgin Media. That's probably why they say it.
Yeah, it's cheaper for them to pay a sales company to do the telesales for them.
Is it true that what they're doing is illegal in some sense, or are they allowed to do what they're doing?
It's kind of illegal.
It's once they stop making cold calling.
Yeah, I'm going to say, is it cold,
that will stop.
Can I ask?
Some companies pretend to be others to get your money. So you might get a phone call saying this is from Virgin. It could be Sky. It could be something else.
But this is why. Well, me specifically, and also I've also kind of told my mom, look, you need to you need to be able to read between the lines here and think to yourself, well, are they actually Virgin Media or are they just fobbing you off? So we like to play games with them, right? Whenever they ring on and say, hey, it's such and such from Virgin Media, we're calling in regards to this. Then Mum says to them, can you prove that you're Virgin Media? How do I know that you're Virgin Media? This and that. Because they could meet some random individual with a phone number that is spoofed to look like Virgin Media. Right?
Well, it could be, but also they have one of the things that I don't like the idea of is when they cold call you, and again these are sales companies, they have access to the database. So when they say, "Can you give me the first character of your password and the fifth character of your password?" it means that they have access to some of your personal information that Virgin Media or any of the other companies have fed through to their computers, which to me is wrong. But the thing is, if you ever get a phone call, the chances are it's a call center. Okay, it's a sales company. If you phone up the number on the website, you won't go through to where that sales company is. You'll actually go through to the company that you're phoning. So when you start getting phone calls from people saying, we want you to upgrade your account, blah blah blah, best thing to do is to say no, put the phone down. Don't have a conversation with them. Just say no and put the phone down, hang up. Then phone the company off the number on their website and tell them that you're going to leave. They will put you through to disconnections. Disconnections are the only people that can offer you the best deals. Okay, they don't want you to leave. Okay, a normal sales agent cannot give you the kind of deals that disconnections can give you. Yeah. So you go through to disconnections and they say, what's the matter? And you say, I want to leave. I'm getting pestered with people phoning me up, asking me to increase. I can't afford what I'm paying at the moment. You know what I mean? If you keep people. So if I stay with you, paying what I'm paying at the moment, I'm going to get myself in debt with you, and you're never going to see that money because I can't make that money to pay you back. They will say to you, okay, let's see what we can do. And they will give you a deal that you're currently paying. They'll knock some money off of it for you. And they will give you, it might only be for 12 months, at which point you need to phone them up again. But to be honest, a half an hour phone call once a year to get your costs lowered is pretty worth it as far as I'm concerned.
It is. It's saving thousands on bills. Here's the thing that I've noticed, though. If you look at Europe, where we get some of our fuel from, electricity comes from France and a few other places. We get oil brought in and we get gas brought in. They're not struggling with high bills. They're not suffering with major crises in their country.
Well, the biggest consumer of Russian gas in Europe is Germany, and theirs has only gone up by 10%. France has gone up 20%. Ours has gone up over 100.
But my question, Roger, is who is putting it up just for the UK? We're the only ones going through this shit.
Yeah.
No one else is, and we're getting our fuel from them. It doesn't come to you.
I've said this over and over again. We're allowing this to happen in Germany. If they tried this in Germany, there'd be riots in the street. They tried this in France, there'd be riots in the street. But the British people, dickheads, they accept anything. They bend down, let them shaft you.
Not everyone. There are people that do that.
Yeah, but majority of that's why we got this this mess, Jack.
I know.
More people now than there used to be. There's more people now that do that than there used to be. You imagine in the 40s, right? Imagine the 30s and 40s. Everybody came together. Okay, if there was an issue, everybody would strike. These days they don't do it. Again, this is all to do with breaking society down into smaller groups. Instead of everybody going "fuck you," we're all striking. Okay, which would absolutely bring this country to a grinding halt in a single day if everybody said, bollocks, I'm not working. Okay, right, then people would start listening, right? But nowadays people go, oh, that's nothing to do with me, I'm not getting involved. Oh, that's the train. That's the train. Listen, we all want fucking pay rises, don't we? Everybody that's working wants a pay rise. Why should you sit back and suffer getting paid what you're paying while everyone else is protesting for higher pay? Get out there and protest yourself.
Man, look at these MPs. Look at these MPs. They're all getting paid lots and lots and lots and lots of money.
Jackaboy. No, in Japan, Dan, you've got the strikes over there, but they're still running the service, but not taking any fares off the people. Why don't they do that over here?
So it's still costing them money, because over here, when they turn around and say we're striking, the bosses will go, okay, well, you're not taking the buses out then, and then people will go, oh, okay then.
Yeah. Unless you stand together and you fight for this as a united country that we're in, the United Kingdom, about these damn fuel bills. This has been put together by media and it's been put together by government propaganda. They're seeing how far they can push the boundaries in keeping people poorer than they normally are. That's what this is about.
Well, it's like this campaign of don't pay a minute. It's only got, I think, 13% of the country have said they're going to do it.
Yeah.
If 100% of the country said they'd do it, they'd stand up and bloody take notice.
Yes, they would.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe Black said I'm going to use a picture of DJ Sonic's chest to light my place up from now on. Much cheaper.
Fucking brilliant, man. I can start charging you money for it then, you cunt.
I was going to stick one on the front door, keep the hawkers away.
Hey, that
Yeah,
reminds me as well.
man.
Do you know what made me chuckle as well? Something that I mentioned the last time I was on, I think, but regarding that Peter guy as well. Aside from what he accused you of, without any evidence, he also mentioned about copyright and fair use. Well, you mentioned about fair use, about how you said that you was 100% gonna use his video whenever it releases.
I am, yep.
Which you're perfectly entitled to do. To take snippets of it and use it in a report or something.
The thing is, I can take the whole thing if I want. I know how to get away with using his entire video, start to finish, and get away with it.
Okay, because that comes under fair use, if I recall.
Yeah, it does, and it will still come under fair use, even if I take his entire video.
Yep.
I wonder why that'd be then.
But it's because if I use it as a reaction video and play his video, react to everything that he's saying that's in his video, that then changes the story. That changes the meaning of the video. Okay, from what he was saying to what I'm saying. So that would be fair use, and I can do that from start to finish. I can use his video.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
The thing is, he's got no leg to stand on anyway. And when he was saying, "Oh, I will prosecute you," well, hold on a minute. He's going to prosecute you. Well, good luck.
I want him to. I want him to. That's why I said I'm going to use it, and I will use it.
He said, "Trust me." He trust me. He said, "Trust me, you won't." The thing is the thing about you for a while is that when you tend to say things, you tend to 100% mean it most, if not all the time.
Dan knows what he's doing. He's running the
yeah,
site.
I know. Well, he's been doing this long enough to know fair use rules as long as it's transportative. Yeah. See, it's obviously news purposes. So if you're a journalist or if you're doing it for like news purposes or whatever, as long as it's under fair use, then it's then it's completely fine to use.
Yeah. Listen, I've used videos from mainstream media where people have sent their clips of incidents happening to mainstream media.
Yeah.
Okay, those have been copyrighted, or those are copyright by the people who own the videos, or they could sell the rights to the platforms that they send it to. Now, I've never had. Sorry, tell a lie. I've had, I think, 2 copyright strikes in 3 years, and that's my own fault. Okay, I've fought some. I've had more, but I've fought them and I've won because of the fair use policy. 2 of them, I can't remember what they were now, but 2 of them I haven't won. I can't remember what they were for. So, but out of 3 years, that's not bad going. That's pretty fucking good. Out of 3 years.
They gave me a copyright warning because some of you might remember the one I played George Orwell's last interview before he died, and because there was a bit of music at the end, they said, "Oh, it's copyright claim on that." I said, "Well, go ahead and find it." I said, "Because there ain't."
Yeah, that's the thing. Music. They stitch you up more for music than they do for anything else.
Yeah.
I tell you what else is funny, Dan. You're saying that in studio. Don't take offence at this, but you haven't got all that money anyway. So what's he going to get out of it?
Well, it's not going to get a lot out of me, but as I say, well, in fact, he's not going to get anything out of me. I wouldn't, I wouldn't tell him to go ahead and do it if I was concerned that I would lose anything, but I know
Yeah.
that he seems to think he knows the law, but yet he was completely confused about what fair use is.
Oh yeah, he was talking about common law and saying about how he's a common law advocator. Bullshit.
He
There's
knows
no,
as
there's
much
no
as
such
the
thing
law
as
as a
common
cocker.
law. There's
Well,
no
there
such
is.
thing as common law.
There is
There
Bobby.
are common laws.
Didn't he say something completely offensive towards Tina? He called us fat something with tattoos.
Something about tattoos or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't a very nice person, was
No,
he?
no.
Do I care, Jack? No.
No, precisely not.
You know why?
But-
Because I'm not fat. So,
No, you look
And
lovely,
Tina's
Tina.
got
You
a
look lovely,
biker gang
Tina. You look
behind it
lovely,
as well,
Tina.
Jack. Tina's got the biker gang behind it as well.
no. They're old men. They're old men, though, Bobby, with Zimmer frame.
Hey, that what was his name? What was the guy's name that was on last week? I really liked him, the American.
Oh yes, he was great.
He was, honestly.
Yeah.
He was calling him a sovereign citizen.
Well, guess what? Guess what?
What?
Guess what?
Oh,
Say hello to
Hey, Jespo.
Deadpool.
Oh,
So-
definitely, we done, man.
Speak of the devil. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, what happened there?
Hi, Deadpool.
Oh. Bye. I'm
just
Deadpool. Bye, Deadpool.
I think he's pressed the wrong button. I'm
I
sure
think
he'll
he
be
might
back.
have. I tell you what, though, he did.
That was really, really good work. I think that was brilliant.
Yeah.
So,
Hello.
are we talking
Yeah,
about
hey.
this top sit?
Yeah,
He
Yeah.
didn't half rip into him last week.
That way.
Are you talking about the
Yeah,
top sit?
Yeah,
I
talking
go on
about
the
Peter
American
guy.
channels
Yeah.
to keep up with it over there. That's
Did you
Yeah,
find
he's
this
not.
channel, Dan? Did you find this channel? So you was looking for it?
No, not his channel.
You know what? You should
Yeah,
be Dan's personal assistant in regards to giving out abuse to those that need it.
But he wasn't giving abuse. He was telling.
No. You know what I mean, though. Like,
I wasn't humiliating him. He was doing that fine all by himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
he does it regularly.
Has he been on the Has that Peter guy ever been on the live stream before?
Not that I know of.
No.
Didn't he say he phoned in once?
I think he
Yeah,
did something.
yes, he did. Yeah, because right, because that's what he was accusing me of when he called in asking me to look at this video or something, and that's when apparently I told him that I'd only look at it if he paid me. But still, it's one of them things, and he's not come on tonight. It's been quite a reasonable evening tonight. I'm surprised people come on trying
That's
to.
what I don't understand, Dan. What was his point? If you ask for money, you ask for money. If I ask you to do me a job and you say, "Well, I'm busy" or whatever, you got to pay me this. That's life.
The problem with some people is that they make accusations. They've got no proof. They're not just wasting their own time or wasting their own energy and their own effort, but it's giving the person that they're accusing, especially if they're doing a live stream or something, it's giving them content, and they're being made of a fool and of a complete idiot.
Yeah, they're doing it for attention.
Yeah. I mean,
especially Crinkle.
Oh yeah.
Well, Crinkle's gone now, isn't he?
Who is Crinkle? Who is Crinkle?
Yeah, Henry
He's a
Crinkle is a what's the word to put him?
The biggest clown you've ever
YouTube?
seen.
It's off YouTube now, then.
Yeah, he got banned for violating the community guidelines.
He did a dumb.
I don't know what he did, but
it's funny that he tried to get my channel shut down by gore bombing me, and then gets his own channel booted. I mean, we've got that's just stupidity, isn't it?
Yeah, let's just say it wasn't very on the day he did it. It wasn't very nice what he decided to do, because obviously some of us, I managed to notice it as soon as he did it, because I'm pretty much on the ball when it comes to watching and all, but Dan didn't notice it at first, but it was awful. I'm not even going to explain what happened, but it was awful.
He's a sick fuck.
You know
But
what?
we're lucky there is a bit of a delay between the StreamYard and the mainstream.
Well, even if there is a delay, it will still show up on YouTube and it could still get flagged. But obviously, you know, Dan was. Crinkle is what happens when you keep covers up. Oh my. No, I don't even think he's even worth the size of Seaman. Let's be honest.
Well, it's only here because his mum got it waiting for his dad.
The day Kringle got his channel shut down, trees could finally produce more oxygen.
Yeah.
Well, he even
would have been a stare
started.
at the ceiling if it wasn't for his mum, wouldn't he?
He even started coming on the American channels, Deadpool.
CCTV user says that Zara porn bombed him twice.
Now, bearing in mind that Zara was apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, I watched one of his videos like a while back. Apparently, Zara was Henry Crinkle's girlfriend.
I believe I've been told that she's been seen at his house. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But I've been told that he's been seen at his house, and I've also been told that he lives with her. Obviously, this is Chinese whispers when it comes to the internet. You don't know what to believe at all. They
were. I have to say though, on the live streams, they were calling each other like darling, love, and stuff like that. I mean, it could just be something. It could just be friends or something. Molly, say, you know.
Molly calls me bitch tits.
I'm not sure if any of you will get this joke, but I'm about to call DJ the Machine.
Thank you.
I mean, that depends. Like, machine as in what? Like in bed or?
You guys never heard the stand-up comedian of I Am the Machine?
No.
Yeah.
It's when he joins the Russian mafia.
Anyway, Dan, I wonder if he takes his glass eye out and looks up all the nuts and crannies.
We don't need comedians to take the mickey out of him. We do a good job.
Yeah, we've already got a funny cunt.
But I remember Zara was the person that was going off on one or whatever on this live stream at one point.
Yeah, Zara backed him up quite a lot.
Yeah,
you know, listen, right? I've had people come to me, okay, who have been supporters. I'm not going to say names, but they've been supporters of channels that slag me off, okay, and they've come to me and they've said, Dan or Pap, I'm sorry, I now realise what they're like, and I shouldn't have backed them up. Okay, and this is what happens, right? This is what happens. I've always tried to be honest with people. Okay, the only time I'll not tell the truth is if I'm keeping something to myself and that you don't need to know. Other than that, I'll tell you everything that's going on. And I think you know I've told you stuff on here that I probably shouldn't have told you, but I have, because that's just me and that's the way that I am. But there are people out there that will constantly make up shit, make up lies. You know, they forget about their lies and they trip themselves over. Okay, I don't have to worry about that. I don't worry. I'm on video. I normally do a 5 to 8 hour live stream. Plus, I'm on video all through the week, every day as well. You know, if I was lying about stuff, I would stitch myself up and trip over many times in the last 3 years. And I don't have to worry about that because I've got no reason to bullshit. I've got no reason to lie. So I will always be as honest as I can with people. Obviously, as I say, the only time that I might be considered lying is by not saying something that I need to keep private. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some people say, well, not saying it at all is a form of lying. That's bullshit.
I get that a lot on mine.
Well,
I tend to get more people contacting me through WhatsApp and email because they don't want to make public what they want to tell me.
Yeah,
for personal reasons, whatever.
Personal reasons and respecting privacy is different from keeping things from someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And plus, you've got to think about it another way. Things that shouldn't really be told in the public eye.
Yeah.
If you think about it like this, like if I don't know, maybe a conversation, your parents having a conversation with each other, and you might ask them, "Oh, what were you talking about? It's got nothing to do with you. It's none of your business." So, in that sense, you could probably say, "Well, you know, obviously in a politer way, but you basically, it's none of your business. You know, stop getting your nose involved when it doesn't need to be," kind of thing. You know, because there are people that want to know everything about everyone, like, you know, they want to know a lot of things about people's lives. What were you doing today? What you doing later? How you, all this kind of like on the verge of like controlling, or is it being overprotective or something like that? I don't know.
And that's
You know,
the
like,
problem with
I
the
think that's
internet.
just
People
being
are
nosy.
too willing to put
yeah, being
their whole
nosy,
lives
but
online.
I don't know, say boyfriend and girlfriend and whatnot, and saying
I'm one of them.
wrong way, Roger. Up there.
Yeah, I know. I keep getting confused
Yeah.
at this.
Yeah.
Well, Jack, we all know about Rogers, what he likes to dress in. Off with,
What does
don't we?
he? What does he like to dress in? What, a pink tutu?
Thank you,
Just won't
Spirit.
do you?
It has been known.
Appreciate it.
I think we should make an open challenge to see if Peter actually has the evidence to actually come up on here and present it.
Well, I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for it. I got accused the week before from somebody else of being a scammer. And I asked them yesterday, you know, have you got the proof yet? I've been busy. Oh, okay. There's a surprise.
Yeah. So it's not like that, you know. It is funny. It is funny. Like, I do like a bit of drama, just a tiny bit of drama. You know, I mean, so far so good. But you know, it's all right for a bit of drama. You know, because it's content for Dan, and it also, you know, I've already watched like the previous live stream several times where he's just being ripped into, and then he's throwing insults at Tina and that, when there was no need. You know,
He's a soft sit. That's
yeah.
that's what he is. I'm not like I wasn't making fun of him. He's
Yeah, I
literally
know,
a
yeah.
soft sit.
That's all you need to know, really, isn't it? Is a soft sit. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't need to know any more than that.
Pretty much, yeah.
They tend to become abusive when they've got no positive things to say.
This
or
is the
anything.
thing.
That's when they get angry. When you challenge the truth, that's when they become offensive or try to.
Yeah, like I said to you the other day, Tina, about how people can have debates, people can have disagreements with each other. If like Dan can say one thing, I can disagree, Roger can disagree, but that doesn't mean that either is wrong or right. You know,
It doesn't mean that we have to disrespect each other. We
no,
just
of
have a
course
different
not.
point of view.
It's just a different opinion, a different view of the situation or of the whatever it is that it's regarding. And not a lot of people can have debates. Not a lot of people can.
The art of debating is slowly going out the window.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, just like you mentioned earlier, you know, we are being controlled with what we do, how we do it, where we go, what time we go, what we were doing at this time, who we're doing it with, whatever the case is. It's like it's turning into a Nazi Germany.
Yeah, it's the same
kind of thing.
Countries, I think, with freedom.
Yeah.
Again, who defends it? How many protests do you see about our right?
Well, the thing that I don't get is the government are doing all the I won't say nice things. You could say nice things. Some people that haven't got a clear headspace and that don't actually see the light and don't actually see right through the government in their lies. But you know, when they say, "Oh, they're doing a nice thing, they're helping us out," well, yes, they are.
I see
but
through it every day,
Jack. But not in the right way. They're doing it. You know, they'll probably want us to pay it back and probably more. You know,
the only time the government give us anything is because they're going to make something back on it in the future.
Having worked in a lot of government departments, Jack, that's the reason I chose those jobs. I don't like government. I can't stand them. They're immoral assholes. They don't care about the person. Okay? I chose the work I did to get on the inside to find out all about their dirty tricks and what they do. Politicians, councils, everything.
Here's a good.
hang on one second. I just want to respond to a comment. CCTV user. Yes, I saw Crime Bodge. In fact, I think he only had 12 views of his video by the time I saw it. So I actually got a notification really quickly on that video, and I starred in it, didn't I? If you remember rightly.
Yeah, he big up you in it.
That was my arrest that started this channel on. That started this channel off was the video that he showed in his video. So it was pretty cool, pretty nice to see.
Yep.
Sorry, Jack, go on, carry on.
What was it? I actually can't even remember what I was going to say now.
Have you guys ever heard of a channel called Van Balian or something? I believe it's Van Balian.
No, I can't say.
Probably not. No.
And basically, he reacts and reviews, and this is why I just say like soft citizens are totally stupid, because he reviews like sob cids trying to get out of arrests and like, you know, situations and Karens like that, and it's funny. It's hilarious. A lot of it's like either dash cam or police cam, and it's just hilarious. Like, you can't arrest me because I'm a man of the land and not part of your corporation.
Yeah.
So my name is not spelled in all capitals.
That's right.
It's just like, bro, it's a traffic stop.
Yeah.
It's
I as far as I know, all of the videos that I've seen, and trust me, doing what I do, I've been sent lots of videos about that kind of stuff to look at, and I've looked at videos like that myself, researching, and I've never seen a single soft-sit get away with anything using the soft-sit mantras. Never.
No, I love the Karen ones you get over there, Deadpool, when they get their just rewards from the police sticking handcuffs on them. If you arrest me, I'm going to sue you personally for $60,000. You can't arrest me.
Have you ever seen the one where the guy tries to make a citizen's arrest? Like I think he was stealing, like he basically went in didn't wear a mask, and they refused to serve him, and so he went up, he got the soap, he put money on the counter in line, and then walked out of the store.
Yeah.
Wow, a few of those. Yeah.
And then he basically, I think, punched the manager, and then they started recording after the manager was trying to get him away from the store, and they said, "Oh, look, he's putting his hands on him," and then the police came and arrested him.
Is that Mike crackling or somebody else's? Because I've just been on news.
It's Deadpool's mic. Has a bit of a crackle to it.
That's what I put on the new Ford Forces, man.
Deadpool, were you looking like Inspector Gadget there?
I'll get you next time, Gadget.
Yes.
Next time.
Oh, that reminds me.
Okay, everybody. Have a good time, people, and I'm going to leave.
Good night, Tina.
Good night,
Tina. Take care, sweetheart.
See you later.
Bye.
I actually have an interesting story of why I came on this channel to begin with. Actually, like when I first showed up.
Let's hear it.
Well, I'm the community that I'm part of is like a lot of people call it the watchdog community. And basically, like I said, we watch sob sid videos and then basically just point and laugh at stupid on how incorrect they are with what they pretend to do. And
did you come here? Did you come on here to mock me?
No, I like hearing other people's opinions before I do anything. So I just saw this and I'm like, huh. I learned, and like at first I had my doubts, and then I heard you. I came up on the panel, and we're talking now. Like we've known each other for like 2 years, so it's just this is why it's good to know and to talk to people, because at first like I saw your channel and I'm like, well, that's not right, and then I found out you're talking about the majority of the things in the UK. You are not in the same area I am in. There's a lot of different things than just a channel name. And I'm glad that I came on here, and I'm glad that I met you guys because you guys seem pretty cool.
Well, we're glad that you came over. I mean, you know, for me, the channel is all about the community. You know, I can put videos out or I cannot put videos out, you know, as often as I do. And, you know, to me, that wouldn't make much of a difference. But the community that the channel that we've built around this channel, to me, is really important. We've met some great people. We've shared some opinions. You know, some people have opened my eyes to stuff, and I've opened their eyes, and this is what it's all about. You know, people aren't feeling isolated. They've got a channel they can come to, feed, and they feel free to share their opinions and express their opinions, generally without being off by somebody else, although we do occasionally get those people, as you would expect on any online platform. But the fact that you've come in here with your own opinions and your own views, and you've spoken to us with respect, and we're obviously going to return that to you and speak to you with respect. Had you come on and spoke to us like Peter Pope or whatever his fucking name was, this would be a different conversation right now. But you haven't. You've come on, you've had some respect, and I appreciate that. Do you know what I mean? Even if you sat there and disagreed with everything I've said, the way that you put your arguments across, you do it in a respectful way, and I appreciate that.
I say good night, Dan. My bed warmers here. Good night, Roger. Good night, Sonic. Good night, Jack.
Good night, Bobby.
Bobby.
Take care, mate.
Take it easy.
Okay, buddy.
But the other things I do is personally, I'm trying to make a lot of music, stuff like that. I do lo-fi, very calming music, and stuff like that. So, and I do art. So I used to try and do gaming channels, but
what kind of art?
Well, I think I have the. Let me put in. I was trying to put in the link, but if you want, you could actually. I have a. Just stuff like abstract art, and like on my channel, what I started to do is I've made it so I time lapse my art, so it looks like I'm doing it really fast, even though I'm doing it like in 2 hours per recording. Yeah. And then I put the music that I make in the background.
Okay, I've heard of them videos before. Like other people have done them on YouTube and stuff like that. So do you know like where they're you know, you can use like instead of painting, you can like use Photoshop, for example, and you can basically draw like your favorite cartoon character or whatever, right? Like it looks amazing. You draw it and then you color it
Speed
in.
art.
And yeah, there you go. Speed art. That's the word. That's the word. Speed art.
No, no. I actually I don't do that. I actually like paint the object in like I don't like draw the stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like that. Like in
so what I'm going to do, I've just sorry Deadpool, I've just grabbed your channel link, I've just put it into the comments now, so if anybody wants to go and check out Deadpool's channel and his art and whatnot, then the link I've just posted in the comments there.
And like eventually I'm going to make, I think, a separate channel for the for just my music. Right. But I'm waiting to first what I'm waiting to do before I make that is I want to get royalties and a whole copyright claim set up before I do any of that. Cause
there you go. I think you might find you've got some extra subs now as well. By the way.
All right. Okay, if you guys subbed from this channel, I want you all to put yeet in the first video that you click on. In the comment sections.
You've had at least 4. You've had at least 5. You've had at least 6.
There we go.
So what was that word again? Yeet.
Yeet.
Yeet. Yeah. It's basically like I don't even know what it means, but it's just something you say in the moment, I guess. It's just some fun thing you say. I don't even know actually what it means. Hold on.
There you go.
Apparently, it means to throw. to throw. So we're throwing something. So I could throw a ball at Peter's head.
Well, being this channel, we're probably just throwing bullshit.
You get the bullshit detector out.
Thank you again, spirituality.
Get the
I
bullshit
think that
detector
also
out.
the funny thing is people like Peter come up on channels trying to ruin it, but it actually only makes the channel like more fun, really, because you get to prove the person wrong, you get to embarrass them when they're trying to humiliate you, and they make a dick out of themselves. So it's like thanks for the content, bro.
That's right. Absolutely.
Yeah. As Dan used to say, thank you very much. Now fuck off.
Well, at the end of the day, right, people that don't like your channel, they have to come onto your channel and watch your video in order to comment on your video to tell you they don't like your video. But that comment and that view actually helps your channel.
Yeah.
Now, if I don't like a channel, I don't go on there. I don't watch it. I don't comment. I don't help them in any way, shape, or form. But yet they come over here commenting, disliking, all those kind of things, right? And all it does is the YouTube algorithm doesn't sit there and go, oh, they're having an argument. YouTube algorithm goes, oh, there's a lot of conversation going on in this video. It must be interesting. Let's push it to more people. So it's thank you. Do you know what I mean? So this is why I rarely block people. I'm quite happy for them to come in. You know, I've had accusations for the last 3 years about one thing or another, and I never ever delete the comments because I want people to come in and see the comments that people did.
It's quite entertaining, really.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah. But again, I want people to see the comments people have made. I want them to see the replies that they've got, and then as they get to know the channel more, they can see that what that person said about me is bullshit, and I don't have to worry about it. So I'd rather leave it up.
And the site comments there, I love the comment that Dennis Carr put, said subbed. I think this was Deadpool. Subbed. If you're shite, I will unsub. Lol. Brilliant.
So.
But yeah.
Actually, Deadpool, you've just given me an idea because I got some of my old artwork out in the shed in a file out there. I might do a video on some of that.
Yeah, I mean, like, art is art, which is the cool thing is with art, like, anything can be art. I mean,
yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be this amazing sculpture. It doesn't have to be like Picasso, like a Picasso drawing or anything like that. It can be whatever you want it to be, you know.
Yeah, art is anything that you perceive as art.
Thinking about it, me being sick in my trainer, that could have been seen as art.
There's been worse in the Tate Gallery.
Deadpool, I had a bottle of brandy one night whilst I was on the live stream, and I went to bed and I woke up in the morning and I had been sick, but I had been sick in my trainer. Nowhere else. It was in my trainer, right? Sneaker. Which is quite embarrassing, sort of sneaker, quite embarrassing, but it could have been classed as art. If I could think of a fancy name for it, I could have put it in a perspex box and sold it for thousands of pounds.
But
yeah, there's actually an art piece, a famous art piece, where it's just like a drop of splattered paint.
Oh yeah. I literally, that reminds me actually. I heard of have any of you ever heard of Russell Howard?
Yeah.
Comedian. Okay. I'm not sure if it was on there, but basically I think it was actually, the government spent millions of pounds or either several thousands of pounds or millions of pounds on two paintings, right, in Parliament, right, and it was literally the painting was just It was just do you know the color of the sky, right? How it's like different shades of blue and stuff with the clouds. It was literally just that on a painting. That was it, nothing else. And those
Yeah,
and there was
just
two
half
of
a
them.
dozen coloured lines, wasn't it?
Yeah. And that was supposed to be either several thousands of pounds or several million. I'm like, what? I'm like,
It's
Well,
gotta be-
you look up how much hospitals spend on some of the artwork they've got hanging up.
it's got to be one of the easiest jobs to do, though, isn't it? I mean, all you've got to do is find. You know, I'm not knocking being an artist, because genuine artistry, okay, is amazing. Like people that can actually create something visually beautiful, you know, with paint, you know, pastels, whatever it is, right? There's lots of people out there that are absolutely amazing. But then you get people that, as you say, they'll get a paintbrush and they'll just put a line of paint across a piece of paper and go, what? Yeah, that would do. And they'll put, you know, crack an egg or something on a plate, a raw egg on a plate, and leave it like that. And that's that's art. It'll fucking do.
It was like animals, wasn't it?
Until
They
it
had
rots.
elephants doing paintings, monkeys. and
Yeah,
they were
but there'll
selling
be
for
some idiot.
thousands.
But there'll be some idiot out there that goes, yes, I can see this person's put put their soul into cracking this egg onto a plate. You know, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? Get a life,
Artistic
mate.
expression.
Well, you
You
think
know,
about the
it's
tattoos.
madness.
I mean, the guy that used to do mine in Oxford, Lionel Titchener. Now he's the president of the Tattoo Club of Japan, and he
Right.
used to have like a museum in the waiting area. He had like the world's biggest tattoo gun that was about 6 foot tall, and it actually worked. I wouldn't like to try and use the bloody thing, but he had a lamp in there, and it was made up of the tanned skin of British prisoners of war, where they'd skinned them, tanned it with the tattoos on, and they'd made a lampshade up of the tanned skin.
That's some nightmare fuel
Okay,
shit.
okay. I
creepy
have
shit,
I have the images of the paintings, and by gosh, will it shock you? Hold on, let me.
Before I put that up, somebody told, I can't remember who told me that. It may have been somebody from the community. It may not have been, but I heard somewhere that there was like a Japanese man or something who actually offers to buy your skin from you while you're alive. Okay, so he'll pay you for your skin. So when you die, he will get your skin with your tattoos.
Yeah, I said it about it's about 6 months ago, wasn't it?
I mean, that's fucked. That's genuinely fucked up.
Yeah, just stick a light bulb up your ass and stand in the corner.
This is
I suppose we should wait till he wants to wait till we're dead, but you know,
okay.
still.
I don't know if you can see it, but this costs £70,000.
Jesus.
You're right. I can't see
That's
it.
about right.
£70,000 that cost.
Can't you bring it up on your computer and share the screen?
I can do that. Yes, I can do that.
Just to make it a bit easier.
See, that one with a puke in the shoe, man, you can just call it organised chaos and sell it for fucking millions.
No. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner on the run.
Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Yeah, call it damp shoe or something like that.
Forrest Gump.
That should be
Butt nuts.
There you go. So these are the two paintings. So this costs £70,000.
What the fuck is that meant to be?
It's advertisements, isn't it?
It looks like a damp rag. In fact, I'll tell you what it looks like. It looks like, you know, the adverts that they use for lady pads, shall we say? They pour the blue liquid on it and say, "Oh, look how absorbent this lady pad is." It looks like one of them.
Okay, you got that. That was £70,000 spent on this untitled painting by 54-year-old Belfast-born artist Kathy Wilkes. Okay, and then you got this one here, which is just a picture of branches. £18,775.
Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. So what? Almost was it like almost 80 grand?
90,000 pounds, basically.
Oh yeah, almost about 90 grand for them two paintings. Honestly, shocking.
Madness, isn't it? Absolute
Yeah,
fucking mad.
it is madness.
And it's our money that we're paying them to spend on that crap.
And you know what? They say they're spending it on decent things like roads and schools and education and the NHS and all this stuff, yet they're spending it on stupid stuff. Like, I don't get it. I really don't. I mean, something I want to.
That's what pisses me off is the fact that we pay for their lunch as well.
They don't even pay for it.
The MPs' lunches, the restaurant that the MPs eat at is subsidised by us out of our taxes.
You know what they can.
The money that they get from us.
You know what they complain about? Because again, Russell Howard also mentioned it in
life.
His,
do they complain about life?
I don't know. The people in Parliament,
can
bunch
relate
of
to that.
babies, but the main thing is they complained about. Listen to this. They complained about soggy. Oh no, it was soggy baked beans or something or other. I think it was soggy bacon, or undercooked bacon. That's it, because they didn't cook it right. And bearing in mind, this is the money that the taxpayers are giving them, right? That the taxpayers are paying for their foods, right? Yet they're complaining about undercooked bacon. I think one of them was even soggy biscuits as well.
Yes. Sonic likes soggy biscuits.
As much as you.
Sonic likes the cookie crisp in his ass.
Yeah, dirty toilet hugger.
That scene.
Give me 1
Ted,
minute,
like,
guys.
No worries.
We just see the Inspector Gadget tool. Inspector Gadget.
To be fair, guys, I'm probably going to give it another 10-15 minutes and then knock it on the head. Obviously,
Go Gadget underpants.
Do you know what? There was one thing I have noticed though, for quite a while now. I noticed that you've dropped the time in the live streams, because it used to be like what, 7-8 hours, probably more.
Yeah, it's only because I'm more tired these days since the strokes.
Yeah.
So
still can't get the soggy biscuit reference.
It's a struggle to stay up till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning from 8 o'clock in the evening.
Sonic, there's a comment on the screen for you.
Scott just said something. I'm going to take a dump on a piece of paper, fold it over, and sell my shitty piece of paper for 250,000. I think that's a good starting price. I'm naming it horn, morning poop.
I say, Holly, if you still don't get it, just ask Dan. He's the expert in soggy biscuits. He looks like one for the fucking start.
Basically, Sonic told me. Sonic told me, but apparently it's something about spunking on the biscuit. I don't know. So I wasn't listening to Sonic when he was telling me.
Well, Dan told me that he really fancied one, but he's never tried one before, so I made him one, and he loved the salt.
Wait, so does that mean you've tried one then, Sonic?
Absolutely not. I'm a married man. Behave yourself.
No, yeah, it could have been done from your girlfriend. I don't know. I know it's not the same thing, but
Eek. He likes soggy biscuit to dunk into his trainer puke.
I'm glad you weren't here when we were talking about soggy biscuits.
I don't know how to comment on that. Like, I don't know what.
I don't think you should.
Your face is a soggy biscuit.
Oh, thank you. Hold on.
Deadpool doing product placement.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna get my.
Are you getting paid?
Drink this. Just do it.
What is it?
No. This will keep you up for hours. And I mean awake for hours.
What's the worst that can happen?
Dan's looking good today.
Yeah, you seen what happened to Forrest Gump when he drank too much of that, didn't you, Sonic?
I think that was the other stuff.
Dan's looking good today. He's got his helmet on and everything.
He's ready for battle.
He's ready for battle. He just
How long
walked
did
into battle with a
how
helmet
long
on.
did it take? How long did it take you to do that?
So I think it was either last week or the week before. I literally did it on the live stream. It took me like 5 minutes.
Right.
You're
Literally 5 minutes.
merging it. You're like immersing into like the picture. Like you're absorbed into his body. This is very disturbing. This is some nightmare fuel shit, man. Knock it off.
I'm secretly behind him. If he looks behind him in the picture, I'm secretly
Listen,
behind you.
Jack, it might take you 5 minutes to make that picture, but if I ever get my hands on you, that picture will be destroyed quicker than that. Trust me.
You'll have to get Lucifer to destroy that picture with a knob on your head.
I was waiting on him saying his ass will be fucking destroyed.
I'm not sure if Dan's into that kind of thing.
We don't kink shame here.
Unless, of course, Dan is all of the above. Let's just use that orientation. All of the above. Everything.
Good night, Kaz.
Right, there, Kaz.
Thanks for jumping on.
Oh, I'll tell you what, though.
So-
This was
Yes,
a fun
please
live
tell
stream
us
tonight.
what.
This was a fun live stream.
What is the what that you will tell us?
What?
I feel like I'm going crazy.
You have
No,
to
that's my
understand
job.
American
That's my job.
humour, Jack.
Yeah, there were.
I'll let you know when you get on that level. Okay, I'm an expert.
Yeah.
Oh, you're making a poor boy blush.
Hold on. Where's my other image? Hold on. I used to have anti-crinkle squad, but that went away.
So's Crinkle gone away. Thank
Okay,
God.
I need to find it. Hold on.
Night, Scott.
Police abusing
Right.
powers brought to you by anti-crinkle cream.
Anti-crinkle.
Isn't that Vagisil?
Imagine so deep heat.
No, that would help him.
No, it would kill him.
This
You
is
put
what-
Vagisil on him, that's what it's
This is what Dan likes to stick his tongue
Let's-
banana in.
Vagisil is actually designed to get rid of irritating cunts. That's why.
I'll tell you what though, do you know when you did that report on the
Its soulless
on the
eyes
vicar?
are staring into my soul.
when you did the report on the Henry the vicar
It thinks
Yeah.
it's cute,
the Henry Hoover, that
but
did
there
make
is
his little
no
chuckle.
soul behind those eyes.
There's not. They're dead. Absolutely dead.
And now I'm here. And I'm alive.
Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah, Illuminati confirmed. You know, I've got triangles all over my nose. Hold on, where's the other one I've got? I don't even know if I've got anti-crinkle squad. No, I probably don't. It's probably gone.
And Angela, I don't
Oh,
know.
I still do have it. Okay.
I've messaged him a few times and he's not responded. He has
Yeah,
seen my
I've
messages.
emailed him as well. Heather's tried to contact him on Facebook.
Anti-crinkle
Yeah.
squad.
Florida
Look at
man.
his ugly. Look at his ugly face.
What does that say?
Anti-crinkle squad.
Squad.
Yeah, because he's a fubbernecker.
That picture there, Deadpool, is of somebody who used to come onto several channels, and his goal was to cause arguments. And then one day he came onto my channel, and I let him onto the panel. And what he did is, once he was on live, like you are now, he used OBS. I don't know if you know what OBS is. It's a broadcasting software, in order to play a video of what looked like a child being cut open
Yeah, literally.
on my live stream, trying to get my channel.
Literally being cut. Yeah, yeah. It was. Oh my god! It was literally one of the worst things that I've ever seen.
Horrible, man.
So what was it, like some dark web shit?
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
it was something.
You can get hold of these images on the normal net. There's only a few websites. I
Not
can't
that
remember
we
what
recommend that, folks.
Yeah, of
no,
course not.
you're right. But you can find these kind of things on the normal internet. But he took the video, saved it to his computer. When he came onto a live stream, he was on like we are now, and then I mean, like I can change. For example, I can change, between different screens. So he done that and played a video of, as I say, what looked like a child being pinned down and cut from the belly button upwards.
Yeah, and
Actually hacked open. It was horrible.
it was, and he had to go for that. There's no way that, because the thing is as well, Dan's channel could get taken down like completely.
Why would you download that though?
Well,
I mean, like,
he's sick.
besides putting it on someone's panel, why would you have it?
Well, it's the same as like downloading child pornography. Although it's completely different, it's like doing that, for example. Just having it in your possession alone is an offence. He knows he was committing an offence either way. What is it? Malicious communication, if I remember.
Malicious communications. It's sending by means of an electronic network, grossly offensive or indecent content, which is exactly what he did.
And the worst,
loads of people complained to the police about it, and they did bugger all.
Yeah, Dan even phoned the police regarding it, and they said they couldn't do anything about it. I think they literally didn't even, because I'm not going to say where he lives, but Dan's already mentioned it on the panel before, but yeah, aside from that as well, literally, something that I don't know if we already knew it or if it was like recent when he was on the live streams, but the whole time that he ever had his camera on, even even when he was on another channel in the past, which is how I actually managed to find Dan's channel. Someone called Civil Disobedience, which is currently going through legal battles at the minute, so he hasn't got his YouTube channel like open, in other words, because he's going through some stuff. But I originally came from his channel, and Crinkle had appeared on his channel first before Dan's, and he would show his face, but I didn't really know anything about it. But it turns out that he actually had a green screen behind him the entire time. Now, if you look in the back, if you look in the background of mine, you see how he's got a ton of clothes behind him. That is a green screen. That isn't actually his actual living room. That is actually
his mother's basement. Doesn't look anything like that.
But yeah, he's been lying from the get-go ever since he appeared on any of these channels. He's been lying from the get-go.
He's just a very, very clever troll that seeks attention and to cause trouble.
He also not only that, he also preyed on a vulnerable individual. I'm not going to say the name, but he also preyed on a vulnerable individual and asked her out. I think it was for a coffee or whatnot. But she was extremely vulnerable, right? And that is, obviously, like a lot of people saying in the live stream, but it was sick. Also, he was basically, this is when Dan mentioned about the difference between showing something and reporting on it. In this case, reporting on a sexual predator, facing charges or whatnot. And then the difference to that would be actually showing the video of them doing whatever, right? There's a difference, of course, one of which is okay, one of which isn't okay, and you can tell the difference between which isn't and which is. But we had this conversation about, or Dan ripped into him, I'm going to say, on the live stream, because he said two things to him before he kicked him off. This was about several months ago, actually. Now it's actually been quite a while since Crinkle's been on the channel since what happened. But from what I remember, the first incident was where he was basically showing depictions of gore, to do with like the Russian mafia on his YouTube channel. and his excuse was like, so basically his kind of way of getting out of it was close your eyes, or it wasn't just close your eyes, it was he basically gave a warning to anyone that wasn't over 18, and that if they didn't leave after he gave the warning, then it's not his fault. So basically he was blaming everyone else aside from
Come check out
himself.
my content, but don't look at it if you're under 18.
Pretty much,
If
yeah.
Sonic takes anything more off, where we'll end up with an age restriction on here.
Good God, man, have some decency.
Scott, in response to what you said at the time, before any of this came out regarding what's going on at the minute, at the time we was defending her, right? We was
under the impression she was vulnerable at the time.
Yes. So
We
obviously,
found out
forget about what's going on now. Like, that was at the time. So obviously circumstances have changed, but that was during then, and we was defending her and trying to give her the best help we could and stuff like that, because he was taking advantage of her, when
manipulating.
He knew, yes, there you go. When he knew he was in the wrong, but yeah, he just couldn't think her. But obviously now it's the circumstances now regarding the individual is a lot different. Not really going to go into detail because it's none of my business, and it doesn't need to be said on here, but you know,
I think the message here to Crinkle is stop fucking around. Okay.
Well,
no.
Well, he's been silenced
No.
for YouTube. He's
Knock
been
it off.
He's been silenced on YouTube because he's not here anymore. He's been banned. He'll probably make another account if he's not got one already. But he's already been violated for he's already been banned for violating the community guidelines. So, yeah.
Well,
yeah, but is it a permanent ban or just a suspension?
I don't know.
That sounds like a permanent ban. Like,
I don't.
for the shit that
It should be.
Well, what happens is when you go on his channel, so do you know if someone's channel has been like removed completely, or if they've deactivated it? If they've deactivated it, it will say this channel is not available if you're subscribed to it. Or if it's been removed from, if it's been like completely removed from YouTube, it will show like a blue picture with like an outline of a person inside. And then it will say underneath, this channel has violates, like in red, in a red box, this channel violates the our community guidelines or whatever. And obviously it won't show any content because it's been removed.
YouTube can also get Google to remove their Google account as well.
Wow.
In case you didn't know.
Wow. So pretty much they can. So say you're okay. Let's say for all intents and purposes, let's say your Gmail account literally is used for literally everything, right? Lots of different websites, right? Which you use on a daily basis.
You lose everything that you use Google for.
Yeah, exactly. And that is like, that's one of the worries. That's the only worry I have when it comes to Gmail, is that,
and that was in YouTube's upgrade for their community guidelines last year.
Yeah.
Right, I've just found a video, a Crinkle video.
Okay.
Right, I've just done a quick search for him, and I can't see him on there. But there's
Are we ready for some horror?
Okay, guys, let's all point and laugh at stupid.
Yeah, let's point.
There's plenty of people that have called him out. So I've just found a video. I don't know what it is or what it's about, so I'm going to share the screen anyway, and we'll get to it. Hang on 1 second. Let's move that over there.
If we're lucky, maybe someone will make an appearance.
Crinkle is still on YouTube according to Princess Angela. Why? Has he got another YouTube channel or something? Because the main one he used with weird picture, like a coloured picture in them, was banned.
Right, I don't know what this is going to sound like, so don't blame me if it's crap.
I wonder what this is going to be.
Well, it's his fucking voice, it will be.
Mr. Crinkle, Mr. Crinkle, Mr. Crinkle, Mr. Crinkle, Mr. Crinkle.
Right.
Hello, Mr. Crinkle. How are you today? See the rumors are about your teeth might move away. Not be upset, sentimental, but I'm not one to say there, Mr. Crinkle. What's Bruce Banter done? Damn them sons of bitches with the gills and flow. I flip on my telly and I watch the water.
Is this actually like his channel or no?
No, that's YouTube Asylum.
It's somebody else's channel that's made a video. I don't listen. Don't blame me. Okay, I've never seen this video. I don't know what it's about. I just saw it and thought I would play it for you. And to be honest, it's pretty shit. But it you know, people are going out of their way to make videos like that about him, which must tell you something.
Yeah, exactly.
You stop fucking picking on me, man. Yes, it's not nice.
Oh yeah,
Right? It's not nice. Stop picking on me, man.
Good point,
You
Deadpool.
bastards.
So, DJ Sonic made an impression of Crinkle a while ago, and he's stuck with it ever since. So he's got his glasses on. Whenever he's got his glasses on, you know he's going to do his
Picking
impression.
on me, man. It's not nice. Yeah.
That's
not
literally how he
cool.
talks. That's literally how Henry Crinkle talks. Like that is a identical like way of how he talks.
It sounds like fucking Frank Spencer, innit, man? Yeah, Betty, and it's nice, innit? It's nice.
Do you know Crinkle's favourite words? Right, peer review, face masks,
Face masks.
vaccines.
Oh, vaccines, yeah.
Oh yeah, also PCR tests.
Oh, I fucking love a bit of that.
Lateral flow tests.
Up the arse.
Literally, right? The thing is the problem with Crinkle, Deadpool, like, even though you were debating with him, and sometimes he did bring good points across, even when you were debating with him, he would always say, "I've got the evidence, you know."
And I've got a dodgy eye.
And most. and most of the video and most of the evidence that he provided were from mainstream media. They weren't actually like what Dan does. He sources his information not just from one specific place. He goes to other places to find either similar information or further information. Do you know, like
I've got all
like
for
all
the place
the
for my
crap he was
bullshit,
putting
yeah.
up about the jibby jabby and that.
yeah, do you remember? Do you remember that video you did about that guy that jumped off the bridge? He was tasered several times. He had a screwdriver. He dropped it and he jumped off the bridge and then he died in hospital. Well, at first you didn't have a lot of information to work with. You only had limited information, and then when you finally got more information, you then did an update about it, and then obviously you did an update again, and I think the third update was when he had been pronounced dead in
Well, the
hospital.
thing is, right, if you're going to get information from any source, okay, you need to verify that information as best you
Of
can.
course.
Just accepting, especially when it comes from the mainstream media, just accepting it as fact is always a bad thing. Okay, because yes, some of the stuff they put out is factual, but a lot of the stuff they put out isn't. But they hope that you overlook the not so factual stuff, because they also put out the factual stuff. So they hope that you overlook that. So you always got to look for alternative sources of information. You
Well,
need to
that's
find.
what I do, isn't it? I see the main story and then go and look behind the story for the real one.
Yeah,
Now,
you've got to find information that corroborates what's said, and also
Not just for what you want, not just the cherry picks on. Oh well, it says right here in this like sentence, under the whole paragraph, it says that I can do A, B, and C. So I'm right. No,
Yes.
you're missing the whole fucking paragraph that the thing's about.
Yeah.
what?
But also, another source might, when you say A, B, C, another source might say A, C, and D, and miss out B, for example. Just using that as an example. So what you've got to do is you've got to find what information corroborates each other from different sources, what information is different, because that information that's different in one source from several others could be incorrect. So you've got to then verify that information as best you can, see which one is, which differing information is the right information from the, from the police themselves or from the courts or from wherever it is you need to try and find that information.
I think a perfect example of that is when First Amendment auditors try and pull the Poster 7 bullshit.
Oh, in
America,
post offices.
In post offices, yes.
Yeah.
Lies, damn
So
lies.
funny you say that, because I actually am subscribed to an American individual who does exactly that. They go to post offices, not just post offices, but that is one of the things they do, and they talk about Poster 7, about the rules and rules on conduct of postal property, right? Now, I don't really get all that stuff per se. Like, I'm not whole versed in that thing. I mean, if you'd like to kind of give us some information about that, on what you think, or because obviously you live in America, you kind of know probably the rules more than us, but
Okay, so Poster 7 basically has a whole line of okay, so honestly, okay, what do you do? I can basically break it down like this. So what do you do in a post office?
well, you go to the post office, you could deliver a package, maybe buy a stamp.
And what do you
post a
write down
letter.
on the post office packages that you deliver?
An address.
An address.
Okay. And what do you have to do to buy stamps?
Pay money.
Yes.
Money, yeah.
Okay. And you have personal information that goes other places.
Right.
It is not other people's business to know and film there because of
We call
security
that
reasons.
GDPR.
Over here, the GDPR, General Data Protection Regulations, I think it's called, states that the business is responsible for ensuring the personal information isn't misused or misplaced. Now, I don't know I don't quite understand what it is like in America, but over here, you've obviously got no privacy in public, but you have a perceived privacy in public if you're doing certain things. For example, if you're standing at a cash point and somebody's filming you, that breaches that implied privacy that you should have. I can't remember the exact word of it now.
So
but
basically, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. So over here you've got you can film somebody in the street, absolutely nothing anybody can do about it.
Correct.
If they are in a situation where they would have an expectation of privacy, talking to a doctor, standing at the cash point, paying over money at the post office counter, for example, that's an expectation of privacy. Anything else is pretty much fair game, but there are situations where you've got that expectation, and if you breach that, then you can get yourselves in some bother. I agree with what you're saying.
Why don't we pull up the Poster 7 right now? Let's just pull that up on the screen.
But funny enough, you say that, because Joe Black has just mentioned, which I have to agree with him, because I've actually done my research about this in the past, and I've also basically this channel I watch, whenever he shows, because what he does is he's been traveling across the entire of the United States, not just to post offices, but they're one of the places he goes to with his son. And they always check out Poster 7, and the oldest Poster 7 date was like in the 90s of the actual date that the poster was issued.
Can you pull up okay, so can you zoom in? All right, now stop right there.
That's the bit there.
So you
Can
can
you read that?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
For photos for news, advertising, or commercial purposes.
Why does it say that?
Yeah.
Highlighted section.
Oh, okay. Yeah, news purposes may be taken in entrance, lobbies, foyers, corridors, or auditoriums when used for public meetings, except where prohibited by official signs. Now this is the channel I watch. I don't know if this is right or if this is wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong, but they always, because they get confronted, sometimes they won't, sometimes they will. They whenever they get confronted by the postmaster, the station manager, or the postal supervisor, at the post office, they always direct them to Poster 7, right? But it's not just Poster 7. There was also a Department of Homeland Security memo in 2018 that regarding, because obviously post offices are classed as a federal building in America, if I'm correct in saying.
Yes, but they're not a public building.
They're not.
No, the postal service is not public in America, Jack.
But they're not. Oh, okay.
No, they're not government owned or anything like that.
Yeah, although they're not government owned, the Department of Homeland Security obviously made a memo regarding photographs on federal property, and obviously because the post offices in America are federal property, then the Department of Homeland Security memo would fall under that, under them buildings.
Let me break it down this way for you, okay? Okay, so are the auditors advertising anything?
So
do they have credentials?
What they do is they literally go inside of they go inside of the post office. They don't immediately go to the front and actually buy something. What they do is they go around and they take a look at the building and, you know, kind of, how should I say? Do you know, like when you're in,
I've seen plenty of them do it.
Yeah.
And what they're doing is they go and they do that. And by the way, if the postmaster tells them to leave, they have to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can be trespassed. They don't need the police there to do it.
Yeah. And that reminds me, I'm going to get to that point, but yeah, what they do is they go around, they go in the publicly accessible areas, right? Not the restricted ones, just the public accessible ones. So anything they can physically walk into where it's not locked or it's not got key access or anything like that, or first personal owner. And they'll walk around and they'll check their place out and just, because there are some videos that they've done where there have been health hazards in the building, in post offices. Like there was one where there wasn't any fire extinguishers and there was only one means of exit of the building. And like
the thing is though, Jack. Sorry to interject. There, the thing is that people will go. That the auditors, and don't get me wrong, because I back them over here. Okay, they can providing they don't break the law. Okay, then I believe they've got every right to do what they do, provided they don't break the law. But what these we're talking about the post offices in the US. These people don't know when they go to this place. They're going there for a different reason. They're not going there to look for fire extinguishers and fire escapes. They're going there for the same reason auditors will go and film a police station over here. It is solely to see what kind of reaction they get, and they tell us this in their videos. They say,
yeah, they have said that in the past, on videos.
And that's why they do it. It makes content for YouTube. I'm not knocking them for it. They found a niche. Do you know what I mean? Fair play to them. But there is a thin line between staying legal and breaking the law.
Something they mentioned as well, because the guy's like 50 something, and he says he's been doing this for several years, like for a few years or whatnot. They've been doing it for a few years, but basically. Obviously, they talk about Poster 7. They always show Poster 7 whenever they go to a post office, always.
But
and then
they're not. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Not just that. It's not just Poster 7. You talk whenever they get confronted.
Jack, I don't mean to be rude, but Deadpool is in America, and he must know a damn sight more about it than you, buddy. So it's pointless arguing.
I don't mean to be, but okay, can we pull up the Poster 7 just one more time? Just one more time. and read the part where at first where it says, and let's go over what an auditor goes under. Okay, just pull that up one more time.
Just bringing it up now.
I mean, I'm on lives and watch the Americans over there all the time. I've even got some as subscribers.
Okay, so we will see here. It says photographs for news, advertising, or commercial purposes. Where does it say for public use?
Yeah.
Where does it say
you
for
could
me?
class it as that if they were making money on YouTube out of them.
You make a good point. You make a good point
because
actually,
they have
because
to present credentials.
Yeah.
In order for this, and they have to have permission from the postmaster to film inside there, and within
you make a good point, because whenever they mention it, right, in the videos, whenever they mention it, now you've actually just brought a really good point, because what you're saying is not what
Let me
doing.
guess before you say something. They're working on a story.
That's exactly what they say. Exactly, if word for word.
Have they ever produced a story? Can I ask you that?
No, they haven't.
Do they tell the person who they're forming what are they writing it about when they're asked, and they say, "I'd rather not say"?
So sometimes they say, "I'm working on a story about the post office," for example. That's what. So they won't always say that, or other times, or most of the time, they will say,
"Yeah, but they've still got to get permission."
I'd rather not get into that at the moment. I will tell you once I'm finished if you're happy to have the conversation with me.
Well, that's stupid, because if you're filming a place and the employee is asking, "Why are you filming?" and you say for a story, and then you say, "What for?" you're showing their workplace. So even if your reason was valid, then you have to tell them, because you're actually filming where they work. So therefore, even if they have to be credited, and you're not filling them in on what you're doing.
The
with
Blood
their
Crusaders just said their reaction is the story. What is your response to that?
Yeah, well, they're not looking into a story; they're creating one.
Yeah. See,
exactly.
The thing is when they make their videos, they always say that, and then on top of that, they then whenever people ask them, any employee, because it's not just post office employees, it's other people as well, but whenever it comes to post office, I mean, because that actually brings a really good point as well, because I've looked at Poster 7 in the past, but I never knew that, because the thing is what they're doing isn't for news purposes, because they have said to people in the past, and they posted a video, like, I think it was yesterday, but I never watched it. But the last video I watched was well, okay, they're as I said, the First Amendment auditors. So basically, they will use the excuse, "Well, I have a First Amendment right." And speaking of First Amendment rights, when it comes to going inside the post office, from what they say, they use the expression, "There is no expectation of privacy." Now they don't go around zooming their cameras in and actually recording people's information. They don't do that, but they do also say, like, when screens are pointed towards them rather than away from them, and then people complain at them, that's on the business, not on them. Although I understand what the employees would say. Look, why are you recording, or why are you getting this information on your camera? It is their fault to a point. Like, it's the people's fault that are going in and recording, but at the same time, it's also the businesses, because it's their responsibility to ensure that, as it would be in the UK, obviously on a pavement, we can record anything we can see as long as we're in public, right? Obviously, people can get arsey with us, and they can, especially if you record police stations or whatever. They will get arsey, and and obviously they would be breaking the GDPR regulations.
Well, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Do you know what security cameras are?
Yeah, a CCTV.
Okay. Yeah, CCTV. So, I've heard other people, other artists say, "Oh, well, you're allowed to record in here," and it's like, no, that's CCTV.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
that's a good
security
that's a good
purposes.
point. That's because it's for the business. They're not recording people for the
Exactly.
sake of it. They're recording
Security
it for
purposes.
security purposes.
Jack, you do realise that CCTV over here does have a special dispensation from the law.
What do you mean by that?
It means they can film whatever they want. You can't charge them with anything.
Yeah.
Right, I just want to just going back to poster 7. I'm going to bring this back up on the screen.
Yeah.
You got disturbances, right? Forgetting the first bit down here. Disorderly conduct or conduct that creates loud noise, unusual noise, or which impedes entrance or departures, blah blah blah, or disturb the public or employees in the performance of their duties.
I never saw that. I never
Or
noticed
which
that.
That's
otherwise
because they don't point that out. They always just go like, "Oh, see, you people can." They never show everything in it. It's
So wait,
just
hold
the
on.
poster
Disorderly
7.
conduct or conduct that creates loud and unusual noise of which
that top bit you don't need to worry about, Jack. That top bit is they don't do that. They don't hang around the doors. They walk around. Okay, so that top bit's irrelevant. But disturbing the public or employees in the performance of their duties, or which otherwise impedes or disturbs the general public in transacting business or obtaining the services provided.
Now, funnily enough, you say that as well, because whenever they talk in their videos, right, like literally, what they'll do is they won't talk to like when they go in the because they don't always go to the front of the post office or to the lobby or whatever they call it, but they won't go to the place where you actually queue up to go and buy something, right? They'll look around first and then they'll go there, probably to buy a stamp, because apparently his wife has like a stamp book, and they have like stamps from many different post offices across from different states across America, right?
Do you know why they have that?
Why?
Because what they do is when they're like, "Are you here to conduct business?" What they'll do is they'll pull out this wild card and be like, "Yeah, I'm here to buy a stamp."
Yeah,
That's exactly what they say. I'm here to buy a stamp, and I'm here to document my purchase.
Well,
That's
then
what they
buy
say.
your stamp and leave. It's that simple.
And then
you
and
don't
the thing
need to
is,
do all this.
And the thing is you make really good points as well. Although I do like watching them, you do make really good points, Deadpool. Obviously, you know a lot more about it.
The thing is, Jack, it's good content. This is the thing. It's worth watching for the interaction, and this is why they do so well. This is why they get because human beings like to see conflict. You know, we like to see people arguing. We like to see somebody standing up to the establishment. And
there are times though they will have a wonderful conversation with people, and people, like even members of the public, people will even say, like, because they'll always people will always, or most of the time, ask them, "Why are you filming? Why are you filming me?" Or "I don't want to be recorded." But the thing is, I don't want to be that guy, but if you're in public and I'm just, but say if they're outside, for example, you are in public, right? They're outside, you're in public. Now, I don't want to be that guy, but even if you don't want to be recorded, I don't know how the laws work in America, if it's one party consent or if it's two-party consent.
They don't need consent to film somebody in public in America either. They can absolutely get away with it. But the difference is what I think you're forgetting is the building, the post office is a federal building.
That's right.
It's not a public place. No,
I'm not about inside. I'm not about outside. They're outside on the sidewalk, as they call it, right?
And there's nothing they can do about it.
Here's the thing about that, okay? You can do that and it'll be annoying, it'll be creepy, and yes, technically there's nothing you can really do about that. But if you're zooming in on someone and they're asking you to stop, is it illegal? No. Is it creepy? And is it awkward?
It can be,
Yes. Is there a point to it? No.
And you're actually targeting an individual when you do that.
So if the other thing I have an issue with is when someone says I don't want to be filmed, and then they focus on them the entire video.
Well, the thing is the people I watch, they what they do, because they don't always immediately go inside. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll stand outside of the post office, and they'll literally just what will happen is they'll literally just stand outside, not far enough away, but they'll stand at a reasonable distance away, so they're not near anyone that happens to be walking in or out of the post office,
And that's
and they'll
fine.
literally they'll just film the entrance. Because obviously their cameras have got wide angle lenses.
That's
They'll
fine.
literally and we're talking about professional cameras. They're not like they use GoPros and that, but they've also got professional cameras as well. They'll literally be recording the outside to start with, like quite a far distance, not far distance, but just a reasonable distance, probably just a bit more than 2 meters or 5 feet, as you guys call it. And they'll just film for a good 5-10 minutes, and then what they'll do is they'll then they'll decide to go inside and they'll check the place out, and then they'll go over to the post office to buy a stamp, right? And then what will happen is they'll stand in line, they won't say a single thing to anyone, right? They'll just probably talk to each other, the dad and the son, and then someone will then turn around, or someone behind them will say, "Why are you filming?" Or the post office employees at the counter will say, "Can you not film?" Or "Why are you filming?" All this stuff. So they're the ones that start it. Well, not. I think you understand what I mean. They're the ones.
How
that
do you know this
interact.
then? How do you know this that whole thing happened?
What do you mean?
How do you know that whole thing happened? That's what happened.
Because they. Well, it's not all the time, because obviously everything.
Because they filmed it.
Yeah, but then again,
so technically they were filming inside the building.
Yeah, they went inside and then checked the place out. I check the publicly accessible places out. So do you know,
but when they're in line, you're saying they're talking, and then someone says, "Why are you filming me?" So in order for that to be caught, they have to be filming.
Yeah, so they were.
Yes,
so they
were filming.
They were standing. Yeah, they were filming. Yeah, inside the lobby, basically. Yeah.
Remember, it only takes one person, one member of the public. And again, I'm not sticking up for the police or stupid laws. I'm not sticking up for that. I'm just explaining from the US side of things. Now, as soon as one person turns round and doesn't conduct their business because they're being filmed, impeding them carrying out their business, and then that is prohibited on the Section 7 letter or whatever it's called, because they're impeding somebody. I mean, okay, they're not physically stopping somebody, but their actions are preventing somebody from carrying out their business. Therefore, that's a breach of
the easiest way to say this is: does an average person do that?
No.
Is that normal behavior in a post office?
No.
Is it suspicious?
Yes, but suspicion is not a crime.
Yes, but is it? Why would someone do that?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is right, they've had police called on them several times, right? They've had good conversations with them, they say cordial conversations, and then they've also had bad experiences with them where they've threatened to arrest them if they don't give ID, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I believe they're in the process of filing a lawsuit regarding a police department that arrested them unlawfully at the minute.
Of course, unlawfully, right?
Yeah. Like, oh, what was it? Like, the thing is this is actually a really good topic to talk about, because, you know, like, as much as we hear about it a lot in the UK, like, it's good to hear about it in America as well, because there's a specific channel called Audit the Audits, right?
Oh God.
You do watch that, do you?
No, I don't know.
You're a sad git if you watch Audit the Audits.
He pops up every now and again in my recommended, but I don't really watch him, right? But from what I remember, one time, literally watching him like once or twice, he goes through like the legislation.
Have you been to band camp one time?
Oh, we're not.
Can I recommend you to a channel if you want to learn more about this than I do? And that's shout out if he ever sees this, Keeping It Criminal, or Artie's corporate fiction.
No. I wonder where Jack keeps his flute.
But yeah, so they're really they make it in a funny manner. In other words, because you know, both of them, well, Artie is an attorney, and Kick, or Keeping It Criminal, is basically he just graduated his, not law school, but you know, so now he gets to take the bar.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So
basically, a bar exam is to do with like lawyers and stuff like that.
Yeah. So they actually know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
So that's like the stuff that you would want to look at. Or like I said, Van Balian, Ragical, the Unhallowed Knight. Their channels are hilarious. And rest in peace, Schrodinger's cat. Great. Oh my god, his content was amazing.
I mean, this is the thing. It's a good conversation. It's a different conversation to what most of us talk about, and it's also something that not a lot of people, especially those that probably have done their research, because I have done my research on it, but I didn't even know this myself up until when you told me about it, because I never actually read that part.
You didn't research
Disturbance.
deep enough then.
Yeah,
that's because they never show it.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
That's the first time I've ever looked at that section. Is it called a section 7? Is that what it's called? Or poster 7?
No, poster 7. Poster 7.
That's the first time I've ever looked at poster 7.
Because they only show that part.
And within a couple of minutes, I saw that bit. Do you know what I mean? And that's as Deadpool says. But the thing, you know, when he was just talking, I'm going to have to look this up in a minute, guys, because I've hit my wall.
That's fine.
You say about them, you know, filing lawsuits and stuff. Now, it's the same as over here. Again, I'm not knocking anybody for doing what they do, okay, providing they stick within the law. But you'll hear people say, I'm suing this police station, I'm suing that police station, I'm suing that copper, I'm suing this copper. When do we ever hear about what's going on with that? We never do. We very rarely hear. They mention it in the video, which is great. Okay, by all means, you know, if you think you've been mistreated, then you need to make a complaint. So you go to sue them, and then we never hear anything else about it, because most of the complaints that they make will get thrown out, won't get taken on by a solicitor, because the solicitor knows it won't win. This is the thing. And if you're putting yourself in that situation all the time, again, I'm not sticking up for the police or anything like that. Okay, I think you all know me well enough by now to know that. But when you put yourself in that situation all of the time, you're going to have interactions that you don't like, but they are going to be legal interactions.
And can I say one more thing, that I am not an expert on the law, okay?
Yeah.
Which is why I recommended you to like those two channels, if you want to learn more, or you know, they have really good content. They make it hilarious. If you want to see, he was a really hilarious guy and great guy who made content. Rest in peace, Schrodinger's cat. Hilarious guy who made fun of auditors and stuff.
I remember that one.
But honestly, though, the fact that I knew about Poster 7, but I didn't, because obviously, just like Roger said, you know, because they always show that part, the photographs for news, advertising, or commercial purposes, we never actually look at anything else in there aside from that, because they always showed that specific part.
And can I ask you one more time?
Yeah.
What do you normally have when you are able to film? What do they ask you for besides ID? Credentials.
So what, like a press ID?
Are you with the press? Who are you with? You know, how do we verify that that's who you are? They don't show it, or they don't have it.
But the thing is, though, do they? Yeah, but do you actually need some form of press pass in America?
Yeah.
If you're in a federal building and they ask for it, of course you have.
Okay.
How do they know you're really with the news?
Remember, federal is completely different to local government.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, there is a big difference. I think that's probably where us Brits get a bit confused with
There
those
was
kind of.
something mentioned as well, which I mentioned previously. I don't want to
Federal
talk too
laws
long.
cover the whole of America.
There is I think I mentioned earlier about a DHS memo that was published in 2018. I can't remember specifically. I might have to go through it, but they basically mention it in most of their videos. Aside from Poster 7, they also say there's also been a DHS memo that was published in 2018, which basically gives them express permission to do what they're doing on federal property.
But remember here we have the National Chief Police Council letter, okay, that said that people taking photographs, okay, should be allowed to take photographs or film, can take photographs or film of police carrying out their duties, shouldn't be interfered with by the police, shouldn't be arrested for doing so. Okay, we've got that similar kind of thing. Okay, it's not a government memo, okay, but it's still a memo from from the National Police Chief Council, the head of polices, okay, sent a memo out, and even that means fuck all. It gets ignored.
Yeah, of course it does. And this is the thing, like, this is the thing, like,
you want to start winding up what you're talking about, Jack, because Dan's falling asleep.
Yeah. I'm gonna head off in a minute, because I'm proper shattered anyway. So, but like the thing is when arguments ensue in like the lobby and whatnot, that comes under the disturbance part of the Poster 7. So they would be breaking that, and therefore,
which they often
deny.
do.
Yeah, of course they do that often. Yeah. Sometimes that doesn't happen, but most of the time it does. When that does happen, the postal employees kind of tell them to leave or ask them why, etc., etc. It goes on, and then other customers start getting annoyed and stuff like that. And then they refer, if you look at Poster 7, if you look here, it gives us express permission to do what we're doing, And they even also, they've even had at times, they've even had clarification from the postmasters or the postal supervisors or the station managers that what they're doing is perfectly fine. And then they can continue to do it. But, I'm going to do some more research about it. Like proper research, not just little bits, but well, not tonight anyway. I'm absolutely shattered. But
it's what I did, Jack. When I started the channel and I was watching videos of interactions, okay, and I was breaking those incidents down. I would hear a copper say something. I would then go and find the national sentencing guidelines on it. I would look at the CPS website on it. I would look at the legislation on it. Okay, and I would work out exactly whether what they were saying was lawful for them to be saying. Yeah, so I wouldn't just take one source of information. You have to look around and gather as much information as you can. And
all auditors are going to tell you the same thing. And that's why I suggest going for people who talk with legal knowledge. Sorry, I'm sorry to keep interrupting you.
No, you're right. These people that I'm talking about, right? These have been in several. I don't know how it works in America because you've got different states, and you've got different cities, and all this kind of stuff. But basically, within certain states and cities, they have actually been in their news for that local city for a specific state, right? Several of them, right? So it's not like that they're not known. Well, they're not widely known, but they're also known to some police departments as well.
But is it for a good reason?
They've not been in trouble. Like they've not been arrested. Well, they've been arrested once. The dad and son was arrested once, but that's in regards to the lawsuit that they said that they were filing against them, which I've mentioned to you about. But aside from that, they've never been arrested before. But they are known to the police, but not in. You could say in a bad way, but they aren't known to the police for anything criminal. Like they're known to police because of what they do, not because of the bad actions that they. Yeah, you know what I mean.
If the police normally know you, then that's not normally a good thing.
But not all. It's not all police departments. Some of them do.
Right,
Some of them.
guys, I've go on, Deadpool. I'll let you have the last word, and then I'm going to have to wrap it up. I'm afraid.
I'm
Okay,
gonna head off anyway because I think we're
Well,
all done.
again,
I'm done.
I'm no lawyer. I don't study the law. I'm just telling you what basic knowledge is, what a basic human being would do, and what an average human being would do. If you, like I said, want to check out channels that know what they're talking about and that cover this, again, damn, I have a poltergeist going on. But again, Artie's Corporate Fiction, Kick, Schrodinger's Cat, may he rest in peace. They're great sources of both being humorous and explaining why you can't do certain things. And they like say the law and they show it and stuff like that, not just be like poster 7, I can do this.
Right, guys, I want to thank you all for joining me this evening.
Stay awake for our entertainment, damn it. Entertain us.
I apologise for the fact I couldn't get the phones working. I will be checking in with Microsoft tomorrow and finding out what the fuck's going on with that. But
you know what else is good to find out? How to hit that like and subscribe button to this channel. Okay,
that's always good. Yeah, that's
Shameless
always good.
plug.
Helps.
It does. Of course, it always helps. Deadpool, thanks for joining us again from across the watery divide. Nice to see you again. Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Mr. Whittington, Mr. Sonic, and Mr. Jackablaze, thank you for joining me this evening. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us, buddy.
Everyone in the comments.
Peace out, guys, and much love.
And to you. Take care.
Take care.
All the mods in the comments, thank you for your work. Thank you for keeping the chat in line, and everybody else.
We haven't had to do much tonight.
Big thanks to
really,
CCTV for encouraging me to get my nice, lovely pasty tits out.
Everybody else, excuse me. Everybody else who's been getting bored and looking at my ugly fat egghead. I appreciate you. I appreciate you taking the time to put up with me.
Now, if I try and get my tits out, there's a problem.
You fucking clear the channel.
I know you're Prince Angela. I know you're Princess Angela. I know you are. I didn't say Angela, did I? Or are you talking to somebody else? I don't know. I'm tired now. Guys, again, thank you all for joining me this evening. I would go on for a bit longer, but I genuinely can't. I've hit my wall.
Cheers for that active shooter.
Excuse me.
I aim to please.
Yeah, I've hit my wall, so I need to get the hell out of here. So thanks again for joining us, and I will see you all again in comments tomorrow, no doubt.
Oh, Dan, that interview I talked to you about on the phone the other day, that's happening Tuesday, so I'll let you know the outcome of that.
Oh, cool. Okay, no worries. No problem. Right, everybody, take care. Good evening, good night, and God bless.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Take care.